Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. According to the Detroit News, Georgia Tech Athletic Director Jay Batt will be named Michigan State's new head man. It sounds like he's receiving a 6-year contract worth $1.5 million a year. MSU also on the hook for a $1 million plus buyout. The Tigers snuck out a 1-0 victory over the Kansas City Royals, marking their 14th series victory of the year as well. Zach McKinstry scored the game's only run in the third off a wild pitch by starter Chris Bubich. Detroit spoiling Bubich's day overall as he was very effective, pitching 7 innings of 4-hit ball while striking out 9. The Grand Prix saw a big crash with just 17 laps to go. Rosenquist was put on a stretcher with knee pain, but he's okay. Race organizer announced after the fact that they've inked a new 3-year deal with the city of Detroit to keep the race in downtown as well. The Pistons are narrowing in on their draft prospects. They're set to host Tennessee star Chaz Lanier today. Lanier won the Jerry West Award, handed out to the nation's best shooting guard. He averaged 18 points while shooting 40% last year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes, Heather, his name is Bubich.
I mean, I had to ask. I've never heard that last name before.
I've
never heard the name.
Chris Bubich.
In my defense, and what Bubich had a terrific performance.
He was really good.
Yeah, it's good Bubich. In my defense, I didn't even think of the double entendre. It came from one Heather Park.
Corrupted
I don't know. I think I would make the case that she has corrupted me.
Oh, right. Sure. Okay.
Sneakily, she has corrupted me. When I started 5 years ago, I was
all
a
serious,
very innocent,
all work, all
44-year-old.
no fun.
Clean cut.
Yeah, clean cut. And then it was the combination of her and Stoney.
Yeah, that's bad.
And so, and now you have, what you have today is a very immature 49-year-old. Yeah. I'm going backwards. But yes, that's a great way to start our Monday.
You were just so caught off guard by it.
I think it might be how he pronounced it. He really separated
now you're
the
gonna blame
words.
someone. This is victim
fault.
blaming.
But if you just say it fast, maybe I wouldn't have really noticed. But he was like, boo bitch, which made me think of...
Oh, now I think something else. Boo!
He really separated the words, so I heard it.
It stuck out.
Yeah.
Anyway, good morning on a Monday.
Good morning.
Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, and it's Jeremy Otto on the updates today.
How was your guys' weekend?
Good.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was a beautiful weekend. It was especially yesterday. It just felt like it was a day to get a whole bunch of stuff done outside, and we had pizza day. And it was not order your favorite pizza. It was make your favorite pizza. Got a couple of pizza stones for the grill.
I like that.
And everyone was making their own pizza. We put some Italian music on in the kitchen. Lisa and I were dancing around. And she actually made the comment because it was so nice outside and we were having such a good time that it kind of felt like we were on vacation.
Oh.
So, yeah. Great day yesterday.
When the moon
Hits your eye like a big pizza pie. Some more.
Come on, Heather. You don't sing. You don't break into songs spontaneously.
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Yes,
That's
and it's
fine.
always
There's
it's
good reason for
always
that.
very cringeworthy when the kids see the adults dancing around. So
I'm glad you had a good time.
Yes.
Glad everybody's back and ready to go today. We have a couple unhappy Lions. We'll get to it at 6:35. A couple vets who are unhappy with their contracts. Is a classic. This used to be a Jamie and Wojo bit, something or nothing. We'll get into that bottom of the hour. We got a lot of Tiger baseball to talk. John, they won another series.
they did, and it was beautiful. Not exciting unless you're into great pitching, or great pitching that gets abbreviated.
Oh, the Skubal 90 pitches. He's already on it.
But I will get to there a little bit later in the show. But yes, it's just an opportunity for the Detroit Tigers to continue climbing the standings, creating a little bit of distance. Now, the Guardians, 2-game win streak. So they went into the weekend with the 6-game lead over the Guardians. They came out with the 6-game lead over the Guardians, but obviously put a little bit of distance between them and the Royals, as well as the Twins. So any distance we'll take. And the Guardians they've got a 12 or 13 game stretch here where it is completely opposite of what the Tigers have.
The Tigers get 4 with the White Sox starting later tonight, 7:40, Flaherty on the mound. John, the Royals force you to play playoff-esque games because they're so good with their pitching.
Mm-hmm.
One-run games, nail-biter games. You got to find a way to manufacture a run. Like yesterday's only run came on a wild pitch.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
McKinstry hits a triple.
Which almost didn't happen.
Well, exactly.
What are you doing? Perez even thought, he's like, I'm not even going to go after this ball. There's no chance I get it before McKinstry. And then all of a sudden he turns around and goes, McKinstry didn't go? I guess I'll try and give a little effort.
That's the only run. And then they lose the Skubal start by 1 run. And like these are playoff kind of games. But if I told you played 3 playoff games and you took 2 or 3, like that's just another feather in your cap.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, we talk about how aggressive this team is on the base path. They don't get that pass the ball run unless McKinstry turns that double into a triple. Yep. When he came around second base, I thought, oh no, and then just slides in just under the tag.
I think it was Sunday. It all blurs together. The TV broadcast highlighted the Tiger base running aggressiveness. I think it was their first to third, how often they do it or the percentage at which they do it.
Yep.
And I believe they said it was the best, highest since like the 75 Athletics.
Yeah.
Like what this team is doing on the base paths isn't just, they're aggressive. They're like 50 years aggressive. Like nobody has done it this aggressively in 50 years.
Yeah.
And you need to if you're going to play these tight games.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to lose 1-0, you better be able to win them 1-0. And these are, it's an opportunity to gain that little bit of callus of how do you win these tight games. And you're going to need to, at times, against a team that pitches really well, be aggressive on the base pass.
Do we expect Parker Meadows with the team any day now?
Yeah, I think it's any moment. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, but it's an opportunity. And maybe it's, let's ease them into the series against the Sox. You don't want to take anything for granted, but Sox aren't a great team. Let's just face the facts.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
And so maybe it's an opportunity for them to ease him into action against the Chicago White Sox.
Who's the odd man out?
Well, I think we've come down to 2 names, and my initial reaction was different than yours, but I think we hit both names. It's either Justin Henry Malloy, that was my pick, or you had
Andy Ibanez.
And I'm not sure it really matters.
I think it will be J-Hen. I would make the case it should be Andy Ibanez. And look, I know he had the moment last year off Hader in the postseason. A.J. Hinch loves him. He's not even hitting lefties right now. Like yesterday was a lefty on the mound. He's hitting cleanup, 0 for 3, grounds into a double play. Like, John, he's hitting against left-handed pitching this season, .237 with very little power. That's not a guy I'm keeping on the roster if that's the selling point. That's what he does well.
So I initially said Justin Henry Malloy. Numbers would tell you Andy Ibanez. Now it depends on what, and this may be one of those, this series it's J-Hen's down, Ibanez is up. Next series it's Ibanez is down, J-Hen's up. Justin Henry Malloy, while he's not ripping the cover off the ball, has had a couple of big moments in the last 30 days. I think there's two key singles that he's had. Again, not ripping the cover off the ball, but he's been more opportunistic than Andy Ibanez has been.
It's got to be one of the two. And I'm not going to I'd understand if it's J-Hen. He's a younger player, has the options. You can send him down. Doesn't have the infield flexibility that Andy does. Although I think that's going to matter less if Parker's in center and Javi's playing more infield.
Right. So that's the case that you bump Andy Ibanez down. So you have more flexibility in the outfield. You could still play, Javier in the outfield and
McKinstry
at third from time to time. But it's, if I was the manager, if I was A.J. Hinch, first of all, I wouldn't have pulled Skubal. But again, that's for further down the road in the show here. I would send Ibanez, and I really think it's going to be a matter of matchups. And there's as much as I want to nitpick some moves, but that's what they are, nitpicking moves by AJ Hinch. This is one that's, I don't know that there's a wrong answer, but he's been very good at creating matchups, so I'll trust him.
My gut is J-Hen. They've got 4 with the Sox. In terms of pitching matchups, looks like they're pushing Skubal to the Cubs series, which sets up a fun Friday night.
Yes.
I know you're itching to have this Skubal conversation.
We'll
650.
get there.
650.
I know.
He's already referenced it 2-3 times. Now I'm baiting him with Skubal
I'm annoyed.
talk. It's okay. And by the way, that Friday game is another Skubal start, streaming only. Apple TV on Friday.
That's all right. That's one I got.
Okay.
I'm already paying for.
Okay.
No effort involved for me.
Perfect. We also got Job news when we were off the air over the weekend here. Not Tommy John. Good. But you never know. I mean, it's an elbow issue, and it's typically a precursor to something serious. How big a deal is this Job injury? We'll get to that coming up next. We'll talk Ragnau and Zaloni contracts middle of the show, or middle of the hour here, and then, yes, the Skubal talk at the end of the hour. It's 97.1. All right, guys, been telling you about your teeth. If you want a brighter smile without breaking the bank, it's Brightside Dental. Looking for a reason to get back to the dentist? I've got 2. 1, summer's approaching, you're going to get busy. 2, school's getting out. The kids are going to get tied up with things like camp, sports, vacations. Whether it's your first visit or your first in a long time, they're ready to take care of you at Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, and how about this? No hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine before the summer really gets rolling. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. we have a request in the ticket text. We need a Skubal drop from John because we are going to talk about him end of the hour, 6:50. Only 90 pitches.
Yeah.
And we did some research, and it wasn't kind to Tarik. Does it change your view on extending him? We've got some Lions conversation to get into at 6:35. Two vets, key members of this football team, are unhappy with their current contract, something or nothing. Jackson Jobe.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the IL. It's an elbow issue. How big an issue is this?
Well, you look at his numbers, and I know that the Tigers, we had talked about this, right? It was 8 starts, 8 wins, but they weren't necessarily 8 wins for him. He hasn't pitched great, hasn't made great adjustments. So in this year, I don't know that it's a huge loss to lose your 4th starter. Like at some point, you're going to lose 1 or 2 guys. We've already, not lost Reese Olson for the season. It's finger inflammation. He'll be back. We have no idea what's going on with Cobb or his timeline. Sawyer Gipson-Long did make the trip to Kansas City, pitched a couple of, bullpen starts.
Should maybe, we assume, pitch this week against the White Sox. Beat writers are kind of penciling him in to throw one of the middle games of the series.
Yeah, and he's had some good, rehab starts in minor league. So, and it seems like pitchers come up, and whatever their numbers were in the minor leagues, you could have an 8 ERA, a 9 ERA, and all of a sudden you pitch like an ace at the major league level. It's kind of what the Tigers seem to do. I'm not counting on that, but Olson will be back. Mize is back. Flaherty has pitched much better over the month of May. At some point, you're going to get Cobb. I'm not that concerned about Jackson Jobe. We knew it was going to be an innings management situation with him through his first year. We knew there was going to be highs, there was going to be lows.
Yeah, I didn't think there's any world he's throwing 200 innings or even 150 innings. So if the guy misses a month, okay, it's not like he was anything special as a rookie, and I'm not holding that against him long term, just what it is right now. He is a replaceable arm for this baseball team. My concern is more big picture because the elbow issue can be a precursor to Tommy John, which then really throws the early portion of your career for a loop. Now we're talking about full season into a second season and that early development that you lose.
Right. And so, okay, follow Casey Mize. It's pretty much what we've seen from him. So in the near future, which is what we're concerned about, probably within the next, let's just say 14 days to 21 days, 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have Skubal, probably have Reese Olson back, Casey Mize, Jack Flaherty. So you got 4.
You got 4. You only need 4 in the postseason.
Kiter Montero.
He's honestly has done a nice job, especially yesterday. I know he flirted with disaster with the bases loaded early, but he gave him a chance to win.
So in your 5th person in the rotation, you have options of Alex Cobb, Kiter Montero, Sawyer Gipson-Long.
Right, and we're only a couple months away from getting into chaos time if necessary. Like if they have to rotate a spot with the bullpen late in the season to get to the postseason, well, good thing they've built up a cushion and good thing they've proven they can do that before.
Right, and so going into chaos season, last year it was 1 pitcher and 4 days of chaos. This year it's 4 pitchers and 1 day of chaos. Tell me which one you'd rather have.
Much less chaos, please. As good a manager as AJ is, you want some certainty.
Yeah. None of us want to see a prospect like Jackson Jobe miss time. You want to see him continue to grow, continue to get that experience in wins. But if you're going to lose one of them, that's the one that you're okay dropping off. And maybe it's a month, maybe it's 6 to 8 weeks, maybe it's a year. Who knows?
Yeah.
We have no idea what this means right now.
Yeah, it's just anytime it's like a flexor strain in that pitching arm elbow, you start to get a little queasy because if it is Tommy John. Tommy John is a full year plus ramp up time. A year from now would be June plus ramp up. I mean,
maybe he comes back after the All-Star break
just for a little bit of time to get right at the end of 26. Like that's what you're trying to avoid here. That's why it would be a big deal, this injury. In terms of this season,
maybe
he's
a coming back
piece.
right when you're saying goodbye to Skubal.
Oh, come on, don't do that. He's already doing this, people. We love Skubal. What are you doing?
I do. That's why I want more Skubal.
Okay, 650, 90 pitches. How does this impact an extension? We did some numbers, some deep dives. We'll present that to you guys, and obviously want to take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the Detroit Grand Prix is coming back for 2026 and years to follow.
Cool.
So the Grand Prix has signed a 3-year contract with the Detroit City Council with an option for a 4th year. So that means that should keep the Grand Prix on the streets of downtown Detroit through 2028 and possibly 2029.
Is that option on the whose side is the option on? Detroit side to pick it up or the racing side?
I don't know, John.
No,
I'm not sure of that. They did say there is one potential issue, which is the destruction or what's going to happen to the Rensen.
Yeah.
That could pose a potential issue, but I don't know whose decision it's on.
All right. Yeah.
Maybe both.
First news story and first question
Yes,
that
I don't know that. Now, I do know that the president of the Grand Prix addressed some other issues, said, the track is not going to be extended. I guess people have been wanting that. The Detroit course, I guess, is the shortest course.
Yeah.
Under 1.7 miles, said, nope, not going to happen. It's either going to get into residential areas or it's going to get too close to some other businesses, things like that. So it is what it is. Also, people asked if it could be widened. He said, no.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But he did talk about the attendance, that it was much larger in 2025 than 2024.
I feel like I saw more photos just in general on social media and stuff. People are down there.
It's going to keep growing. I think it's something that that's something that I would love to go to. We weren't able to get down this weekend. We weren't able to go last year. But I do think it's something that will continue to draw more and more people.
For sure. Now, speaking of the Grand Prix, Kyle Kirkwood won the 2025 Detroit Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon, earning his 2nd victory of the season. He also won the 2025 Grand Prix in Long Island. It was his best finish in Detroit. Previously, he came in 4th last year, so good for him. Finishing 2nd was Santino Ferrucci, and Colton Herta came in 3rd.
So they celebrate the Indy 500 with a glass of milk. The Long Island one, do they celebrate that one with an iced tea?
That would be a better way to celebrate.
It seems like it.
Yeah, it would be.
I think. But I don't know. Jennifer Crumbly seems to be growing impatient, waiting to find out whether she'll get a new trial or be released on bond. So on Saturday, her attorney asked the Michigan Court of Appeals to order the judge in the case to make an immediate decision on Crumbly's request for bond and a new trial. Her lawyer is accusing the judge basically of dragging her feet. And the attorney is also upset that basically they're in limbo. He can't pursue any appeals in higher courts for her until this judge does issue her decision. He says that she was supposed to only have about 56 days to decide, but it's going on 6 months, he said. So enough is enough. He wants an answer. Workers at 5 nursing homes in Metro Detroit are filing complaints against the state's largest nursing home operator, claiming that management fired employees who participated in that one-day strike. Remember, we talked about that?
Yep.
It happened back on May 20th. There was more than 300 workers who took part in this one-day strike, and now they claim Sienna, this management company, they say, hey, Sienna received proper notification of this strike, but yet participating workers were still disciplined. Some of them fired under the pretense of no call, no show policy. Workers also said the company committed several violations in the lead up of the strike. They say Sienna offered substantial cash bonuses to discourage workers from striking, told workers that they didn't have the right to picket. Anyway, these employees are seeking increased wages, better shift times, annual raises, holidays, insurance, things like that. So, a sad story. An accidental shooting in Troy left a 9-year-old boy fighting for his life.
Ugh.
On Friday afternoon, Troy police received a request for an ambulance for an injured child. And when they showed up, this little boy was bleeding from his head from a gunshot wound. He was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, had to undergo emergency surgery. Officers say they recovered a gun inside the home. Now investigators are trying to determine how the child got access to the weapon, what led up to the shooting. Did say mom was home at the time. Everything remains under investigation. Hey, here's something you don't see or really hear about every day. Happened on a British Airways flight. A flight attendant went missing. This was a long flight, San Francisco to London, right? looking around for this guy. Where'd he go?
Right.
Couldn't find him. So people started getting a little concerned, like something's wrong. Well, eventually the flight attendant was found naked, dancing in a bathroom. So,
Well, at least she was in a bathroom. I mean,
yeah, that's true. It wasn't down the aisles or, in the
Sure.
back, I guess.
Little
long
dance
flight.
party.
Maybe she just needed a little.
I believe it was a male.
He
Yeah.
needed a little stress relief.
Apparently so. Crew members were forced to dress this guy in first class pajamas, then had to strap him down for the remainder of the 10.5-hour journey.
So he was on drugs? Like what?
That's what is believed. So one of the workers said, quote, the plane was cruising at 3,700 feet, 37,000 feet over the Atlantic, but this bloke seemed to be higher than anyone else. So that was a quote. So yes, they believe drugs were involved. They were met by, police, EMS. He had to be taken out on a wheelchair, taken to the hospital.
Wow.
Yeah. Be an interesting flight.
Sure.
Yeah.
And there's not much room to dance in the bathroom
No, I was
either.
trying to picture it.
Yeah, I mean, probably maybe on top
Yeah.
of the toilet.
How's that visual going
I
for
don't
you?
know. Like,
It's not a visual I like.
Well, you said you're trying to.
Well, you
Well,
tell
yeah,
a
I
story,
mean-
we all visualize
Right?
stuff, and you
Like,
go, huh.
I can see there's more room to dance outside
What
of a
dance moves can you
laboratory.
pull off inside a...
Not
Yeah, I mean,
know.
there'd be too
There's
many
not a
things
lot of
touching
room.
too many things.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You can't disco.
no.
No.
All right, Heather with the news. It's 97.1. Tigers win. Take 2 or 3 over the weekend against the Kansas City Royals. Win another series and maintain a nice cushion atop the American League Central. Still have the best record in all of baseball. Tarik Skubal pitched on Saturday. Only threw 90 pitches, and AJ got him out of the game. We'll get to it at 6:50. We did some deep dive into the numbers. I want to know if it impacts your thoughts on extending Tarik Skubal at all. John, we also have some Detroit Lions stuff to talk about here.
All right.
Well, careful what you say, because I don't know if it's all right. They got a couple vets that are unhappy. And I don't know if they're going to hold out. It's still June. But Frank Ragnau is reportedly unhappy with his contract with the Detroit Lions. And Alex Anzalone has not been participating at OTAs, also reportedly unhappy with his deal. Something or nothing. How big a deal is it?
I don't think it's a huge deal. I think that they'll get something worked out. So the thing with Frank is he's got 2 years left on his contract, this and 1 more. And I think he's the 4th highest paid at his position, 4th highest paid at center. The problem that he sees is that this year and next year are not guaranteed. So if you add another year, say you add 27 year, and you put some more guarantees in there, you bump him up a little bit, it's not going to be a huge hit on the cap any more than he already is. So the cap hit this year is 14. Next year it's just shy of 16. So there's plenty of cap room. There's plenty of maneuvering to add a few dollars to his account.
Yeah.
And extend him 27. And you could put some voidable years in there, 28, 29, whatever. But he's a guy that has, he's got a toe. He's got 10 of them. But he's got one that keeps giving him an issue that it's been reported. Now, these are all things that have been reported that he's got, and he's talked about it. It's an incurable injury. Where
inoperable, I think. Yeah.
Surgery will not fix it. He's missed some games. He's fought through it. He's fought through a torn pec. He's fought through a lot, and he's been banged up. So on the negative side, you think, well, if we guarantee him and we extend him, is he a guy that's going to continue to miss more time? Does that become very problematic? Okay, answer is yes, it could.
Yeah.
He's also, it's been reported that he has contemplated retirement because of some of these injuries. That makes it problematic as well. That's a conversation that, and all of these things can be written into the contract. You don't have to have any more Calvin Johnson, issues.
Issues with money after your playing career, yeah.
But we also know that he is one of the toughest SOBs in all of football, and he's going to give you everything he's got. How much is that worth?
So he's underpaid. Yes, both of these guys are underpaid. Both of them are going to rightfully argue, "Hey, I'm at the point in my career where I gotta get my money." Right?
Yes.
I'm a hit away from being done. And in the case of Frank Ragnau, there's already been real conversations about how much longer his career is going to go. They are leaders, they're productive players, and they are underpaid. So then you just pay them, right? Well, we understand the Lions don't have a ton of cap space starting in 2026. They already are dealing with the real-life consequences of having so many talented players. I mean, they haven't kicked in an Aiden deal. How much time have we spent talking about future contracts that this team has to sign? Is it easy? Will you just pay everybody? We know it's not that easy.
It's not, but Frank already accounts for some of the space in 25 and 26. And in theory, if you extend him to a 27 or 28, it lowers the cap numbers, can lower the cap numbers for this year, next year, which is when things start to get a little bit tight.
It's got to hit somewhere.
It's got to hit at some point. So that's the question. Like, can you just keep kicking the can down the road? And
that's when Branch's deal would kick in, and that's when, you get what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't get easier. It gets harder.
But my point is, in 26, he's already got a decent-sized cap number. If you add a couple million to it, it's not like you're going from 0 to 18 million. Right now, his cap net is just under 16. So if you go from 16 to 18 or 19, it's only adding 3 more million to. And I'm just throwing out numbers for examples. I have no
John
idea.
Jansen, I like this.
But it's not like you're adding a huge number that's not already in the budget. Now for Alex Anzalone, he's only under contract for this year. So there is like, okay, he doesn't have a number for 26, has no number for 27. What do you do with him? Because he has been very productive, and he's been tough just like Frank. He's been productive just like Frank. He's kind of the Frank Ragnau of defense.
A little bit, yeah.
So that becomes a little bit more of an issue, but you're not talking about cornerback pay. You're not talking about stud D lineman pay or edge rusher pay. Like the numbers for a linebacker, especially for him at this point in his career, while they may be more than he's making now, it's still not a huge number that you got to figure out, like, oh my goodness, how are we going to fit $25 million under the cap? That's not the number.
So he's 6.25 for the upcoming season, which is an underpay. I remember back when we were at training camp a year ago, and all of his teammates and coaches said, this guy is like the most underrated player. He is a real deal high-end linebacker. Well, the top linebackers, Fred Warner, is making 21 a year.
Okay, not in that category.
Roquan Smith's making 20. No, I don't think he's in that category, but you got to split the difference here. It can't be 6. If I'm him, I'm worth 15, right? I mean, come on. I'm the heart and soul of your defense. I'm your leader. I'm your captain. I'm your green dot. You got to pay me, or I'm going to hold out. See, these are the conversations that I don't want to deal with.
I don't know that it goes that high. So if you're at 6 now, does it go? I think it's somewhere probably between 10 and 12.
Okay.
Is more what I see.
So some context, some comparables. $10 million is Zaire Franklin with the Colts. Is he a better player than Zaire Franklin? I think he is.
Yeah, but then it becomes a matter of age as well.
TJ Edwards with the Bears is getting 10. Drake Greenlaw just signed for 10.5 with the Broncos.
Okay, so that again, yeah, that's
I think
where
he's more.
10 to 12.
Okay.
Is
Alex, you're welcome for negotiating your deal live on the radio. Yes. I don't know if we're helping or hurting, but these are the conversations that are okay in June. They would be problematic in, August?
Yeah.
If guys are willing to sit out because they feel like, hey, I don't want to play on the last year of a deal where I'm chronically underpaid. I got to be paid more in line with the top guy. Like Frank Ragnau should be paid like one of the top 4 or 5 centers in the game. So there are big pay raises.
Well, I think he is top 4.
Is he right now?
Yeah.
Well, he probably wants to be number 1 or 2 then, right?
Well, I'm sure he would like to. Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys that would like to be the highest paid at their position.
Does his play justify it?
I think he should be probably top 3. So, like I said, yes, you give him a little bit of a bump.
So Ragnau has to at least eliminate the retirement chatter that's out there, right? At least I don't even know how real that is. I've never.
Again, that's why I say it's been reported, and
yeah.
I think in terms of the injury chatter, he's talked about that.
Yeah.
In terms of the retirement chatter, I do believe that he has come out and said this isn't something that I've contemplated. I could be wrong.
All right, so with Anzalone, I think the Lions have all the leverage here. And this is where he may be the very first player that they've kind of got a lot from, been part of this whole change in culture. And look, he has improved as a linebacker. But business is tough. And I think this is going to be the first one. It's the position you don't want to overpay. He's aging. And you've got
Campbell.
And you have, to me, you just say, oh, yeah, try us. Like, call us bluff because he's not Chris Jones. Okay?
Right. If you get into a game of chicken and you go, what, are you going to sit out the whole year? We're chasing a Super Bowl, dude. I wonder, but things like this can get nasty. And the Lions have done such a good job being out in front on a lot of these deals, but you can't get out in front of everybody. And you have a lot of really good players, and the cap is real. This may be the first real consequence.
So you got money here and you got a decision between 2 players who are unhappy. Who's more important?
Ragnau.
Yes, there's no question. It's Ragnau. But I'm also curious if he's got a base salary of $6 million this year. His cap hit is 7.2. All right. If you go this year as high as a base salary of 10,
sure,
and his cap hit is 12 to 13, like that's not something that you're breaking the bank on. And so I don't see that. Like I think he'll get an extension. It may be a 2-year extension, so 25, and then you've got 26 and 27. So by the end of that, he's going to be 33. Can he be productive for the next couple of years? Yes. And it's not a position where you're going to break the bank.
Let's get to the phones on this. Josh in Bloomfield Hills. You're on 97.1.
How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. So, Frank is great, right? Maybe the best center in the league. When he signed his deal, the Lions paid him and made him the number one paid center in the league. So, I have no problem paying the guy. What I have a problem with is him coming back to the table when he's no longer the number one paid center in the league and saying, hey, I do have a contract, but I don't really care. I'd still want more money. It just doesn't sit right.
Okay,
what
well,
if you did that?
Insert almost any other player that has been consistent like he has been entering the last couple of years, which there are no guarantees left in his contract.
But, John, how big a deal is that you said last couple years? We see this often when guys are in the last year. Alex Anzalone's playing his final contractual year. Frank has 2. I mean, the Lions would be well within the right to go, hey, at the end of next season, let's revisit this. You got 2 years under contract, and you're still one of the highest paid guys at your position.
Hutch's got 2 years. J-Mo's got 2 years. Penei Sewell had 2 years. Monroe St. Brown, I think,
They're
was
on
actually
rookie deals. Their deals were locked in because of the cap, because of their slot where they got drafted. When he signed this deal that we're talking about, it wasn't a rookie deal. So he could have said, I don't want a 5-year deal. I want a 3-year deal. I just think it's a bad look for him. He's great. I would not want him not being on the Lions. It's just for so many years, the Lions got so much crap for not paying their players or doing things wrong. So they do not everything, but most things right. And they still can't get it right because then they have one of their best players saying, I want more money. He should have shown up and quietly said to whomever, hey, I need some guarantee here. I'm getting older, or whatever he wanted to say.
Well, if you listen to Dan Campbell, he's had conversations with every player, whether they're there or not.
We could play that audio. We've got that audio. Can we play Dan Campbell talking about the situation with both these guys, Anzalone and Ragnau? Yeah, he spoke on Friday.
Yeah.
It's now June. Now it's time to panic. No, I don't think we're in panic mode. I just think these are the harsh realities of good football teams. It's not only keeping the players you drafted, it's trying to make everybody happy because they're all playing well. A couple quick texts. I respect Ragnau. I never want to get rid of him, but why would I extend a guy who contemplates retirement every year? And another says, I think Frank will play the end of his contract and then retire, but he's trying to get as much guarantees as he can first, Chad, in a truck, which is understandable.
Sure. And maybe we don't know what his requests have been. We don't know how, when you say unhappy, there's different levels of that. There's disgruntled. There's, extremely mad. There's, you use a lot of different adjectives. Unhappy. Okay, I'm unhappy. I'm going to make a point that I'm not there for the first couple of OTAs. I think if at this point in Frank's career, everybody's going to look at it and go,
need him anyway.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah. All right, we're going to talk Skubal coming up next. He was pulled after 90 pitches. Does this impact at all your thoughts on extending him? It's next, 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props while the NBA playoffs are going on. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. And you want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe somebody's flirting with a triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app. You don't have to leave. You can see it all right there and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's where things can get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, what are you waiting for? It's not too late to still get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Skubal doing his thing on Saturday. Not his fault the Tigers lost. Pulled after 90 pitches. Got everybody up in arms. I want to be clear on this. I don't think they lost because they pulled Tarik Skubal. Riley Green's got to get the throw in from the outfield, and Bo Brisky's got to execute from the bullpen. Tigers also have to score a run in the game. But it did raise an eyebrow that Tarik Skubal was pulled after 90 pitches. This is your ace. You're in a tight game. Give him one more inning, right? At least see what happens. But A.J. Hinch has played the long game, and they want to be cautious, and they've even bumped him back a day for the upcoming week. He's going to pitch Friday against the Cubs. John, 90 pitches, if you're going to limit this guy, does it at all change the way you feel about an extension?
That was my initial reaction as soon as they took him out. And I knew we would probably hear a lot of coach speak from A.J. Hinch. And we kind of did, right? It was, hey, he's coming off his longest performance. You know, we didn't want to overtax his arm, all of those different things.
His longest performance, by the way, was 94 pitches the previous start. It's not like he worked 120. Right.
No, I know. It was, but he was referencing it because it was the 9-inning complete game, which happened to be the first of his career. And so my initial reaction was, he had retired the last 7 batters that he faced, and it was only 2 hits. And he kind of felt like he was not a repeat performance of what he had on the previous Sunday, but it felt like he was a pitcher that was getting stronger as the game went on. And then they pulled him. And it was kind of noted, right? It was the handshake versus the fist bump.
Yeah.
Handshake, you're done. Fist bump. Hey, let's go get him, Tiger. So he comes out. Bo Brisky goes in. We could talk about
the choice
that
to
decision,
go Brisky, whatever.
But they end up losing 1-0 on a great performance by Tarik Skubal. So the conversation was why? Why?
Because if he goes one more inning, then you bridge to your 2 shutdown arms at the end of the bullpen right now, because we feel very good about Tommy Kahnle and Will Vest.
Yeah.
But they pull Skubal after 90 pitches, and it's like, if this is how it's going to be, Jeff Passan saying Skubal's in line for a 10-year, $400 million contract, are you getting your bang for your buck if he can hardly ever hit 100 in his pitch count? And we actually went back and looked at this. I mean, we're doing this pre-show. We're huddling up. I go, John, give me a big-name pitcher, and we'll do a comparison. Yeah. So we're doing this, and I just want to present what we uncovered. So Skubal has topped 100 pitches only 4 times since the start of last year.
Okay. Cy Young.
Yeah. So Cy Young season plus even better this year. He's only topped 100 pitches 4 times, 0 this season. How does that stack up against others? Well, Chris Sale won the Cy Young last year. He had 17 outings of 100-plus pitches between last year and this year. Paul Skeens, you want to go on the younger scale? Fine, Chris Sale's an established vet. You trust him. Skeens is not. You'd think you'd be cautious. 17 games of 100 or more pitches since the start of 2024. Logan Webb, who we just saw from the Giants, and AJ praised him as one of the game's best. 19 games of over 100 pitches. Zach Wheeler, that's a workhorse. That's a frontline ace for the Phillies, a World Series contender. 22 games over 100 pitches. Max Fried, that's a name everybody's comparing Skubal with, Cy Young battle. 18 different outings of 100 or more pitches. Skubal has 4. I mean, you guys can answer that question. Does that impact your willingness to give this guy a massive deal if you can't even throw 100 pitches?
It does for me. And that's my initial response is, all right, I just don't like the fact that he's not going to be a guy that can go deep into games. And the only reason he can go deep into games is just because when he's dominant, which he is a lot. Yeah. So why not continue? And we heard from Justin Verlander after that, Maddox performance by Tarik Skubal, that the Tigers, he'd really like to see the Tigers just let him go. Like, just allow him to go out there and pitch. And then this is the next outing where he's got a great outing going through 90 pitches, and then they pull him, and then they lose a 1-0 game. Now, in 162, right, we're not going to bitch and moan about one loss.
No, I'm not even mad about the loss. They took 2 or 3 over the weekend.
But it does raise the question. So what is the question? Is it a philosophy for the Tigers that they're just never going to use him that way?
Right. If they're never going to use pitchers that way, then they should never prioritize throwing that kind of money at a starting pitcher, right? If it's an organizational philosophy.
And then on the flip side, is that a Tarik Skubal issue? Like, they know him better than anyone else.
Right.
And they know that he is not a guy that is going to be good past 100 pitches. Like, or can't do that on a regular basis, because then you get into August and September, hopefully October, and he's not going to be good enough at that time.
Look, they ramped him up. He had 4 100 pitch outings last year, all in the second half. They'll ramp him up. But it's a question of, if you're giving that guy that kind of money, shouldn't he be that guy from the jump?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to delay starts. You shouldn't have to play games. He should just be your ace.
And how much do you do it just in a game? Like, sometimes you're over-managing this situation instead of managing the game. The Royals pulled Waka after 7. So you got first dibs to see, well, what's there? But we couldn't hit their bullpen. So now, like, to me, if you're managing the game, that should affect. I would put Skubal just based on that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it was still 0-0. So you are only going to bat one more time. I also think there's some thought into, do you want to get to extra innings or not now in baseball with the ghost runner?
Right.
The Tigers are an aggressive base running team. They're likely to score a guy from second base, but you're not trying to win this game today. They're managing the season, and you have to do that with a pitch count.
I
to
understand
extent.
that. I understand that.
But the bottom line is, he could have gone out and faced one batter, and if you allow him on base,
You get him out.
Pull him.
pull him.
What if he works through 2 quick outs or 3 quick outs and gets you to the back end of your bullpen?
Yeah.
I understand why AJ did it. AJ is playing for fall. AJ's playing to win a World Series. I understand the logic. But if that's how you're going to treat the arm, do you ever invest significant resources in a pitcher if that's how you view pitching?
Right.
I mean,
And
he would be the exception, and he's not. To the rule, they are treating him like any other young arm. They don't want to burden him. Well, then you have a hard time justifying a $400 million contract.
Well, and we're talking about a $400 million contract. And the conversation prior to this was, are you going to give that type of money to a player and put him on, whether it's 8, 9, 10 years, on this payroll for once every 5 games?
Then you throw in that he's only pitching
7 innings.
light workloads
Yeah.
in those games, those every 5th day. We got calls to get to. We'll start the 7 o'clock hour with your feedback on this. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Just one run for the second straight game between the Tigers and Royals. It worked out a little better for Detroit this time around, however. H.A. Hinch had the following to say about a possible return for Parker Meadows today. Quote, I talked to him late last night to get a little bit more feedback on him. He's doing really well. We'll have a plan to make sure, end quote. Looks like Georgia Tech's Jay Batt is Michigan State's next AD. He was one of 7 candidates that the search firm narrowed in on. His contract, 6 years at over $1.5 million per year, according to reports. Alan Haller was under $1 million per year for perspective there. His strength fundraising, which is something the university identified as key for their next AD. Kyle Kirkwood led the way in the Detroit Grand Prix, was one of 11 drivers with the lead. 7 didn't finish, which included a thunderous crash between Felix Rosenqvist and Lewis Foster. It began as Foster's suspension broke. Rosenqvist got the worst of it, though, as he was put in a stretcher with knee pain. This all with 17 laps to go. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon. 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You heard in the update, MSU has a new athletic director. We'll get to it later this hour, 7:35. The biggest challenge, the biggest focus, and yes, big questions ahead for the Spartan football program. We're talking Tarik Skubal, pulled after 90 pitches on Saturday. I'm not really sweating the fact that they lost the game. They won the series. They didn't score any runs. It might not have mattered anyway. But it is a bigger question for Tarik Skubal. If you're going to limit him, are you going to pay him? Do you feel comfortable handing $400 million to a guy who can't hit 100 pitches consistently? And maybe that's a limitation that he has physically or a philosophy that the organization has. Either way, are you getting bang for your buck? We gave you the numbers. 4 times has he hit 100 pitches since the start of last year. A lot of the contemporaries, Skeen 17, Sale 17, Webb 19, Wheeler 22, Max Fried 18. Like, these guys are throwing deeper into games. Let's get to Alex in Ann Arbor. Alex, good morning.
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, so I actually like how Skubal doesn't go deep into games and wants me to want to have to extend, or like I would want to extend him because he doesn't go deep into games. Because you look at Corbin Burns yesterday, you look at Garrett Cole, what's he doing? If I know he's going to be healthy 9 of those 10 years, then yeah, let's do it.
Even for a guy that's never going to pitch or rarely pitches over 100 pitches, rarely gets out of the 7th inning.
Yes, because he affects more than just the game he starts. I would argue they win 1-0 yesterday because Hinch is confident to go to a rested bullpen with Cater struggling in the 5th inning. So, like, he's more than just the 7 innings he's giving you on 90 pitches.
There's no doubt about it. When he went 9 the previous Sunday, I mean, it stopped the bleeding. It switches momentum. It's more than just one start. The work he does to offset the bullpen, it's critical. I mean, they saw it last year when he was the only starter, the lone starter with chaos. We know his value to the organization, but it's getting to the point where he is going to be doing a mega deal, a deal that I would like to offer him. But when you see stuff like this, it does cause you to pause, right? If you go, well, what am I paying for and what am I getting? If I'm getting a guy that I rarely will let go over 100 pitches, is that going to change when they give him the extension? Or to his point, do they have to protect a 10-year investment and he's never going to go deep into ball games?
And I mean, how many innings is he pitching? Is it 10% of what the Tigers are playing? Is it 13%? Is it 15%? And how much money do you want to wrap into that percentage? Because there's so much more that's going to happen when he's not even pitching, let alone not going deep into games.
And a lot of my problem from Saturday was the situation that, okay, well, if Brisky was your guy, well, wow, I'm going to blow a outing like this from Skubal on Bo Brisky, who is struggling this year, right?
Right.
And so you're kind of starting to sacrifice the game a little bit more. You're putting the game in doubt. Was there any thought given to, hey, how about this? We've skipped the Skubal start before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Or backed it up one
Moved
day.
it a day, yeah.
How about this? Okay, let's go out there and let him pitch the 8th, and I'm not pitching him against the White Sox, and he'll play against the Cubs.
Well, they already are doing that. He's not pitching against the White Sox.
Okay, so ESPN's wrong then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
AJ clarified. AJ clarified. Or one of the beat writers pointed it out. He's pitching Friday against the Cubs. They're already pushing him back a start, and he didn't go 100 pitches. So, I mean, you could say they're babying him, and it's an organizational philosophy, and you could even argue it's the right thing to do to get him to the finish line. It's more important to play at the end of the season, right, with Tarik Skubal healthy and fresh and raring to go.
Yeah.
But it's also a question of how much money you're going to pay a guy who you're, quote, babying.
Look, baseball is trending this way. You've provided examples of guys who have gone longer this year, but baseball is babying pitchers more and more every single day, right? Mm-hmm. So to me, for the long term with the contract, it's not as much in play more than that's the way the game is. It's just, do you make him absolutely like, do you go crazy with that contract? Like the 40 and 400 or whatever.
Right.
Like to me, that's just getting out of control. And then it starts getting in the weeds with Boris and who he is as an agent. And look, he ain't being traded this trade deadline. No. This doesn't start until after the offseason. And maybe there's some teams out there that, will pay what maybe the Tigers shouldn't.
We're going to read some ticket texts, and we'll get some phone calls in the mix as well. 248-539-9797. Skubal 100-pitch thing is 1,000% on A.J. Hinch. Another one says it's the team not letting him go 100. He can. Reading way too much into 100 pitches, guys. Skubal is elite and will continue to be elite. Pay him, no questions asked. Johnny and Wixom.
So here, I'll give you one on Twitch. This is a reason to, and his impact. And I get this. This is an argument for paying him. Look, if Skubal can go 7 innings with 2 runs or less and throw under 100 pitches, I expect the offense and bullpen to close it out. I don't need Skubal to throw over 100 pitches and go 9 innings unless there's games that mean much more.
Guys are even having this conversation if they won the game. That's from Mark on the ticket text. I'm having it regardless of winning and losing. I really don't care that they lost Saturday. I don't. They won 2 or 3 over the weekend. They're in first place. I'm not really sweating losing a Saturday game in late May. I'm not. It's a broader question about a 10-year commitment to a guy that you won't let throw 100 pitches. Or rarely do. I mean, not the way other aces and other Bulldogs get the baseball. It's something Verlander noted when he was in town last week. That's why it's coming up. It has nothing to do with winning or losing Saturday. It's about 90 pitches, and can you justify paying a guy who you're going to limit for the next decade?
Yeah, and one of the quotes that Verlander had was, to me, if I'm the Tigers and I've got the best pitcher in baseball, I want that out there as long as possible. Ride that horse. Hell yeah, that's the way I felt about it when I was pitching. And I'm curious what the conversations are, because we heard from Tarik Skubal, right?
Yeah.
And full faith in AJ, full faith in Chris Fetter, full faith in the organization. I'm sure as a competitor, you don't get to the end of games, whether it's we saw what he did in Cleveland and the emotion at the end of that game.
Yep.
We saw what it was when he had the Maddox, last Sunday. You don't get to the end of the game and have that fire and don't think, when AJ Hinch gives him the handshake, he's probably saying, come on, man, let me go one more.
I mean, he's the best pitcher in baseball. He has been for a year and a half, and he's done every single thing on the pitching mound, I think, in the last year and a half that Ohtani and Judge have done at the plate. The problem is he plays one time in 5 games versus those guys. This is a no-brainer if it's a position player. You wouldn't let that person walk in a million years. But because of his history with arms, I still think his overall resume makes it a little doubtful to give him that kind of a deal, because this is a window. I made this point to you, Jim, I think it was like a year ago now when he was starting to emerge as a Cy Young. He reminds me, not the same type of pitcher exactly, but of Cliff Lee. He's got a window. It's like a 5, 6, 7 year window, but it ain't JV like.
Right, it's not 10 years.
And that's why JV's comments I didn't care for much, because JV,
he's an anomaly. He's a freak.
He had Nolan Ryan's arm.
Right.
It was rubber.
Ticket texters. The team is called the Detroit Tigers, not the Detroit Skubals. If the bullpen shuts them down, we score a run in the 8th or the 9th, we're not even having this conversation. No, we are, because he still would have thrown 90 pitches. That's the point.
Yeah.
So Tom's point is he's the best pitcher in baseball. I agree. John, you agree. He's the best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah.
The best pitchers in baseball pitch deeper into ball games than Tarik Skubal does. And I don't think it's a Skubal problem. The org doesn't value it that way. Well, if the org doesn't value it that way, then it's a contract conversation. If you don't think guys should throw 100-plus pitches, you don't think they should sign record-setting contracts, right? Isn't that a window into how the organization views pitching?
It feels like it. And, I mean, what's the difference for him? And this is where this is an AJ Hinch question. This is an organization question. If he comes out for the 8th inning and say he, 3 up, 3 down, but it takes 15 pitches. What's the wear and tear? What's the risk of him going 105 versus 90?
Right.
Getting you to that 9th inning where then you bring in either Canely or Vest.
And if you have extras, you need
and
the
you
other
come away
one.
with another win, and you got 40 instead of 39.
How many Tigers have thrown over 100 pitches in the same time frame? I think it's an organizational mindset. I don't want that massive contract. I love Skubal, but it's a matter of time before a third arm event, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. That's an unnamed ticket texter. Morning, guys. Not being able to score a run was the most annoying, but babying Skubal is also super annoying. Cookies is right. What if he makes a quick work of a couple quick outs? It was silly and annoying to pull him there. Texter says 185 pitches, 16 innings, 0 earned runs the last 2 games. Way to create negative spin. Is it 2 o'clock already?
We're just asking the question.
How dare we?
Would you pay him 10 years, $400 million if he is rarely, because he's only pitched 1 complete game in his career? And if the answer is, yeah, he's dominant through 7, and you should score a run in a game.
All right,
and you should have the ability to get 6 outs with your bullpen.
Simplify this, though, a little bit. Again, the pitcher versus the everyday player thing, what I made about Ohtani and Judge and paying them. What, are you going to pinch hit for those guys in the 8th inning? Because that's the equivalent. It's not the equivalent.
You're trying.
Too many swings.
Yeah.
On the old...
He swung too much today.
Yes. On the, what's the injury? We've had a couple of injuries. The oblique. Yeah, we don't want to strain an oblique. Too many swings.
248-539-9797. They took 2 or 3 over the weekend. We've got some good stuff to talk about with the Tigers, Michigan State football conversation, and the program and the athletic department as a whole coming up later in the hour. It's 97.1.
If you're unhappy with how you look, unhappy with how you feel, you avoid being in pictures. Maybe you don't want to. In the morning, you get dressed. You're like, man, these clothes used to fit a little bit better. I used to feel more comfortable. Do what I did and call the experts at Ideal You. You could be 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days. And imagine what that would look like. Imagine what it would feel like. It's 40 days. It's just over a month. I know the program works because I lost 50 pounds in those 40 days with Ideal You. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. Once you get that stat sheet, they're going to pair you with a weight loss coach, and you're going to design a plan together that will be successful. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works, and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking pictures again, getting dressed in the morning, and just feeling good about yourself. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm out there that's going to care about you. That's going to go the extra mile. That's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG. I met his team, and it's true. Experienced staff, staffed up to get you the biggest possible payout. 98% success rate, and we're not talking small settlements. You can see on their website, kgcares.com. Here's one example. Intersection collision in Sterling Heights, $635,000. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Good morning, 97.1. We're talking about the Tigers who took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Royals. Low-scoring, close, nail-biter games. Playoff kind of games. Tigers just keep winning. That's another series. And they got the White Sox starting tonight. Parker Meadows maybe here? Mm-hmm. Well, we're waiting to see about a call-up. John, what's the other move?
If Meadows comes up, who's going down?
Yep.
I think my initial reaction was Justin Henry Malloy. I think you've got 2 options. It's either him or the guy that you brought up is Andy Ibanez. It seems like in terms of production and flexibility, it should probably be Ibanez, but I think Jahen's probably the guy that gets the bump down. And it's more than likely going to be one of those, well, this series, it's Jahen. Next series, it's Ibanez. And it could be, hey, that Toledo Express stays fired up for the near future.
Yeah, I think it will be Jahen. I'm occasionally a betting man. I think it's
You are.
occasionally. I think it'll be Jahen because he's got the options. I think Andy, they may have to DFA. He might have to clear waivers. I don't think they're going to want to do that. I think it'll be Jahen.
Okay.
But you could make the case from a production standpoint. Andy Ibanez isn't even hitting lefties. So why is he on the team? Now, they have some faith. He had the big home run against Hader in the postseason, but this year he's hitting .237 against lefties with little to no power. And if you're saying, well, he can play third, well, if Parker Meadows is back in center, I think Javi's going to end up playing some more third to keep his bat in the lineup.
Javi, McKinstry, you have options at third.
Yes. So I don't know why Andy's here if he can't hit lefties. Jahen's hitting lefties a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're making the call for hey, that tool in the toolbox for A.J. Hinch, but I think because of roster management, it's more likely to be Jahen.
Yeah, and in the last month, he's had a couple of big hits. Opportunistic, he's not lighting the world on fire, not ripping the cover off the ball, but he has been very opportunistic and had some hits at the right times.
And they may say with Parker in center, it's one more outfielder. Jahen's only playing DH in outfield, and DH is crowded right now, so we don't have a spot for you. But it'll be one of those 2 guys.
Yeah.
Ticket text on this Skubal stuff. We brought it up. People aren't happy that we brought this up. It's just an observation. The one game they lost over the weekend, Skubal only threw 90 pitches. Could he have worked another inning? You would think so. Would it have mattered? I don't know. They didn't score any runs.
Right.
But it's one of those things we circle and go, Skubal didn't throw 100 pitches again. And he never really throws 100 pitches. 4 times since the start of last year. He's won a Cy Young. He's the best pitcher in baseball. But the org cuts him off right around 95, 96 pitches. Does that at all give you pause when it comes to handing him a 10-year, $400 million contract if you're only going to have him throw so deep into games? You're going to limit his contributions to your ball club through your decisions. Should you really be forking over that kind of money? It made me pause when I went and compared him to everybody else. And it's like, Skeens has thrown 17 games of over 100 pitches in the same time. It's like, if we're going to limit our guy's greatness, should we be paying him?
Right. And so the argument is, okay, if you're the best pitcher in baseball, yes, you should get paid. But is he going to be the highest paid pitcher in baseball over the next decade? But you aren't going to use him like some of these other guys who will be paid less will be used.
Let's get to Dave in Clinton Township. Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I was thinking Trey Sweeney might go down. He's a left-handed batter who's not hitting his weight, and the options for third are the same options for short. So I say send Trey down.
It's interesting, and I think that he would probably be the third option, a distant third option.
Because
I think you get more consistent play out of him at short, and that's a defensive move versus, and we know that they love the defensive moves.
they do. Yeah, he's got more.
He's got more upside defensively than I think Ibanez does at third.
So to your point about his production at the plate, I know he had a stretch in May. A stretch in May where Sweeney was swinging a good stick, but for the season, he's batting .225 with an OPS of .602, so there's no power. And he's actually, Baseball Reference, a minus WAR player. So he's not a guy that's locking down a position. I just don't think it's going to be him. I think Jahan makes more sense.
Yeah.
And Ibanez makes more sense.
I mean, I agree.
All right, we're going to talk Michigan State football at 7:35. And John, you've challenged MSU fans. We do want their participation in the show. We'd like them to be awake and participating today because you have a new athletic director. And with that, this is a critical hire. Critical time for their football program and their athletic department. We'll get to it at 7:35. Let's get one more phone call in. Will in Ann Arbor. Will, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I was listening to this conversation around Skubal's contract, and I was just thinking, like, the whole conversation saying, we're limiting his greatness by taking him out after the sixth when he's only thrown, 90 pitches or so. I just don't see this as a huge concern. Everyone does it in MLB. Who cares if he goes 6 or 7 against the Royals in a regular season game? Hinch is going to give him high leverage in the playoffs. I just don't really see how this factors into the conversation.
I don't believe he hit 100 pitches in the playoffs either. Now, that may have been his own performance, right? We gave up the Grand Slam in Game 5, but I don't think he's gone 100 in the playoffs either, Will.
But, I mean, was that like a matchup thing, or like, are we really preserving his arm?
You're not preserving his arm. It's the playoffs. He's your
but
best pitcher, right? I mean, he shouldn't come out of the game until he's struggled or hit exhaustion, right? It's the postseason.
I totally agree. I just don't remember that being a big concern in the playoffs. It seemed like Hinch wasn't taking him out prematurely.
So I got it in front of me right now, because you're right. I mean, I don't, off the top of my head, remember it being a storyline. He pitched 88 pitches against the Astros in a win over 6 innings. He threw 92 pitches in a 7-inning win in Cleveland, the Tom Milliken game.
Yeah.
And then his final playoff start, he threw 84 pitches, 6 innings. That's where he gave up the Grand Slam. At that point, I understood taking him out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I hear about the first 2 games?
What?
I heard a win.
They won, yes.
That tells me that Hinch was mixing and matching correctly, like the genius he is. And I'm not worried if he's taking the starter out. You know what I mean? Like, Skubal's great, but we got a great bullpen, too. You know what I mean?
Well, the question isn't, is he great?
Right.
We know he's great.
We all know he's great.
The question is, are you going to pay him $400 million over the next decade?
How dare we?
Just asking the question.
I know. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, hundreds of peonies were cut and destroyed over the weekend at a popular U of M garden. Sad news, right? According to the staff at the Nicholas Arboretum Peony Garden, the destruction occurred early Sunday morning. There was about 250 peonies that on the north side of the garden that were just completely cut off. Yeah. In addition to the flowers, there were about 100 paper signs as well that were left throughout the area. However, no group or organization or anyone has taken credit for the incident. The director of the garden said what happened here was an act of disregard, not just for the garden, but for the community that cherishes it, even for life itself.
It's a real disappointment, too, because those were summer peonies.
Yeah, they were expected to bloom next weekend or this weekend. Yeah. Yes.
I get it now.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that the
I got
plural?
it, Greg. I got it right away. Bobcat Bonnie's in Ferndale.
I would
Abruptly
also
closed.
insert, this is why you have corrupted me.
Oh, okay.
I did not make that connection.
Heather's the one giggling about Chris Bubich to start the show today.
I wasn't giggling. I was like, that's his name? Bubich?
That's a family name. It's a proud family, the Bubiches.
Which is fine. I'd never heard the name before. And it was just divided so perfectly into 2 words. And I thought, well, that's an interesting name.
It is summer.
Yes, it is.
Plenty of Bubich.
Anyway, Bobcat Bodies made the announcement on social media that today, Monday, June 2nd, would be the restaurant's last day in business. They'll open at 11. They're going to stay open till 10 p.m. or until they run out of food.
Okay.
So if they run out of food right away, that's when they're done. The closure comes after a string of closures for the restaurant. The Corktown location closed in March. Then there was one in Wyandotte, Ypsilanti, Clinton Township, Grand Rapids, all closed. There's only one remaining location. That's in Lansing. If you want tables, chairs, glassware, that goes on sale tomorrow. Okay. I mean, they're closing up and it's gone. Yeah, the 2025 Grand Prix was a huge success, and it will be back in Detroit for years to come. This is great. The Grand Prix has signed a 3-year contract with the Detroit City Council with an option for a 4th year. John, I don't know whose option that is. The Detroit City Council's or the Detroit Grand Prix, but that is on the table. It's there. So they'll be for sure on the streets of downtown Detroit through 2028, possibly 2029, depending on if that agreement is
You think
reached.
I'd ask you a question that you didn't have an answer to? Come on.
Not you, never.
No.
So anyway, that's pretty cool, though.
It
And
is.
it sounds like there were a lot of people. It says the Grand Prix outsold its total 2024 ticket volume by Friday.
It seems like the move downtown has been a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been great. And I think as more people put it on their calendar as something that they want to continue to go to, it's only going to continue to grow.
Yeah, you might want to put this on your calendar to continue to go to because this is pretty cool. Ford Field welcomed a groundbreaking moment in Michigan high school sports Sunday as several teams competed for the state's first ever girls flag football championship.
And
how
who
about
was
that? St. Joseph, I believe, won. Edged out Brighton 21-20.
What are the Brighton, what's the mascot?
The Bulldogs.
The Brighton Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Greg's alma mater.
I don't know, a pretty cool event without
Yeah.
a doubt. In 2023, the Girls High School Flag Football League started with just 4 teams, grew to 24 teams in 2024, then reached 41 participating schools this spring.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a lot more schools want to join as well. At least over 60 schools are interested in playing for 2026.
And John, the Lions have been really supportive of this stuff, right?
They have
yeah.
been. And the Lions, the NFL, Nike, they have made it as easy as possible and as cost effective as possible because they've donated through the 3 different organizations, obviously money for the officials, money for and equipment, uniforms. This is something that Ruby and Ellie have both
Very cool.
been in for the last couple of years. So it is, I could not be more excited about something like this because, one, it directly affects my kids, but to see more girls get excited about playing the game of football, it's a lot of fun.
Very cool.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up at 8 o'clock, Dan Campbell is hyping up one Lion for the upcoming season. Coming up next, we're talking about Michigan State football. Critical hire, the new AD. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's me. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus tax and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Michigan State set to hire their next athletic director, Jay Bratt, from Georgia Tech. And John, everything I've read about this guy seems like a great hire.
Yeah, it really does. And you look at his previous stops and you think, okay, well, he's done good for those athletic departments. And I think the key part for him, the most important part of any athletic director hire at this point is fundraising.
Yep.
And whether it is fundraising for facilities that continually need to be upgraded, updated, it's an arms race when you're recruiting. And it's not just, we always talk about football, and we'll get there in a moment. But it is, whether it's your basketball facilities, it's your baseball, your softball facilities. It's everything that is in and around college athletics all boils down to how much money do you have to spend? How big is your athletic department? Can you continue to keep the staff? Can you continue to compete in all these different sports? Because the Big Ten has more sports, more varsity sports than any other conference.
It's a huge critical hire for Michigan State. Like, this is a critical time for the athletic department. Their football program has had a losing record for the last 5 seasons. As an athletic department, they've lost money 4 of the last 5 years. Tom Izzo is near the end of his tenure at Michigan State, and you'll need to make a big-time basketball hire in the near future. Hell, they may be making a big football hire at the end of this upcoming season. And if that sounds crazy, think about it. He didn't hire this football coach, and they were underwhelming at the end of last season. And if they roll out, what was the preseason win total? Another 5 wins? Yeah, if they're on the under, did Jonathan Smith bring over his own guys? Yes. Did it look very good last fall? No. If it doesn't look good again this fall, these are big, high-level decisions. I think your job as an AD is, 1, fundraising, and he's a fundraising dynamo, but 2, it's hiring and firing football and basketball coaches, and they may have to do that in the next 2 years here.
Well, what do you need to do if you're going to fire a coach and hire a coach?
Buyouts and pay. Yes. You need money.
So again, you're going to need money. You're going to need to identify big-time donors, convince them to give you big-time money, and it could be multiple times over a decade. It could be multiple times, over 5 years, and in different forms, because you have a need as an athletic department to pay your staff, to pay your coaches, and to upgrade facilities. You also have to have the ability, even if rev share is coming, and it's been a long, drawn out process. Mm-hmm. You're still going to have NIL dollars as a part of it. And the head of your organization is your athletic director. That is, you could talk about collectives, and they're the ones that are, yes, they're raising money, but it all comes back to the leadership of the athletic department and your athletic director.
He generated and helped generate nearly $300 million since 2022 at Georgia Tech, and that was towards renovating their football stadium, as well as improvements to the basketball center, the gymnasium, all this stuff. That's a big number, $300 million that you're spearheading at a program, Georgia Tech, that does not have the cachet of Michigan State. State's giving him a pretty big raise from what they were paying Alan Howard. There's a commitment to paying money to make money, to be one of the big boys. And I think this is a critical juncture for their athletic department, because in the Big Ten football-wise, which is what drives the bus on all of this, there is a danger in being left behind, right? In this haves and have-nots, MSU has said, hey, we'll throw money at Mel Tucker. Didn't work out. We're going to throw money at Bratt here. We're going to invest money, but they got to start getting it right consistently, because the Big Ten is bigger now. You have Michigan and Ohio State, but also Oregon, and Washington's been very good competing for a national title, and I don't think USC is going to be dormant forever out in Southern California. There is a real fight to even stay in the top half of the Big Ten if you're Michigan State, and that's why a hire like this is so important.
Well, it's so we have no idea how long Coach Izzo's going to coach.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine if this is, in 5 years, within 5 years, are they going to be hiring a new basketball coach? Within, within a year, 2 years, whatever, a new football coach.
Could be.
What you're going to have to do to sell the next coach.
I have resources available.
Yes, I have resources. And, Dusty May, when he was looking at, or I don't know if he was ever looking at it, but when it came up about the whole Indiana job and he got the contract extension, what was it? It was more money for him, more money for his assistant coaches, but also more money committed in NIL to attract basketball players. If you're taking a job in this day and age as a head coach, you want to know that there's buy-in financially, that you're going to have the resources to be able to go out there and pay players. That's part of the business of college sports.
And let's say it doesn't work for Jonathan Smith. I don't know. Jury's out. It was not a great first year. If year 2 is not very good, these are real conversations. A coach is going to want to bring his own guys, and to bring his own guys, he's going to need to pay them. I really think the way you have to build now, unless you're a Georgia or a blue blood, you're going to have to win the portal game, right? Like for a school like Michigan State, I don't know that they're going to go out and get blue chip classes stacked year after year after year. They're going to have to win in the portal. And to do that, they're going to have to bring bags of cash along with them each and every offseason. So it's a fundraiser.
Yep.
Yes, that's the number one thing that they should have hired. And they did hire that. You mentioned basketball coach, by the way. I wanted to connect a dot. If Izzo does walk away in the next year, 2, 3, 4, you said even 5. I think he'll be gone by 5. Do you know who crossed paths with Brat in his previous stops?
No.
He was at Georgia Tech, but before that, he was at Alabama. Alabama's head basketball coach, Nate Oates, has some ties, coached high school in Romulus. Does that make that more realistic that you get Nate Oates when Izzo's done? Like that's a thing that I had circled in his resume that may come up down the line here.
It's about connections,
Yep.
Familiarity, but it really is going to come down to money.
Yep.
And there are blue chip programs in football, in basketball, in any sport that they are going to be looking for that, the highest rated recruiting class coming in. But those are fewer and fewer. We had this while the tournament was going on. The leading scorers, the rosters of the teams that were competing for national championships, those that were competing in the Final Four had all spent money in the transfer portal.
You can loathe it, but it's what sports have come down to at the collegiate level. It's, do you have the money?
You can loathe it all you want, but you have to identify and you have to at least come to the realization that this is the business of college sports for the foreseeable future, and it's only those numbers are only going to continue to go up. So if you don't have the financial backing to be able to pay players in the transfer portal, to attract them, you're not going to be able to in turn attract coaches that are going to be able to put together a program that is going to be a winning program. And if you start falling behind, and it's okay, 1 year as a new coach, that's, you get a mulligan. But you can't start falling behind when there are 18 teams in your conference, and you have teams like Oregon, you have teams like Ohio State, Penn State, other programs that are spending money, not just in football, but in basketball and in other sports.
So what we want from Spartan fans is your thoughts on the hire. Jay Batt is the new athletic director at Michigan State. I think this is a critical time for the school, for the athletic department. You may be hiring basketball and football coaches again in the next couple seasons. We want to know from you whether you like the hire, fundraising background sure checks the box, but also his biggest challenge, his biggest focus, and John's thought there about falling behind in the Big Ten and being left behind. What are the keys for Michigan State moving forward? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes that got you jammed up, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, someone that you can actually see and talk to, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Spending a little time on Michigan State. We want to hear from you guys, Spartan fans out there. You got a new athletic director, and this is a critical hire for the program. We are going to talk Lions. We have some audio from Dan Campbell hyping up one Lion for a big season. With Michigan State, they hired Jay Batt. He comes from Georgia Tech. Fundraising dynamo in an era where money is everything in college athletics. Raised over $300 million to upgrade facilities at Georgia Tech. Not Georgia, Georgia Tech. So this is critical for MSU. You don't want to get left behind in a bigger Big Ten. Your football program has had a losing record for the last 5 years. Your athletic department has run a deficit 4 of the last 5 years. You could be hiring new basketball and football coaches in the next 2 years. This hire is beyond critical for Michigan State. If this guy is the guy, you're going to pivot from Izzo, maybe to Nate Oates, or somebody else. You're going to have, hopefully, a football program on the rise. If it's not Jonathan Smith, you pull the plug, you get somebody else in, and you give them money to recruit, because you're not getting blue chip classes out of high school. You're going to need to win the portal, and to win the portal, you need sacks of cash. So Jay Batt, I like the hire on paper, but it is so important that they get this right.
And I mean, it is always about money. And this on the heels where maybe there's not a lot of immediate concerns in upgrades of facilities, because I mean,
they've done some work.
2 years ago, we heard about them unveiling the new locker room for the football team and some of the upgrades that they made there. It's not that you ever stand pat. You always are upgrading things, and maybe it's the weight room. Maybe and I'm just throwing things out. I have no idea about
the facilities recently.
No. But there's, every year or every couple of years, there's going to be upgrades. There's going to be updates. There's going to be things that you have to continually do to make sure that you are amongst the best in terms of facilities. But if some of those are already there, now it shifts to, what are we paying our coaches? If we have to make a change, can we afford a buyout? Can we afford a new coach?
Yep.
All of these different things, along with revenue share, which is going to be a huge part of every athletic department moving forward, an increase or at least a redistribution of $20 to $22 million, it sounds like in year one, that's going to all athletes and not going to facility maintenance, facility upkeep,
right,
staff. And so yes, it to me, the biggest challenge for any athletic director, but especially one that is going to be new to a school, is going to be fundraising.
Some ticket texts. As a Spartan fan, I don't care what happens with our football program anymore. They'll never be good. Put them in the MAC at this point. Put all our resources into basketball and hockey.
I mean, I think football is always going to be a part of the conversation. I understand their frustration.
I do too.
But I mean, the crown jewel has and will continue to be their basketball program.
And hockey's on the rise.
Sure. Yeah,
but it's football and basketball drive the bus is the point.
That's the challenge of being an athletic director at a Big Ten school. You're looking at 26, 27, 28 varsity sports that no one wants to cut.
Right.
But you've got to pay those coaches. You're going to have revenue share paying some of those athletes. Scholarship numbers are going up. You can have up to 105 if the whole, House versus NCAA all ends up going through. The roster limit of 105, but there's no minimum of scholarships. It's not 8 or maximum. It's not 85 anymore. You can give all of those. It's increased scholarships in baseball, softball, hockey, basketball, men's and women's.
Longtime MSU football season ticket holder here who let his tickets go for the upcoming season. The sport changed, and it's not in our favor. I like the kids sticking around for 4 years. We had an identity. We can't thrive in this new environment. I don't blame the kids. I don't have to like it either. Right, but if you're going to compete in this area, you need to hire someone like Jay Batt.
Yeah.
You need to hire someone who's going to win the fundraising battle, because that's how you win the on-court, on-field, on-ice battle, all of it. As a Spartan, I'd personally fold the program. Yeah, not a great response today, John.
Ouch.
Maybe he'd be willing to cheat. It definitely turned around Michigan's program, and they never got in trouble for it. It's clear cheaters are winners. This is really our batch of ticket texts on this. All right.
Not a positive bunch.
No. I like the hire.
On
paper, you like the hire.
I do too. And I think it's a great move for Michigan State athletics. And it's going to be, outside of the fundraising, it's going to be what are they doing with Jonathan Smith?
Yeah.
And what are they going to do with the eventual replacement of Tom Izzo?
What did you make of my thought that, like, Jonathan Smith's coaching for his job this season? This AD did not hire him. They had a losing record last year. If they have back-to-back losing records and none of these Oregon State guys are any good, what program are you building? You're not winning in the recruiting battles. You don't have transfer portal guys that you brought over that are having success. I mean, how much did we hear about Jack Velling, Aiden Childs? I mean, go up and down the list. I don't feel like they got what they were sold, which was a turnkey transfer portal crop that could get them more competitive.
Well, it does come down to leadership. And what does that relationship between Bat and Jonathan Smith look like? And how does he provide leadership to Jonathan Smith? Does he feel like, as he gets to know Jonathan Smith, like there is something I can really work with here,
right,
and I could give him the guidance, I could give him the leadership, the mentorship. He's a good coach. Here are the resources that he needs, and if he's given those resources moving forward, can we? It's always cheaper to produce and develop the coaches that you have than it is to make a change.
But you also have to have the boldness and the vision to know I got to pull the plug if it's not working, which will be...
That's part of the equation.
And I think the Izzo thing is murkier because, I mean, he runs that program, and you could argue he runs the university's athletic departments. He's going to call his own shots when he leaves. Is he going to want to pick his replacement? And if you're an athletic director, how much of that is, no, that's my job. We're going to move forward with the guy I want to hire, not the guy you want to hire.
Again, it's about the relationship that he builds with Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
And I got to believe part of that interview process is, as they're looking, like, what is his interaction with Coach Izzo?
Right.
Because he is Coach Izzo, whether it's him as a coach or him as a retired coach, will still have major influence on the basketball program and the athletic department.
Michigan State in the news, new athletic director, critical hire. Okay, we said we'd talk about the Lions. Dan Campbell audio. He spoke on Friday, and he hit on a couple things and some vets that are unhappy with their contracts, but he also singled out someone who he could not stop praising. We'll get to that next, 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Detroit Grand Prix had over 200 passes. That's the second most ever since the event has been in the city, including Belle Isle. The course viewed as one of, if not the toughest on the circuit, given all the bumps. How did winner Kyle Kirkwood handle them? The Tigers secured a 1-0 win over the Royals to take the series. Cater Montero threw 4 2/3 innings of scoreless ball while surrendering 7 hits. The bullpen was able to close it out lights out. Variety just 2 hits over the last 4+ innings. Scotty Scheffler took home the Memorial Tournament crown yesterday with a 10-under score. He was 4 strokes better than Ben Griffin, who placed second. It's his 3rd win of the season, marking 3 in the last 4 tournaments he's played in. Georgia Tech AD Jay Batts reportedly is finalizing a deal with Michigan State to become their next boss, and former ESPN Sports Science host John Brinkus has passed away at the age of 53. His family announced the news on X yesterday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, John, we've heard the buzz for the upcoming Lions season.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it has centered around Jameson Williams. John Morton, the new OC, earlier this offseason.
Breakout year.
And go, well, what do you mean breakout year? He had 1,000 yards last season. What more is there? And they're very confident there's more to unlock with JMO, to the point where Dan Campbell joined in on the chorus of praise. Huge season, sky's the limit, going to be big for us. John, again, what does that look like? Define a huge season, and what does he need to do to justify a long-term extension here in Detroit?
So some of these comments I think are interesting as we have this conversation. They're having that conversation as well. Pick up the 5th year. Okay, fine. Yeah, we got control of him for the next 2 years. He's only entering his 4th. And in a world where we are talking about Ragnau, Anzalone, Hutchinson, all of these guys that are up for contract extensions, we've touched on many times J-Mo's contract. Is he going to be here long term? What does breakout mean? When John Morton said that, we thought that. Now all of a sudden, Dan Campbell saying sky is the limit. He's right where we want him to be. He's going to be huge for this offense.
It's felt like he's the odd man out when it comes to guys that you're going to keep versus not going to keep. But if he puts together the season they keep talking about, does that change the equation? They're
putting it out there, and some of the pressure is some of this is to put pressure on J-Mo. These are the expectations. I'm sure they've had these conversations with him. They had it in exit meetings. This is what we expect in the offseason. This is what we expect going into next year. Now they're publicly putting those expectations on him as well. If he lives up to those, first of all, what does that mean? But if he lives up to it, where he is a dynamic receiver, a guy that you feel like you can't live without, then there's a world where they do extend him and they keep him along with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Cap's going to continue to go up. There's going to be opportunity for that to happen. Now, it will limit other things that they can do, but if he doesn't live up to and doesn't have the quote-unquote breakout year, it's not better than he had last year by a large margin. That's what breakout means. If he doesn't reach that limit in the sky that Dan Campbell has set,
then it's easier to part ways.
Publicly, yeah.
Yeah. So what is this year? Is it 1,500 yards? He has to be better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. He has to catch double-digit touchdowns. He has to lap Laporta to the point where Laporta's expendable. Like, what does it look like where he has the year they're talking about and says, I'm here long-term?
It's really hard to put those numbers on what that means because we really have no idea because there are so many weapons in this offense. There's only one football. And I asked you this at the break as we were preparing for this segment. Is this the most complete skill position roster in the NFL?
Yeah, we were trying to come up with names on the fly, and I said, yeah, I think it is. Unless I'm missing somebody.
You could make an argument somewhat for Philly.
Philly with Brown, Smith, Barkley.
Yeah. But
they don't have two backs. They don't have a tight end as good as Laporta.
Right. So if you've got Gibbs, who's going to get a lot of touches, and I expect to get more touches, not just handoff, but also some trick plays and in the air. David Montgomery, Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and then throw in some of the other receivers in terms of Tim Patrick. We know he's going to get some touches. Isaac Tisla, who was Brad Holmes' favorite receiver in this draft, he'll get some touches. I look at it and go, how much more opportunity will J-Mo have?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's almost like they're setting him up to not get extended by putting the bar so high that he can't possibly, with all the other weapons in this offense, he can't possibly have the season that he needs to justify a long-term extension. So they're kind of saying, hey, we believe in you publicly. We're going to give you all the opportunity, knowing there's no way this guy's doing 1,500 yards in an offense with two real backs. Amon-Ra St. Brown is a number one, and a Laporta guy who, by the way, I think could regain some of his rookie season form now that he's healthy. The answer is he's not going to earn a long-term extension. Is that the takeaway from this?
That's what it feels like. It feels like if he doesn't have that breakout season, if he is not he's not in the stratosphere, whatever that is for sky is the limit, then it's an easier letdown to trade him, to not extend him, to let him walk, because how many other offenses have two dynamic receivers? And
the Bengals just did it.
Yeah, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins.
But to what point now are they running into?
Right. Yeah,
they can't pay their edge rushers. Or they don't want to.
So that's, I think, the question that is going to be had is he going to be worth what they would eventually have to pay him, or if setting this bar high and if he gets there, now you find a way for great players.
So let's play a scenario out. I think he would need to have more than 1,500 yards. Maybe St. Brown gets hurt for a couple games and it opens up the window. Maybe J-Mo has a couple big playoff games, right? That tends to hold a little more weight. What if he has a 200-yard playoff game to beat the Eagles? He has an end-around touchdown and he catches 2 balls of over 40 yards for scores. Are those the things where you go, shoot, we can't lose this guy. Sorry, Sam Laporta's not getting an extension. Brian Branch is not getting an extension. Are those conversations at that point?
Yeah, well, you look at the schedule, and you're going to be on the road playing some big-time teams, matching up offense versus offense. And I know there's going to be a lot of attention paid to defense and the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson and trying to corral those quarterbacks. But if you're able to win shootouts because you have Jameson Williams, who opens up, who blows the top off of a defense, and then you're still getting the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Gibbs and Montgomery and Laporta and all these other guys. But if you come out of those with wins, and it is in large part because you have the ability to just blow the top off of a defense or stretch a defense sideline to sideline because you've got the speed of Jahmyr Gibbs as well as reverses and trick plays to J-Mo, that's where you start looking at it going, okay, well, we can't lose him.
248-539-9797. What does J-Mo need to do to justify an extension? You hear Dan Campbell say the sky is the limit and they expect a huge season from him. What does that look like, and what does it need to be for him to be part of this beyond this year and the 5th year? 248-539-9797. The other thing you kind of alluded to, John, is the moving pieces, the puzzle pieces, the salary cap. Frank Ragnau is reportedly unhappy with his deal. Alex Anzalone, not practicing, unhappy with his deal. How big a deal is that?
It's not a big deal right now.
Because it's June?
Well, because it's early June. It's guys that are under contract. It's guys that are consummate professionals. And if they miss OTAs, it might actually be an advantage for a guy like Frank Ragnau. It's not extra reps. But the disadvantage is he's not there next to Tate Ratledge. He's not there next to Christian Mahogany, making those calls, getting those reps, building that relationship that you got to have on that offensive line. But for him, it's not a big deal. He is tried and true.
Yeah, but it's a big deal if it lingers. It's a big deal if because they're both underpaid,
yes.
Right? Specifically, Alex Anzalone is significantly underpaid, making $6 million this season. He could justifiably argue for twice that salary,
right?
And he's not practicing right now. It would stand to reason he would sit out the ramp up to the season, waiting for a contract extension. Now, Frank's situation's different. He's still top 5 in his position in terms of salary. He's got 2 years left on his deal. Like, Frank, we'll talk to you in a year. I mean, guys don't get signed 2 years early unless they're on a rookie deal.
But part of his may not be more money. It might just be more guarantee.
Okay.
It's not guaranteed this year. It's not guaranteed next year. So you can add a year. And so he's got 3 years, or you can even add 2 years. So he's got 4 years, but you give him some more guaranteed money.
It doesn't. Years.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a huge jump in pay because he's already accounting for a big chunk of, or at least for the center position, a chunk of the salary cap. This year, the cap hits $14 million. Next year, it's in essence $16 million.
Yeah.
So if you jump those numbers up a couple of $1 million, but it is guaranteed money. I think that's really where Frank's issue is. For Alex Anzalone, last year of his contract and grossly underpaid. So it's more money. For Frank, it may just simply be, hey, I want a couple more guarantees. I'm putting my body on the line. I played with a torn pec. I've been playing with this foot injury that even though I've been productive, I've been one of the best centers, it's extremely painful. I don't know how much longer I can do this, so I do want some guarantees in my contract if I'm going to keep putting my body through this.
I want to tiptoe around Mission Impossible style so I don't trip off the SMARM alarm. This is why windows exist. Despite what Brad Holmes has publicly stated, this is why windows exist, because you have your current draft crop that you have to extend, and now you have veterans who have performed, delivered, and are leaders who don't like leaving money on the table. This is why there are windows. This whole group can't stay together forever, and tough decisions are coming. and they're going to get forced into tough decisions by veteran players who will say, I won't practice. We're chasing a Super Bowl. Are you really going to have me not out there?
And this is where if we talk about the culture that the organization has right now, the culture that is in the locker room. What type of a culture hit would it be if after this season, and they say, hey, Frank, you know what, we'll give you a little more guarantee this year, but we're going to have to make this decision next offseason. And then they move on from a player like Frank Ragnau. What does that do to the culture of the locker room?
Or your green dot linebacker on defense. I know Jack Campbell's waiting in the wings, but you have both right now, and you'd only have one after this season.
You can't keep everybody.
I know, that's the point.
But it's not windows, though, if you're good.
No, it's a window with this group. It's a window with this group.
The Chiefs, yeah, I know. Well,
and the next group is unknown. The next group's unknown. You can't tell me they already have the next group. We don't know that.
But the Chiefs did.
Okay, so we have Patrick Mahomes.
They traded Tyreek Hill.
Yes.
Okay? Kelsey's a dinosaur now.
Yes.
And they're still winning and getting to Super Bowls. The Eagles, they retooled. Look how much different their team is. I mean, if you want to go back to the full Super Bowl.
Right.
I mean, but even the one that made it 2 years ago.
But what
you got to be
done?
good at your job.
Yes.
You got to pick which ones to sign and which not. And Anzalone, I'm sorry. Guess what? You were the best of the first initial guys brought in here to change the culture. You came right from New Orleans with Campbell. You improved your play. I called him just a whatever linebacker a couple of years ago. He has played well here, and I'll give him credit for that. But you got to say bye to some guys. It's a position that you say bye to. You don't pay that position. You already paid Barnes. You're going to have to pay Campbell. You drafted the guy to Campbell.
Yeah.
You got Rodrigo, who still has shown signs of being able to play this game.
Yep.
So, sorry. If you want to threaten to hold out, I'll call your bluff. You're not Chris Jones, and you're not going to have that impact. This is where it gets ugly.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because right now it's no big deal. If it lingers into August, then it starts to get ugly. 248-539-9797. We have Campbell Audio talking about those two guys, by the way. We'll mix that in, plus what he said about J-Mo. Your ticket, text, and phone calls, it's 97.1.
Hey, summer's almost here, and if you look at the weather app, it looks like summer will officially be here tomorrow. Things are going to heat up. Don't wait. If you need work on the AC unit, give Mastercraft Heating a call. Right now, whatever you need, call them. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They took care of my house. They continue to take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service as long as you call before noon. Want more information? You can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Dan Campbell talking about Jameson Williams. Sky's the limit, huge season. We said, well, what does that look like? And could he earn a long-term extension? What would it take? Texter says the first thing he has to do, play the entire season. Text says he needs to have at least one breakout play of 30-plus yards per game, plus 3 to 4 catches a game. His big playability is his game, Travis and Warren.
And that might be what it is. I had somebody text me that it's not about the total number of yards or catches or even touchdowns.
Moments.
The number of explosive plays.
Regarding JMO, I don't think the Lions are going to pay him what he's looking for unless he becomes a leader both on and off the field. The team culture is grit, high character, and built around player leaders who reflect the mindset and actions of the coaching staff. As long as he acts like an individual off the field, the less likely he is to get the big contract. He'll be the whipped cream and the cherry, but not the ice cream and the chocolate sauce, building an elite franchise.
Chocolate sauce.
I like a Sunday analogy. It says, we're too hard on JMO. It's rare to have a receiver that can do everything that he does and isn't a diva. He looks like he wants to have fun out there. If we send him to another team, he'll go crazy and we'll regret it. You can't keep everybody, guys.
Well, but here's the thing is if you send him to another team, he'll most likely be their number one receiver.
Yeah.
He's not the number one target right now.
He'd have to become the number one here to really enter the conversation about a long-term deal. I knew JMO wasn't Lions material from the moment he was suspended for gambling. In my opinion, good riddance. We don't need the distraction. Look, I'm going to enjoy having him on our football team for at least the upcoming season. I like having him on this football team.
I like him on the team as well. And there are certain positions, wide receiver being one of them, where you are willing to put up with some more quote-unquote diva actions where, you get to the sidelines and you flip the ball into an opponent's face, and it requires a 15-yard
When I love that
penalty.
Randall L was getting on him, like that they're coaching him, that they're trying to get the most out of him. And look, I could see a world where he does have a career year, but I don't know if he's going to justify an extension. I think the writing's kind of on the wall here. I mean, we're already dealing with, well, Frank wants more money, and Anzalone wants more money, and Hutch needs an extension, and Branch will be eligible next year for an extension, and it's going to happen very quickly that you're going to run out of money.
Yes, but here's what I like is there's time. It doesn't have to be done now. You're not going to give him a contract extension before this season begins. You can have this conversation next offseason as to whether or not you need to trade him to get something, compensation for him, or pay him.
I said we had Dan Campbell audio talking about Alex Anzalone and Frank Ragnau, both, quote, unhappy with their contracts. This was Campbell. Couple texts on these guys. Both will be there when it's mandatory. Texter says Alex Anzalone has to realize this is his last year here. Barnes got paid. Campbell will be paid in 26. This is it for Anzalone. And a texter says, putting your wallet before the team is not what this culture is about. Anyone holding out, I would trade ASAP.
No. Hard no. It's okay to have these conversations. It's okay to go to your boss and say, I think I'm worth more than you're paying me right now.
I think
it happens and it happens. Here's the thing that gives you hope is whether it's Dan Campbell, really, it's more Dan Campbell. The open conversations of having those, honest conversations of having those, that's all you want as a player, is just have an honest conversation with me. Marty Schottenheimer was great at having those honest conversations. Whether you liked it or not, you knew exactly where he stands. And I guarantee you, every single player, whether it's one of the 53 that's back from last year, it's somebody who is 95 on the roster right now, they know exactly where they stand with Dan Campbell. And that is of great value.
All right, guys, 8:50, end of the hour. We're going to get into Tarik Skubal. He threw 90 pitches and was pulled on Saturday. People got thoughts on that. We'll get to it. John, you asked me how my weekend was. Tale of two restaurants. We'll get to that at 8:35. First, Heather with the news.
So a luxury hotel is coming to Michigan Central Station. So the top 5 floors of the historic train station will soon be home to Nomad Hotel. It's described as Hilton's first luxury lifestyle hotel in the U.S. It'll include almost 180 hotel rooms with 30 suites. It says guests can expect luxury wellness facilities and additional amenities. Obviously, more to come in the future. It's expected to open in 2027.
Cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, what's so cool is to think just, I don't know, not long ago, this place was left
Empty,
in
a
shambles.
ghost town,
Yes,
yeah.
and now it is turning into this beautiful, thriving location. So it's very exciting to see. To honor the memory of Hannah St. Juliana and the other victims of the Oxford High School shooting, Hannah's Garden officially opened to the public on Sunday. So hundreds of people gathered for the official ribbon cutting ceremony, where obviously members of the community remembered the 4 victims. But the garden includes a water feature. There's lots of the color purple. That was Hannah's favorite color. Elements that represent her Japanese heritage. And then, of course, there's things within the garden that represent each of the victims. It says there's blueberry bushes for Tate Myre, butterfly figurines for Madison Baldwin, and bushes that feed pollinators for Justin Schilling. So
Cool.
yeah, very,
It's a
very,
nice
very
touch.
nice, without a doubt. On Friday, a man wielding a knife barricaded himself inside of a gas station in Allen Park. Witnesses say this man allegedly entered the gas station holding a knife while running from either the police or from somebody. He did allow employees and any customers within the store to get out. He wasn't trying to hold anyone hostage, but he did barricade himself in there for quite a long time, initiated this standoff. Officials from Allen Park, Lincoln Park, Southgate, and Michigan State Police arrived at the scene to start negotiating with this man. A SWAT team was finally eventually able to get this man out successfully after a 5-hour standoff. 2 Michigan men are going to prison after selling drugs that killed at least 7 people in 2023. 42-year-old James Smith of Kalamazoo received a 20-year prison sentence, and 27-year-old Patrick Martin, also from Kalamazoo, was sentenced to 4 years. Authorities say these men thought they were selling cocaine, but it was really a substance that contained fentanyl. And investigators were able to trace the substance back to these guys, and now they're going to be spending a long time behind bars. You may remember last week we talked about that body that was pulled from the Clinton River.
Yeah.
Well, it has been identified as a 59-year-old East Point man. His body was discovered like amongst the debris under the Gratiot Avenue Bridge last Thursday. Medical examiners say that the cause of this man's death was drowning, and nothing suspicious was found during the investigation.
That's too bad.
Yeah, very sad. Congratulations is in order to Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen. They tied the knot over the weekend.
Good for them.
The pictures look beautiful. It looked like a beautiful venue in California. Got married on Saturday. The two started dating in 2023, made the relationship, official to the public after about a year of speculation. And then they got engaged in November of 2024.
So the wedding was Bridezilla approved? The
From
photos
what
looked
I
good?
could see,
Okay.
I mean, how could it not be? I mean,
Asking, you're very
both-
particular.
They're both beautiful people. They've got money to spend on a beautiful venue. I mean, you couldn't see everything because it wasn't.
Hopefully he spent so much time
It looks
helping
beautiful.
plan the wedding that he will have been distracted this offseason.
Maybe
I
so.
think it works that way, but sure, we can hope.
Finally, if you're a fan of Stranger Things, you'll be happy to hear that season 5 will debut on Netflix November 26th. The season will be split into 3 volumes, with the second part launching at Christmas of 2025 and the finale launching on New Year's Eve. This is going to be the last season of the show.
So they're doing a split release,
Yes.
and they're going to be like on the holidays.
Yes.
I'm sure you love that. That's something to watch on the holidays.
Well,
then.
I've never watched an episode of Stranger Things.
I just mean more people
Me
trying to
I
take
know.
over your holidays,
so
Heather.
I was going to say, I couldn't care less that it's airing on Christmas, but yes, I don't like it.
Well, at least you'll be able to watch NFL football on Christmas.
I
and
know.
not have to worry about it.
Sweet.
It's Heather with the news. All right, we'll talk Tarik Skubal, 90 pitch He was pulled after 90 pitches on Saturday. People have thoughts on that, reactions to that. And the Tale of Two Restaurants. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Tarik Skubal doing what he does, cruising, shutting people down, had retired 7 straight batters before A.J. Hinch pulled him at 90 pitches in a tie game. Get to it at 8:50. People have thoughts on it. We did some research. I don't know how it impacts your view of an extension for Tarik Skubal. John, you asked how my weekend was.
Yeah.
Tale of two restaurants. Tale of two restaurants. I went to one restaurant that we loved, and I went to one that I'm convinced is going to be closed like any minute.
Uh-huh. Are you naming names?
I'm not going to name names. That's not fair to the restaurants. But Friday, Heather, we were talking
Yes.
off air. Hey, I was going to go out to dinner with Kelsey. You were going to go with Colin. And we both had noted we didn't have reservations.
Yeah. So where are we going to go? How are we going to get in?
How am I going to find a place? Well, it's probably a red flag if a place is just wide open on a Friday at 5:30. It's a little early.
It's a little early.
But wide open.
Yeah.
Was there a bar at this restaurant? Were there people having cocktails
There were maybe
or
one or
happy hour?
One or two tables. We went out to the patio, which was empty, and we were seated out there.
It was a decent day Friday
Yeah,
too. It got
sun's
a
out.
little maybe rainy or cooler later in the night.
But we sit down, we
Okay.
eat, and whatever. Afterwards, I said something to Kelsey. I go, that place isn't going to make it. And she goes, you're absolutely right. So then we started unpacking everything else. Pricey with small portions.
Oh, I'm out.
The combo is a tough pill to swallow. They brought out a happy hour menu. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, great. We're going to get some discounted cocktails. It was just a list of featured cocktails, not discounted at all. It was a $17 cocktail was the featured cocktail on the happy hour menu. I go, okay, this is not off to
Umbrella included?
Yeah, really. I go, okay. I got a steak. And, wasn't cooked right.
Okay, so
Wasn't cooked to order.
First off, you ordered a steak.
Yes.
What was the steak?
I get it medium.
I didn't ask the temperature.
No.
I said, what's the steak?
John, it wasn't a steak house. It was one steak, and it was over a bed of vegetables. It wouldn't have been your kind of steak.
Okay, was it a filet? Was it a ribeye?
They didn't even specify.
What? They always specify. Even the worst restaurants specify.
Yeah.
This
It
is-
It did not say sirloin.
Yeah,
it did
this
not
is
say
a
strip. Did not say
sirloin.
Just said
ribeye.
steak.
No.
Steak and veggies.
I'm not ordering a steak unless I know what it is, especially if I see the cost next to it.
Look, I didn't eat lunch that day. I slept for lunch. I was very hungry. So I didn't even send it back. I just said, fine, I'm going to eat the steak. I ordered it medium. It was definitely medium well. I did not want it to be medium well, but I ate it. The only good thing was the dessert, which I don't think is a good sign if your restaurant only does dessert well.
No, because it limits what you're going to go there for. You may go eat somewhere else and be like, yeah, let's go over to this place for dessert.
Yeah, I just call that place Dairy Queen.
Right, sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just felt like there's no way this place is going to make it. If on a Friday night,
Is it
you
brand
are
new?
wide open, relatively new, yeah.
Maybe people don't know a lot about it. Did you look at reviews? Does it have bad reviews online?
Didn't have bad reviews.
Did it have reviews?
I didn't look.
So
because that's a sign that
you
maybe
don't know if it had bad
I
reviews.
suppose
Yeah.
it could have had bad reviews. I looked up the menu. I didn't look at the Yelp or the Google.
So
reviews
how
on
did you
it.
make the reservation? Did you call them
No,
or
so-
did you use an app?
No, so it's funny. Tom actually witnesses post-show. I'm texting Kelsey. I go, what do you want to do? We need reservations. She goes, I booked him for this place.
Oh.
So no discussion. This is where we're going. Okay, I'll give it a shot. It's a new place. But I told you, I go, I don't know about this menu. I was talking to you, Tom, before I left. I go, I don't know about this menu.
because you're the guy who looks at the menu before
Ahead
you
of
go to
time,
a
of
restaurant, which
course.
I
Yes,
don't do.
Yes. And your wife said, this is where you're going to eat.
I didn't mind. I go, we'll give it a try. It's something new. It's something different.
Yeah, I think at this point we need to just let you determine where you guys go eat from now on.
I think so.
Based on,
Yeah.
why, yeah, like when you have questions about a menu beforehand,
Yeah.
that's an absolute no at that point. Like, did you say anything?
Ahead of time? No, because I figured I'd get the steak. I mean, there's always something
Yeah, but
you
you
can
don't
get
even
on
know what the
menu.
steak is, and it's on a bed of greens. It's the steak salad.
Yeah, that's just that's
But-
horrible.
yeah, so
The
first
moral
red
of the
flag.
story is lots of red flags.
Red flag. First red flag is it's a Friday night in the springtime / almost summer when people are getting out of their caves and enjoying a little sunlight, enjoying not having to wear their winter parka. And if it is a place on a Friday night, now was it off the beaten path or was
No,
it in a?
This is in a city
this
where
is city
there
living.
would be lots of foot traffic.
And you said
In
there
fact-
weren't
in fact,
people outside.
Restaurants,
It was chilly Friday night, though.
restaurants 1 or 2 doors
It was.
over could not get a reservation anytime between 5 and 9. So same area where other restaurants are packing them in on a Friday night, same weather, packing them in, can't get a reservation.
Yeah.
We picked the place you can get a reservation, red flag. You sit down, you're paying $17 for a cocktail, your portions are tiny, your steak's not cooked properly. Tick, 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 tick.
How was the
tick.
service?
Good.
Okay. Check one for
Did you
pros,
tip
I
well
guess.
on that steak that you got under or overcooked?
I tipped the normal amount, 20%. I didn't get anything extra.
So I think the first red flag is obviously, are there tables open at a I wouldn't say 5:30 is prime time. You're probably going there, and if you are able to get into a restaurant anytime between the hour of 4:30 to 5:30, it's either going to be a whole lot of blue hairs or it's people with kids, which I would think in knowing you, it's probably not the crowd that you want to associate with.
No.
Think about it.
Loud children screaming children at the restaurant. I can't control it, but preference would be probably not.
So for where I'm at in my life and the kids, obviously with Teddy and Lisa, there's a lot of times where we'll drop one off at a practice or a game or some type of school team event. And we will at that time be looking for a restaurant to go to. No foresight, no nothing. Just, hey, where can we get in? I actually texted you a couple of weeks ago. I said, hey, we're thinking about going to this place. You know, what are you thinking about it? Yeah. And you're like, oh, yeah, you know, it wasn't a ringing endorsement.
It was, it's fine.
Yeah, but it was,
I've been there in a little bit,
I haven't been there in a while. The red flag for me, when I go and I sit down, is, first of all, is there any wait or is there anybody in the restaurant? Mm-hmm. In this case, it was right around 5:30. There was almost no one there. And so the red flag goes off that, okay, this is not a place that people really want to go eat. Maybe it's a drink place. Maybe it's a dessert place. Maybe it's a bar that doesn't get rocking and rolling until 10 o'clock and the menu is bad. We sat down and like I said, there was no one there. The lady who sat us obviously gives us the menus. Mm-hmm. It was 20 minutes with no one there before anybody came to the table to say, would you like something other than water? And that to me was a red flag. We stayed because we were waiting for Elliot this time to be done with something and should have known right off the bat that, okay, this is not it. And finally somebody comes, Teddy is hangry. I'm even more hangry. It just was a bad experience. If no one comes to your table within the first 10 minutes, normally I'm let's get up and find somewhere else to go. Because that to me is a red flag. Like if you can't even provide good service,
what else?
You don't even get to the food.
Yep. Restaurant red flags, 248-539-9797. I said it was a tale of two restaurants. Place we went on Sunday for brunch. New place. It just opened up springtime. Phenomenal. Priced great. Big portions. Very happy with it.
So I have a big red flag. It's when there's open tables and there's people waiting.
Oh.
Because that tells me about how you manage a restaurant and you don't have the staff. People want this food. They're willing to wait for it when there's multiple open tables sitting there. Yeah. And you saw some of that during COVID, and I think there was a decent excuse for that just because of the landscape of the workplace at that time. But that means people don't want to work for you. Like if you have the business and you can't have the employees, then you're either managing it wrong or you're not taking care of them the way they should. Like I know of there's a restaurant downriver that's always, since I've known about it and moved down that way with Kelly, that is always vibrant, always has people waiting, and the employees all seem very happy. So they're taking care of their employees and they're managing it well.
Mm-hmm. Some early ticket text. Red flag is ordering a steak medium. Signed John.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
You order the steak how you want to eat it.
Not even knowing what that's the whether you
I
double checked
the menu.
I
just double checked the menu. It's a sirloin steak, John.
Okay.
It's a sirloin steak.
The fact that you didn't even know that.
Says who orders a steak medium? Costa's the worst. How are you guys ordering your steaks?
Rare.
Bleeding? You?
Thank you for answering so quickly, Heather.
I know what my husband would order.
Yes, rare.
Yes.
I don't want it mooing. I also don't want it burned to a crisp, charred, and dried. Medium's a nice compromise.
Mm-hmm. It's halfway to batter's glove.
But don't you know the restaurant trick? They always cook it one level up.
Well, it depends on the place. Like some places cheat it one way or another.
Because they want to be safe not to get the whole...
So when we went for our anniversary, we went to a place and I asked for a rare steak. And the guy actually said, I don't know if we can do rare. It might have to be medium rare. And I said, well, check with the kitchen because if it doesn't come rare, I will send it back.
Really?
And he came back and he said, you assured me, yes, it will be rare. And when it came out, it was perfect.
That was a rookie mistake. A new place and ordering it what you wanted it as instead of going...
So I should have ordered it what?
Medium rare.
Medium rare. And that way, if it comes a little bit too red, you could say, hey, could you throw this back on the grill for a half a second?
Rookie.
Yeah.
Rookie for assuming they'd cook
Yeah,
the steak the
didn't
way you
even know-
ordered it.
Didn't know what the steak was.
How am
Still
I
ordered
taking
it.
more arrows than the restaurant? How did that?
Things usually happen like that around here. Don't you realize that? by now?
Anyway,
Rookie.
I would like your restaurant red flags, not Jim Costa red flags. We'll get to Tarik Skubal next, 97.1.
Hey, the NBA playoffs are still rocking and rolling. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's getting hot. Once the game starts, that's when things can really get interesting. You can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. And if you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late to get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. And make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll get to the Tarik Skubal question. 90 pitches pulled in a tie game where he was cruising. Does it impact the way you view an extension? Want to get phone calls and ticket texts on restaurant red flags. I went to a place on Friday night, and I thought, they're not going to make it. Got there on a Friday night. They had a bunch of tables, red flag in an area where you need a reservation. That's kind of the public telling you, we're not beating down the door to get a seat at this place. Then we sit down. It's happy hour, right? Because it's still within that window, 5:30. And I'm thinking, well, happy hour at most places, you get half off apps and drinks. Their happy hour drink menu was 25% off wine, a $17 cocktail, and a $10 mocktail. That's happy hour. Red flag.
Mm-hmm.
You order your food. John, it was a sirloin steak, but it's not cooked the way you want, and it's not portioned well for the price. I mean, they have a $24 burger on the menu. So if I'm getting small portions, premium prices, nobody's breaking down the door to get in this place, I don't know that you're going to last. Restaurant red flags, 248-539-9797. And the ultimate red flag, we were hungry when we left the restaurant. You go out to dinner on a Friday night, you should not be hungry when you're leaving the restaurant.
No. I mean, they should at least load you up on bread.
And to pay for the bread, John. Is that a red flag?
Yes. I'm out.
Was it like fancy bread?
Oh, yeah. It was like they did like shaved cheese on top of garlic bread and all this stuff. But still, John, it floors you that you'd pay for bread?
Yes. That should be something that if you sit down, they just put in front of you bread and a slab of butter.
There's a ton of like Mexican restaurants where you have to pay for chips and salsa.
Out. I'm out.
Restaurant red flags.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Heather, you're
we
thinking.
We paid for bread on Friday.
It's more common now.
And we skipped the app. That was our app.
Yeah. No, that was our app, was this garlic bread.
We do have a suggestion for a new segment. Be a one-off.
Oh, boy.
Time for a new segment. What cut of meat is it? And it's where I just show you a picture of a random steak, and you have to say what cut of meat it is.
Show me a picture.
I was actually looking for that, but they all have
what
like
animal
the name
it came
on
from.
It. Yeah.
If you showed me a piece of meat,
This might be one that I need to prepare
ahead of time.
I might prepare ahead of time.
I could tell you what a ribeye looks like from getting a ribeye at the butcher shop. I could tell you what a New York strip looks like. I could tell you what a lot of a tenderloin looks like. I do better at this than you think. Yes, okay. I think I do a lot better than people realize at this.
We'll see.
Costa can't order a steak correctly, doesn't wash his feet, drives a fake car. He's a walking red flag, James in Toledo. Again, the assignment was restaurant red flags, not Jim Costa red flags.
So, I mean, that might be the flag that he's actually flying from his car now.
A red wing red flag?
It's a red wing red flag.
Hey, so real quick, how about this one? Are you guys shrimp eaters?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I order shrimp and they're not big shrimp, that's a huge red flag.
Like they're the little baby.
The little one, yeah.
It
that
depends
is huge.
on the appetizer.
On shrimp.
If it's a shrimp cocktail, then the shrimp are supposed to be big. But if it's sauteed in like a little tempura with a little spicy sauce on it, then it comes down to the amount of shrimp that you get.
See, I think like if you're gonna get like fried shrimp, and then it comes and there's 18 of the small ones. No, they need to be the big 6
Jumbo.
or 12 of the jumbos, beer battered. Big red flag if you don't do that.
Let's get to Hunter and Wayne. Hunter, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, so when you can sit at your dinner thinking you're enjoying it peacefully, but you hear the owner of the establishment yelling at the staff about how they're not managing the floor properly, and there's nothing going wrong. Like managing the floor properly could be when he walks by and readjusts your drink at your own seat because he doesn't like it where you're sitting at. It's weird, off-putting.
Belittling your staff, micromanaging your staff, red flag.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, another red flag is
Thanks, Hunter.
When you have like there's a fine line between like dishes that need to be cleared versus dishes that you're still planning to eat a little bit off of. When they come and they instantly just start grabbing dishes, like that to me is a bit of a red flag because the kids may have not finished their, they may not be a part of the clean plate club. Doesn't mean that plate still can't be cleaned.
Pros and cons, because it is nice to have some of your plates cleared away that you're not sitting in front of,
Sure.
So I guess maybe an ask, hey, are you finished with that?
Yes, that's all I'm looking for.
Before
Yes,
they grab
then
the
I could say,
plate.
no, I'm still working on that.
Ethan in Garden City. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, my red flag is like when you have to seat yourself at restaurants, you know?
You don't like the freedom of being able to choose your table?
Yeah, like I'd rather like have a waiter come up, you know, give me my seat, you know, instead of like having to get it myself, you know? I just feel like it's good service.
The good thing about that is then they know you're seated and then you get your service promptly.
Right.
If you seat yourself, they might not see you and you may be waiting a little longer. I could get that part of it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't bother me to seat myself.
No, but I can see maybe it's more an elevated experience when
Okay.
somebody's taking you. I don't mind picking my own seat because sometimes they actually ask the hostess, hey, you know what? I don't want a tall top or a high top because a booth with kids to me is a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mind picking my own seat.
A booth?
A booth with kids is a nightmare.
Oh, no.
Yes.
You put the kids in the inside and you
No,
sit
because
there,
it's
you
fun
lock
to
them
them.
in?
They want to stand up on it and bounce on it. It's all padded. No, you want a chair they can't move in.
Oh, yes, but then they're getting up all the
No,
time.
not mine.
Oh.
They stay.
I like to lock Teddy in.
Says there's a restaurant in Rochester Hills that charges for butter. Red flag.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Charge for butter?
Wow.
You
What's the
kidding me?
charge?
Yeah, how much is it? 50 cents? Like what's butter running?
I don't know. I've never even heard of that.
Restaurant red flag, huge menus. If they make everything, they don't make anything well. Signed, Chris.
That's true. I like that one.
I disagree. You go to the Cheesecake Factory. They've got a huge menu.
It's true.
Even before you get to dessert. And I have never had a bad meal. I like having options.
Okay. Red flag is ordering a burger. They don't ask you how you want it cooked.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's
yeah.
an obvious one.
I got one.
Yeah?
Speaking of the burger cooked, we went to a restaurant once and Colin ordered a burger, wanted to order how it was cooked, and she wouldn't take the medium rare, whatever his order was.
Yeah.
She said, pink or no pink? That was a huge red flag, and we almost left. Colin's like, what am I going to get? Is it going to be pink or is it not going to be pink?
Yeah.
What is
Pink.
it?
You're not going to want it
Yeah,
well done.
some places, especially
That was the only option, pink
when
or no
ordering
pink.
a burger, will not let you order it rare. And I've had that happen where I'm like, I'm going to need some extra time because I'm not ordering this.
Yeah.
Any ketchup other than Heinz is a red flag. Brian and Grosse Pointe.
Heather, you're our ketchup expert.
Yeah, but you never really know what's inside of that Heinz ketchup bottle.
Oh,
It could
they
be
refilled
fancy
it?
ketchup. Sure, you don't know what's in there.
It's an illusion.
Test first.
Dan in Auburn Hills, what's up?
I just wanted to. My experience was I'd ordered a steak medium rare, like a king, and they brought it out medium well. So I tried to send it back, get a new one. And then the server tried to explain to me how a pink steak was medium rare, which is actually incorrect because a pink steak is medium well. And then she had also first come up to this table and said she wanted to make sure how I knew that I knew how they did things there, like I didn't belong in her midst. So that was my experience.
Yeah.
Oh, an arrogant server. Yes.
Well, when you really think about it, this is the proper way to eat the food. No, I ordered it a certain way.
Customer's always right.
Chris in Ypsilanti, what's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, my red flag is underdeveloped drink programs. So I'm a huge cocktail snob. Like, it was like our COVID hobby. And whenever we go to a nice restaurant, the first thing my wife and I are doing is we're going through the cocktail menu and we're looking for things that are interesting. And if all I'm seeing are like flavored margaritas and espresso martinis, red flag. If they aren't using freshly squeezed citrus and they're still charging $15 for that daiquiri, red flag. If I have to teach you, the bartender, how to make a classic cocktail like a Manhattan, then red flag. And if they're not thinking about their drink programs, they're probably not thinking about their food programs. So I'm probably not going to stay very long.
It's got a very thorough process here. Vetting through the drink menu.
Yeah.
Texter says Heather is an amateur. Kids in the booth is a gold mine.
Not my kids.
Hey, Heather, how about you control your kids in the restaurant?
I do. That's why I don't sit in a booth. They sit perfectly still in a chair.
Agree with John. If I have kids, we will wait for a booth, block them in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, never.
Mm-hmm. Micromanaging your staff, you say. That's a good transition to this Hinch Skubal pitch management conversation. Well done, Ticket Texter. That's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Georgia Tech's loss is reportedly Michigan State's gain. Athletic Director Jay Batt is finalizing a deal to become the next leader of the Spartans. I just spoke with Yellow Jackets beat writer Chad Bishop for some insight on his style. Michigan State not only paying the price to hire him, but also a $1 million+ buyout of an extension that had him signed through 2029. The Tigers snuck out a 1-0 victory over the Kansas City Royals, marking their 14th series victory of the year already. Zach McKinstry scored the game's only run in the third off a wild pitch by starter Chris Bubich. Detroit spoiling Bubich's day as he was very effective overall, pitching 7 innings of 4-hit ball while striking out 9. The Grand Prix proved to be a tough course again for drivers yesterday. Multiple crashes ended up in 7 did-not finishes and a few red flags overall. Indy 500 winner Alex Palou was one of the wrecks. Kyle Kirkwood was your winner, his second of the season. The Pistons are nearing in on their draft prospects. They've set to host Tennessee star Chaz Lanier today. Lanier won the Jerry West Award, handed out to the nation's best shooting guard. He averaged 18 points while shooting 40% from 3 for the Volunteers. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon. 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. It's Monday. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Jeremy Otto on the updates. John, Tigers took 2 or 3 over the weekend. Nail-biters, close games, playoff-esque, and Detroit just keeps winning. That's another series. The only loss they had was Saturday.
That was a Skubal start, wasn't it?
A Skubal start. They pulled him at 90 pitches in a tie game when he was cruising. What was your thought?
Well, my thought was, I mean, he's crushing it, and it feels like he had retired his last 7 batters. Like we're seeing another performance like we did last Sunday where he just continues to get better as the game goes on. Stronger, more effective, and a lot of pitchers, right? You get through the lineup a third time, and you're like, okay, that's just way too many. They're figuring them out. They haven't figured Skubal out. And then they pull him after having retired the last 7 batters. He faced 22 and sat down 20 of them. I kind of raised an eyebrow going, And then you do the deep dive, right? 90 pitches. I'm wondering, is this a Tigers philosophy? Is this a limitation that they know Skubal has? Or like, what is the reason of pulling him at 90 pitches when he's still pitching strong?
You wanted to see him keep going.
I wanted to see him keep going. And I wanted to see, and maybe it's selfish, right? I just want to continue to see greatness perform, which he was doing, and I want to win games. And I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, well, if they had let him pitch the 8th, it was a 1-0 win for Kansas City. Would they have still lost the game? Who knows? We have no idea of knowing that.
Ultimately, the Tigers scored 0 runs, so it's hard to say, like, this lost them the game. I mean, they didn't score any runs. To me, it's not even about, like, that they lost the game.
No.
They took 2 or 3. I'm not dwelling on the loss over the weekend. I am raising, you said raising an eyebrow. I am raising an eyebrow because this is an ace that they don't want to let be an ace. Because very rarely does Skubal get to 100 pitches, and that's when you and I started doing some research before the show.
Yeah.
So 100 pitches, Skubal has topped it only 4 times since the start of last year. They're very cautious with it. All were the second half of last season. None were in the playoffs. 4 times since the start of 2024. We started comparing. Chris Sale won the Cy Young last year. He had 17 in the same time. Well, that's because he's a vet. He's established. Well, Paul Skeens also had 17 as a rookie now into his second season. Logan Webb was just in town with the Giants. Hinch was praising him. He's got 19. Zach Wheeler, 22 games of 100-plus pitches since the start of last year. Max Fried, 18. Garrett Cole had 17 in one season when he won the Cy Young. Aces typically go 100-plus pitches, and if it's a Tigers philosophy that we don't let our guys go past 100 pitches, do you really justify a $400 million contract for Tarik Skubal?
So I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday, but Jeff Passan, and when we talk about this $400 million contract, he was going through a list of players that would be the next $100 million, next $200, $300, $400 million performers. And Skubal was in the $400 million. And it was 10 years, $40 million a season. And it would be done, I think it was next offseason. Sure. So he'll be 30 years old by the time the contract is over. He's 40. But it goes to how much are you willing to invest in one player when they only pitch or they only perform once every 5 games, and in that, they're not going as deep into games as other pitchers of similar but even mostly lesser caliber pitchers are going into games as. Is that the investment that you want to make in this individual?
Does it make you pause at all about an extension?
In fact, I hadn't paused until I started looking into some of the numbers. If he's not going to be a guy that, unless he is having a Maddox where he pitches a complete game, but it has to be under 100 pitches, you have a great weapon. Why not continue to use that weapon?
And there will be people who say that they're doing the responsible thing. Like AJ's philosophy is we want his arm in the fall. We want him pitching in October and November.
So are all these other teams irresponsible? Are they being irresponsible with Skeens? With Sale when he won the Cy Young?
I'm not even mad if the philosophy is we got to get these arms to the finish line. We got bigger fish to fry. I just question then maybe philosophy says you don't pay any pitcher $400 million. I'm asking the question. I think it's worth asking to people because we all love Tarik Skubal. He's a bulldog. He's an ace. Give him the ball every 5th day, although it's every 6th day this week. That's the other thing. They bump his starts back.
Yeah.
Call it baby and call it modern baseball, but if it's modern baseball, is that the argument not to extend Tarik Skubal? Is that you don't think any pitcher should be throwing 100 pitches, that nobody is worth that level of investment? 248-539-9797.
I mean, if nobody's worth that level of investment and you're not going to use a stud pitcher that way, I just don't know why you would wrap up that much of your salary cap when you're
There's
not.
No cap, but
of your budget.
Yeah.
When you're not the Dodgers, when you're not the Yankees, you're not the Mets, you're not the Red Sox, you're not teams that will eat $120 million at the end of a contract just because you know you were going to get 5 really good years out of it.
248-539-9797. Does Hinch pulling Skubal at 90 pitches change the way you view extending him? Knowing that this is a trend, that he's only topped 100 pitches 4 times since the start of last year, and many of the power arms in baseball, his contemporaries, often go deeper into games. Justin Verlander was just in town and talked about that. He's like, I would let this guy go. Unleash him. And if your thought is, well, don't because he's not locked up yet, John, I would contend after they give him a 10-year deal, they're going to be extra cautious, right? They don't want to blow out a year at $40 million.
Oh.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Could be one way to look at it. Yeah, and so, I mean, this is what Verlander had to say to me. If I'm the Tigers and I've got the best pitcher in baseball, which they do, I want that out there as long as possible. Ride that horse. Hell yeah, that's the way I felt about it when I was pitching. Now, Justin Verlander is a unicorn.
Yeah.
One of very few pitchers throughout the history of baseball that could handle the amount of pitches, the workload that he was able to work. And he wasn't even on the level of a Nolan Ryan. Like that is never going to happen again. I'm not going to say never. It is very unlikely that type of pitcher ever happens again. It's not how arms are developed. It's not how clubs and franchises treat their ace pitchers. But when you're through the course of a season, maybe this is just me being just a level of stupidity about this. What is the difference of 90 pitches or you send him out there because he has retired 7 in a row? It looks and feels like he is getting stronger on the heels of a very strong performance, and let him get to 100. Maybe that gets you through 8 innings, and then all of a sudden you bring in Canely or Vest to close it out.
I mean, it's
instead
also
of Brisky getting the ball. Yeah,
he's right. He was right on that line. I know baseball's trying to manage pitches more than ever right now. I get it, but the Royals had taken out Waka in the top of the 8th, and the Tigers didn't score. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the bottom of the 8th, you're kind of holding the cards strategy wise in terms of, hey, I can keep my guy because he's only at 90. Waka was at 99. and he was almost no-hitting the Tigers, okay? So he was pitching great, and he's
Very
pitched
well.
great all
Yeah.
year. But you situationally, just strategically in that moment, in that game, should have at least let Skubal start and try to get through a quick inning. If he allows one base runner, that's when you bring somebody in and stuff. But also the guy you had to go to, like, look, I know it's just one game, but it's kind of like they threw away the game a little bit. Or do you try to get to extra innings at that point? I mean, I don't know. You get frustrated with this, but the big picture of this is it just opens my eyes to Aaron Judge before 2023 signed a contract for 9 years and $360 million. You're telling me you're going to pay this guy who plays every 5 days? Judge plays every day. He doesn't have a swing count, okay? that you're going to pay him more money than Aaron Judge? That, to me, that's crazy.
It's always tough. The pitchers versus hitters, apples to oranges, but it
ain't that much. I mean, the market that shows you, like,
yeah.
Soto's looking like he's been overpaid. It's early. You're going to give the pitcher version of a Soto contract?
That's why we bring it up. It's why I think it's a fair question. I don't want to overanalyze one loss in a season where they're in first place. It's a bigger question than Saturday. It's a question about Skubal, and it's a question about what you're getting for what you'd be paying. If they're going to arbitrarily cut him off at 90, 95 pitches and not let him go an extra inning here, an extra inning there, they're overpaying, right? I mean, that's what it would come down to. Now, I don't know how this ends. Is it possible that AJ ramps him up and in the playoffs he's throwing 110 pitches in pivotal closeout games, plural, and it goes, oh, okay, this is the plan. We're going to let him go until his arm falls off in the postseason. Okay, then it's all about building up to that point, and you can better justify a big deal. We'll get more of your thoughts, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
In sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, you can't just say, well, it's business. No, it feels personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that someone is David Femininio. He's always talking about, and we preach, getdavidgetpaid.com. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hey, Michigan State's got a new athletic director. We're going to give you a couple thoughts on that. Wrap up the Tarik Skubal conversation. Ticket texter is saying, hey, guys, 90 pitches is the limit. It's a long season. Don't forget, some guys get tired arms in July and August. They did the right thing. That's Paul in New Haven.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we make a run in the postseason, and he's going to be a guy that in the postseason can go out there and give you 100 to 120 pitches.
Maybe they aren't letting him go past 100 because they know they're signing him long-term and want to make sure he lasts as long as possible, Jesse and Taylor. It would stand to realize how they're using him now would also be how they'd use him post-extension. I mean, if they hand the guy a $400 million commitment, they're not going to want to blow his arm out. They're going to manage him every step of the way. The question was just if you're going to manage him to the point where he can't really throw 100 pitches.
Is it worth the investment?
Is it worth the investment? I think they're actually doing it proper right now. They want to make sure he's his best at the end of the season when the games matter the most. They really shouldn't be sweating a game in May.
They still have the best record in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, they got a nice cushion. They took 2 or 3. The only loss, I don't want to dwell on it. It's a conversation because the extension, you need to be able to justify it. If he's a guy that you don't feel comfortable going deep into games, do you really feel comfortable handing him the extension? Texter says, what does this have to do with Skubal? It's a Tiger issue. I'm sure he wanted to go out there, focus on the issue. What's how the Tigers view him?
Right.
I'm not holding it against
their
him.
resources.
Yeah.
If they're not going to, and this may be an insight into their feelings about a starting pitcher. Maybe they don't want to make that investment, and they won't make that investment simply because they're not going to utilize it to the fullest extent.
I'm sick and tired of the organization being run by wimps. If a pitcher is rolling, let him roll. This is annoying micromanagement, and it cost us the game. It will lose us more games going forward.
So during the regular season, if you lose, 3 or 4 games like this, but you still win the Central, you still have or are right there with one of the best records in Major League Baseball, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. And more importantly,
it's all about the postseason.
You're ready for the postseason.
It's really going to be fascinating how this plays out because there's so many things that can go back and forth. Like, we don't know. I don't think this is the case, but there could be something from Skubal and Boris that they want him to be watched on pitches. There's the Tigers. It would be a sign for them to manage him cautiously if you plan to extend him.
Sure.
If you're
running his arm into the ground, then it would support that you're just going to dump him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers. So there is a lot of managing behind the scenes that maybe needs to take place with that.
Sure.
Like the Tigers are aware exactly what I just said. They know they can't do that, or they're going to tick off their pitcher and their agent if they cost them.
My point would be there's a world where they say pitchers aren't worth $400 million, period. Because they're fragile. I mean, look at Corbin Burns and what just happened with his elbow yesterday. We value Skubal for who he is. We want to get him to the finish line. We're going to manage and nurture him as best as possible. We don't feel comfortable handing out $400 million deals. And they can reevaluate that at the end of the season.
Right.
So the Jeff Passan report with the $400 million, and I knew Judge was under that. It's really hard for me to go there.
Yeah.
Like I kind of have hit it's the fact, how can you pay a pitcher as much as Aaron Judge? To me, that's crazy world. That shows you just in small sample size, 2 years since that Judge deal, and what Soto and Ohtani have done to the market.
Yeah.
But is Tarik Skubal that's an overpay? Ohtani's an overpay because he hasn't pitched yet.
The Skubal thing's not an overpay if you look at the way he
pitches. You think Ohtani's an overpay?
Because he hasn't pitched yet. Yeah, you paid him to do both. Now Soto got what Ohtani got or whatever just because that's where the market is. Are you going into this world? Are you Tigers capable of paying somebody that much when they don't play every day?
They've won 1 World Series, and I guarantee you they've made their money back on Shohei Ohtani. Even though he hasn't pitched, I don't think it's an overpay.
Tom, I don't think Skubal's automatically an overpay. Like, he's going to win back-to-back Cy Young Awards. He's the best pitcher on the planet. If you're willing to let him be the best pitcher on the planet, it's not an overpay. But if you're going to neuter him like he's Reese Olson, then you probably don't want to pay him. That's what it comes down to me.
Right, exactly. And you're probably not going to see that change. I mean, as he ages, they're really going to watch.
They're going to have to be very mindful of it. Bob in Royal Oak, you're on 97.1.
Hey, actually, what I was going to talk about, basically, I guess I'll go right back to the beginning. I was thinking, Tarik Skubal, he is like probably the best pitcher we've had since Verlander.
Yes.
And as far as his I guess because the philosophy of most managers nowadays is that, I remember I was watching the game on Saturday, and I told my brother, I go, look, he's in the 7th inning. He's at like 94 pitches. You watch.
He's done.
They're going to try and get him through the 7th inning, and then in the 8th, he's gone. And that just seems to be the philosophy in baseball in general these days. I think if it was up to Skubal, he would pitch until the 14th inning if they went that far.
I think you're right. He's a competitor, and we know how fiery he
gets.
gets.
The deal is now what I just listened to when you guys were just talking now. The idea I didn't even think about it is the fact that maybe now because the sports agents have such an influence on their clients, maybe there is something in the mix as far as between the Tigers management and his agent, and it's like we're going to keep this bulldog under control.
Like on a leash, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that he pitched at, the Maddox with, only 94 pitches and 13 strikeouts, that's incredible.
Oh, it speaks to his dominance. I mean, there's no doubt this dude is the real deal. That's why people want to see him pitch the 8th and the 9th and get up to 100 pitches and not really bat an eye at it because he's a bulldog. Look, we could take more phone calls and take a text on this. We do want to touch on MSU football. We got a Lions story to get to all before the hour ends. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, I'm going to share this story because it's something I saw yesterday. I didn't actually see the crash, but I saw the aftermath. A motorcyclist was killed on Sunday after reportedly ignoring a red light on Woodward and Bloomfield Hills. I guess officers attempted to stop this speeding motorcyclist once, refused to stop, sped off. Another officer saw him, attempted the same thing, but he ignored a red light, went through at Long Lake, struck a vehicle, an eastbound vehicle that had the right of way. It sounds like, we were there at the light. Everything was closed off. You could see the motorcycle in the road. The motorcyclist was thrown off into the median. They said first responders provided as much aid as they could, but the motorcyclist died there at the scene. Nobody in the other vehicle was injured. Sad for sure. This is pretty cool. A luxury hotel coming to Michigan Central Station. Something to check out soon. It should open in 2027. It's going to be the top 5 floors of the historic train station, and it will be the Nomad Hotel. It's described as Hilton's first luxury lifestyle hotel in the U.S.
Okay.
So, I don't know. You can check it out and see more things coming, but 180 rooms, 30 suites. They say you can expect luxury wellness facilities and additional amenities. I would imagine so, and nice restaurants and
think
things
about it.
like that.
2 years ago, it was collecting dust.
Yep.
And now it's going to be featured.
Pretty awesome. I love it. So fans weren't the only ones kind of dozing off during the Dodgers game on Saturday. Apparently, so was Shohei Ohtani.
Did you see this, John?
I did,
Oh my gosh. Cameras caught him with his head on the dugout railing, and it looked like he was just catching some Z's, right? During the blowout, the 18-2 victory over the Yankees. He did quickly wake up and kind of realize what was going on.
John, have you ever fallen asleep at a game? That you were playing in?
That I was playing in? No.
That's what's crazy, right?
So they're a machine. We were typing them up on Friday. 18-2 against the World Series hopeful.
Yeah.
He is a new dad, sort of. His
Sort
wife
of.
gave birth in April.
Yeah, so he's a
he's a new dad.
So he's a new dad. It's not like, yes, he's a new dad. When do you stop saying new dad?
I don't know,
I guess
after
it
a
is
year?
just.
After a year?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What do you think, 2?
No, way, but
Oh,
I'm
like 6
questioning,
months?
is April a new dad? Yeah, it is.
You're still learning all this stuff, right?
He's a new
Yeah.
dad. He is a new dad.
April, it's within 3 months.
Heather's like, hey, pick it up, guy. Get used to it. You got a kid now.
My goodness.
Pull yourself together. Look alive.
He is a new dad. He
Yeah.
is. He is. Yeah. Sure. Okay, so a hardworking high school grad in Atlanta went viral. I don't know if you saw any of his images. And now he's not really going to have to worry about paying for college. So his name is Michael Baker. And this photo that went viral, he literally graduated, got his diploma, and then immediately showed up for work at Burger King. He didn't have his gown on, but he still had all of the medals he received from graduation. And a woman who was there snapped a photo of him and was just kind of inspired that most kids are off celebrating with their families, maybe with their friends, doing, what you would do at the end of a school year. And here's a kid who didn't decline his shift, decided to show up for work anyway. And she posted a photo of him, started a GoFundMe. Over $170,000 have been donated to this young man.
That's awesome.
He didn't change into his work uniform, though? He showed up in his cap and gown?
No, well, I think he did put on his uniform. He wasn't wearing his gown or his cap, but he kept on, like, he was obviously a great student because he was awarded.
Very proud of his accomplishments.
Yeah, so I think that it was kind of like a necklace, right? But it was just his medals, his honors that he received that he wore. So he didn't have on the cap and gown. He had on other clothes, but wanted to show that off. The bling he got, right?
Yeah, look at me.
A longtime Florida football coach just arrested and charged with stealing more than $57,000 from the team's money for personal use.
Oh, boy.
So back in February is when detectives started investigating. Looking at this guy's habit, 56 years old, Ivory Williams. They were receiving tips that something wasn't right with the school's finances, with the program's finances anyway. Determined that he basically took all of it, was using it for like streaming services, gaming services, paying for his internet. TikTok shop. I didn't realize there was a shop on TikTok.
Oh, there is.
Is there? I don't have it, so I don't.
Yeah.
What do you buy at a TikTok
All
shop?
kinds of stuff. I've never bought on
like
it.
filters and like what?
Random
what are you buying?
products will pop up. You can get good deals. I've never done it, but
really?
people swear by
like
it.
Like a marketplace almost that you can buy not in like app, like to use in the app, like products
like
that
a
were sent to
real
your
product,
home.
yes, that would like get delivered.
Oh, I had no idea.
Me either.
Learn something new every day. That's what he was spending the money on. Anyway, he was arrested on May 27th, and he's not going to have a job anymore.
Nope.
At least that job, that's for sure.
Nope. All right, Heather with the news. We got more people want to weigh in on the Skubal situation and how they're managing Skubal. We got some thoughts on Michigan State's new athletic director. What does the Blue Wall think of the hire? It's 97.1. All right, I want to be clear on something here. I'm not sweating Saturday's decision by A.J. Hinch. I actually think it was the right decision. They got bigger fish to fry. They're not going to tax an arm in late May when they're playing for late October. He pulled Tarik Skubal at 90 pitches, and in the moment, we're all going, he's a bulldog, let him go. But they're monitoring and managing his arm. But then I went and dug into it a little more, and this is just how they handle pitchers. Very rarely do Tiger pitchers get up to 100, including Tarik Skubal, who's only done it 4 times since the start of 2024. Other Bulldogs and other aces frequently will get 100 or more pitches into games. So I question if the Tigers are going to limit their starters, does that also give you a window into how they value starting pitching? Does it make sense to hand Tarik Skubal a 10-year, $400 million contract that Jeff Passan of ESPN floated out? That's our question today. I'm not actually mad at what AJ did on Saturday, and I think it's silly to sweat the one loss on a weekend where they took 2 or 3. It's a bigger conversation than that. 248-539-9797. Got a couple phone calls to get to. Then we'll get to the Blue Walls take on Michigan State's new athletic director. Let's get to Ken in Dearborn. Ken, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, just wanted to weigh in on the Skubal thing, and I agree with you. It's a bigger picture thing. I mean, you got Skubal on your staff. You're playing I don't want to say a meaningless game in May, but you're looking big picture. I agree with the decision because you know that you have it in him. I mean, he was stronger in that start against Cleveland in the late innings than he was the early innings, but are you going to do that game after game after game? So. Right. I think the decision's right, and hey, if I have to have a must win, and Skubal's on the mound, I know I can push it, closer to 100 or over. As far as the money, I guess as long as you pay him $400 million over 10 years and you manage him properly, and you can go to that the bulldog mentality in year 8 or 9, pay the man.
Or situationally, like some of this, Ken, is postseason, right? He didn't have a 100-pitch game in either of his 3 starts in the postseason last year. But if they are willing to let him go in those moments, then it's understandable, right? If the whole thing is just, hey, we got to get through 162, and then we're going to let this guy pitch deep into postseason games, okay, now I understand. But if it's going to be we're going to hand him $400 million to throw 90 pitches and then he's out regardless, probably better ways to spend the money at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors that play into it, and it comes down to the value of is he going to feel the value of that contract?
Right.
And if it's only once every 5 and it's only 6 or 7 out of those 9 innings.
By the way, once every 5 or 6.
Right.
Sometimes they push him back.
I don't have an issue with them pushing him back out of the Cubs series, or out of the White Sox series into the Cubs series. I
prefer it, by the way. Gives him Friday night at Comerica Park against a good team. Jay in White Lake, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Morning to you.
Good morning.
So the last caller is kind of hit what I was going to hit on. I have no issue with what the decision they made. I think what I would have liked to have seen him go a little longer, but there's a lot of things I'd like in life that I don't get, and I guess I'm more surprised and a little more irritated, to be honest, that so many people after what took place with them pulling him are so frustrated with it and have this angry opinion about it. And I guess it's like, guys, I don't see your elbows hanging over the dugout fence standing next to AJ Hinch being involved in the process of making these decisions. We've got the best team in baseball, and I was at the '84 World Series, and I've been following these guys forever, and I'm just thrilled that we're where we're at. And I guess it's like, don't look the gift horse in the mouth. Let these guys do what they do from a management standpoint, from a player standpoint. Like, well, how good do they have to be before a lot of these fans can just step back and say, all right, maybe I don't get it, but I trust them because they're killing it. Like, there was a text that you guys read about some guy saying, I'm sick of wimps running the team. I don't get it. We got the best team in baseball. Like, let them do their thing. It's their decision. They're the pros.
To the point of, like, they could have kept Skubal in. They scored 0 runs. It doesn't mean they were going to win the baseball game. I'm not sweating the one game.
The bigger issue, I mean, if we're just talking about the one single game, is Bo Brisky. The bigger issue is not being able to score any runs.
Yeah. Riley Green's lollipop throw from left field. Like, there's other things you can point to rather than well, if Skubal had thrown the 8th, we win the game. That doesn't mean.
Yeah, we have no idea if it would have led to that.
No. His point about, like, when will you just trust blindly? I mean, it's not in. I mean, the Lions won 15 games last year. It's not blind trust. I mean, you still can criticize decisions that you don't like.
But this isn't a question about this year. Yes, they're the best team in baseball right now. They have the best. Well, I shouldn't say the best team. They have the best record in baseball. And do we think they're going to be a postseason team? Do we think they're going to win the AL Central? Yes. And yes. The question is, if this is how you're going to manage the best arm in baseball, should they give him a record-setting deal?
And that's what we brought up today. We also brought up Michigan State hiring a new athletic director.
Mm-hmm.
The Blue Wall take on this is?
I think it's a great hire for him. I don't know everything about Michigan State's finances. I don't know everything about their facilities. But if you are known as a guy that can raise funds, that is probably the number one asset that any athletic director needs at this time, whether it's for facilities to continue a status quo, upgrade those facilities, pay coaches, and make sure when expenses for athletic departments are going to be going up, and some of those expenses, not by their choice, will be redirected to pay athletes, you're going to have to continue to raise money. If you're going to have a coaching change, and I don't know what they do with Jonathan Smith. I don't know what Tom Izzo decides to do. But at some point throughout the course of his tenure, he's either going to have to find a new coach because you have one retire, or you're going to have to move on from a coach because he's not as productive as you want him to be. That's a buyout. It's going to be enticing a new coach to come. What entices a new coach? One, salary, and salary for your assistants. But it's also how much money is this athletic department willing or able to invest in NIL, transfer portal, and getting players, making your athletic department attractive.
You hear that, people? He likes the move. For everybody who thinks you just, hates the Spartans, big Wolverine honk, you like the move. I like the move too. This makes a lot of sense on paper. He's a fundraising dynamo. He was at Georgia Tech, not Georgia, Georgia Tech. And he raised $300 million since 2022 to overhaul their athletic facilities. If you can fundraise, you give yourself a puncher's chance. MSU is committing more money to his salary, twice what they were giving Alan Haller. There's a commitment from the university that he's going to more than make up for it by fundraising. This is beyond a critical hire for MSU. They're in a bigger Big Ten. It's never been more competitive, and you're never at a bigger risk than they are right now at falling behind. The football team has a losing season for the last 5 years. The athletic department has run a deficit for the last 5 years. And, John, I think in the next 2 years, they have to replace one or both football and basketball. I mean, I don't know how much longer Izzo's going to coach. It'll be his call. But then he's going to have to make the tough decisions of, is he hiring his own guy? How much influence does Izzo have navigating those waters? In football, he didn't hire this coach. They were disappointing last year. The transfers he brought with him didn't do anything, and if they have another losing season, it may be sooner rather than later that he's making a football hire. I think that's the job of the AD. Raise money, hire and fire football and basketball coaches, and all of it is going to be right on his plate starting today. And in the next couple seasons, he's got his work cut out for him. But it looks like he's got the track record. Stops at Georgia Tech, and before that, he was at Alabama. So you're talking big money athletic departments in that space. Mm-hmm. He worked with Nate Oates, by the way. Circle that name if the basketball job opens in the next couple seasons. I like the hire for Michigan State.
I think it's going to be good for him. And it really comes down to, other than money, it's going to come down to leadership. There's going to be a transition at some point. Tom Izzo cannot coach forever. What is he going to do to build that relationship with Tom Izzo and continue that basketball program? It's the crown jewel of Michigan State athletics. What are they going to do to make sure that they don't fall too far behind in football? Is it just Jonathan Smith needs a little guidance, a little mentorship, a little leadership? It could be simple as that. Or if the program's not going in the right direction, how do you get out of that contract and how do you attract whoever that next coach is?
Yeah, I mean, the way they ended last season, that embarrassment with Rutgers, they missed a bowl game. You got to see traction this year. Or I do think, John, I think you could fire him after year 2. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you think that's on the table?
Oh, sure. Everything at this.
Okay, so I'm not doing
in
like
this age of college athletics, especially college football. It's certainly on the table.
Yeah, their last. I'm looking at it again for people who forgot, maybe trying to forget Spartan football. Their last 4 games, they lost to Indiana 47-10. I know it was a good Indiana team. 47-10 on your home field. Lost to Illinois 38-16. They beat Purdue, but then lost 41-14 to Rutgers. 3 of the last 4 losses, ugly losses when you're supposed to be building momentum and starting to see some of your foundation set in. Yeah, I think he's coaching for his job next season. And a new AD only adds fuel to that fire. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit about the Lions. Dan Campbell heaping praise on one player specifically. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're unhappy with the way you look, the way you feel, I really want to have a conversation with you because I joined up with Ideal You because of the same reasons. Didn't like who I looked in pictures, didn't like how I felt when I got dressed in the morning, just wasn't very comfortable in who I was, plus I just wasn't healthy. Ideal You is a company that can help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Just picture yourself in 40 days being 40 pounds lighter. I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. They're going to pair you with a weight loss coach and build a plan that works for you. It's going to be a unique plan. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures and getting dressed in the morning again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Michigan State making it official, announcing a few minutes ago. New athletic director, Jay Batt from Georgia Tech, fundraising dynamo, joins the athletic department at a time that's critical. Football team has a losing record for the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Department's lost money, on a deficit for the last 5 years. And with the coaching, you never know. Is Jonathan Smith done after next season? Is Izzo retiring in the next season or two? Big high-level decisions that they'll have to make, and money is the currency. It's the only currency. How are you going to reload a football team? It's not stacking blue-chip classes at Michigan State. It's going to have to be playing the portal game. And if you've got money and resources, you can compete. If you don't, in a bigger Big Ten, you're going to get swallowed up and forgotten. Texter says, no matter who the athletic director is, we could be run by Jesus Christ himself and still finish 6th in the Big Ten. Look, it's tough. If Michigan and Ohio State are rolling and then you throw in Washington, Oregon, USC.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you could make that higher, you'd probably want to do it.
You'd bring in Jesus?
Yeah.
Ishbia and Gilbert, they're donating, right? Why don't they donate like the guy at Nike does at Oregon? That's part of the game.
Well, but you have to have somebody that can convince them that you're going to utilize those funds for the betterment of the student athlete, for the betterment of the university, but to win.
And then Texter says, I hope the new AD puts all the resources into basketball and hockey, ignores football. That program is so far beyond saving, will never be competitive in the NIL era.
I would disagree with that. I think it becomes harder, and it becomes even more hard the longer that it takes for you to make that change. That too.
We also have some Lions audio to play. Dan Campbell speaking about who else but Jameson Williams in a breakout season. Greg, if we could play that for people, because they are all about JMO this year. Dan Campbell throwing more praise.
And with this schedule, he's going to have a big season. And somebody texted me earlier. I think it's kind of spot on. I don't know if it's, what's the target number? I don't know that there's a target number in terms of catches, touchdowns, yards, but I do think it is explosive plays. Is it one explosive play per game? Is it games where he's got 2 or 3 explosive plays? Maybe it's, a couple of 30 or 40-yard receptions. Maybe it's a 60-yard touchdown. It's a reverse. It's all the different things that because he's got a special skill set, one that's not necessarily coached up, and that's called speed.
Can he set himself up for an extension?
Yes.
Because I think
easy answer is yes.
Well, of course, but what would it take? Because all along we've kind of viewed him as you're going to use him this year. You got the 5th-year option, but you got bigger decisions you got to make financially, and if someone's the odd man out, he may be a luxury. Well, what does he have to do to get himself out of the luxury conversation and turn himself into someone they must keep long term?
Well, I mean, just look at the schedule. If he's got big games at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City, at Philly, at LA, like if he's got big games in the biggest moments and helps you get wins in those games, then I think you'd be hard-pressed moving forward not having him as a part of the equation.
Look, he can make it tough on them. If he had a big playoff game or two, like a 200-yard game or end-around touchdown, 40-yard touchdowns, big plays, he can really force their hand. But they have St. Brown as their number one. I think he'd have to overtake St. Brown and be the unquestioned number one receiver on this offense.
Well, then what do you do with Amon-Ra St. Brown?
I don't know. But that's what he'd have to do to force that conversation. We got the guys standing by.
I do believe we do.
We got Doug Karsh and Mike Stone.
Stoney.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're wonderful. We're great. We're at Oakland Hills for the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. But we'll be doing our normal show. So hope you guys are good. And we're going to continue talking about some of that Lion stuff.
Hey, John, they tell me that...
Tell Stoney to talk into the microphone.
Stoney, his mic is not on.
Oh, okay. You want to share yours with him? I mean, just see, you guys get closer.
Real close.
No, I really don't. No, his mic is not.
What did he want to know from
John?
John?
Yeah, looks like you're doing a solo one.
Well,
could you possibly
switch
repeat
headsets?
his question?
I don't know what the hell he was talking about. So,
All right, ready? Here we go.
all right.
Last time you were here, John, I was told you played, but the most important thing was you had tons of bacon and sandwiches.
Oh, yes. I mean, every time we're there and they've got the buffet out, it's a plate full of bacon. I would hope that you would uphold that standard. Is there still bacon out?
I'm the wrong person to ask.
Oh, yeah. Well.
But
It sounds like Stoney's going to have some extra time on his hands, so maybe he can go find the bacon.
No, I'm good now. We switched out
there
my
you go.
There
we go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's going to make a much better radio show.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll continue talking Lions. We got the Tigers to discuss. We got Champ and Chump. We have the Detroit Grand Prix. Stoney with some random Stoney-like observations. So it'll be exactly what you expect with Mike Stone on the air.
Perfect.
Looking forward to it.
Karsh and Anderson with Stoney next, 97.1.
Gator is out. Mike Stone is in. Hello, Stoney. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Yeah?
You good?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm great.
I mean, hey, we're at the home of the 2035 U.S. Open.
So, yeah, and I expect by that time I think my game will have come around,
Oh.
and I hope to be out there and not here, but
Yeah, I hope
maybe
to be,
not.
I
maybe
hope
not.
To be, I hope to be here.
Just to be here.
Just to be here.
That's probably more realistic goal than the one I'm setting. So.
Yeah, exactly.
So you've been good?
I've been pretty good. Played a lot of crappy golf over the weekend.
Did
but,
you?
Hey, had some fun, so that's a good thing.
How many rounds?
I played 18 on Friday and was a thrilling 106, and then 9 yesterday with a much better 51.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
it is better.
Oh,
Well, you were
yeah.
trending to be better.
Yeah.
Well, as long
Not
as
too
you're having-
good.
As long as you're having fun.
Yes,
As long as
exactly.
you're having fun.
That's the key.
Yeah, and it's like we're here for the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. Been here in the past, and certainly all part of what brings great sporting events to Metro Detroit, including the Grand Prix over the weekend. I hope
Yes.
people had fun with that, and I do want to talk to fans that went down and checked that out throughout the day. Did you see much of it?
I saw about 15, 20 minutes because I was watching something. I was watching actually the French Open.
Okay, Roland Garros.
Yes, because
All right.
Alcaraz was playing. It was a pretty good match at the time against American Ben Shelton. But then I'd flip around to the Grand Prix just because I'm not a huge race guy. I just wanted to see how the
how it
city
looked.
was portrayed, and it was gorgeous.
It's really cool.
Perfect
It
day,
just running through the streets of Detroit. NASCAR does their thing in Chicago now. There's going to be a Mexico City race. It's such a more exciting backdrop to events when you just plop them down. It feels like sports in the natural habitat, even though it's not. Like racing
Right.
takes place on tracks, but you put them on our streets, and for some reason to me, it's way more relatable.
Oh yeah,
And even when it's not in our city, if I see it's on some sort of city street, I'm like, okay, I can watch this because I can drive there.
and watching, and my kids had no idea what was going on, and they were sitting there. Dad, there doesn't seem to be any room for anybody to make pass. I
Right.
said, well, that's part of this type of racing. And I had this ridiculous idea that maybe I should have thrown in the strange observations. Obviously, I don't think we can do it now politically. However, wouldn't it be cool if they could set up the course where it goes through the tunnel,
Yes.
into Canada, loop it around, and come through, so you have two countries in one race?
It would be really cool. Again, feasibility, probably a challenge.
Yeah.
But would it be cool? Of course.
Yeah.
Is it realistic? Probably not.
No.
But, maybe some creative minds at some point can put it together.
Right.
But anyway, if you were down there, we'd love to know what you liked, what you didn't like. It's always cool to have an event like that. And, it was kind of a strange race. I'm not sure. I might be wrong on this. And again, I was flipping around because I was watching a lot of Tigers. The NCAA baseball tournament's wild this year, and so I was taking that in over the weekend. I do think there was only one pass at the front.
See,
And that can lead to less than thrilling racing, and it came late after the red flag, I don't believe, but yeah, Kyle Kirkwood, who had a damaged front right wing, managed to pull off a pass late, and I think that was the only pass at the front of the pack. There were other people that were in first place, but it was
Right.
only somebody pits and a new guy's in first, and then he pits and.
Sounds like our hockey team with fractured right wings. Yeah, it certainly was not that exciting of a race because as a novice race guy, put it this way, to me, you're kind of in a weird way. You don't want to see anybody get really hurt. You want to see crashes.
See, I used to believe that until I saw one, and when I saw one, I thought it's scary. So. I mean, when I say saw one, I mean I was at a track when there was a bad wreck, and that feeling where suddenly the sport doesn't matter. That I just watched somebody get seriously injured or worse, and so I used to have that exact thought, and that wreck late was kind of scary, and there was a little bit of this might have been the track was so bumpy it caused the suspension to fail talk, but.
Don't mention the bumpy tracks. That sent the F1 drivers out of here.
Well, yeah. And it is what it is if you're going to ride on streets. But we'll get more into that a little bit later on. Tigers, their last RBI came Friday night, but they split.
Yeah.
They find a way to get a win, which was absolutely awesome considering their offense went away, but the pitching was awesome.
Yeah, spectacular. And look, you look at the 3-game series, they scored, I believe, 8 runs total and had 18 total hits.
Yeah.
So if I tell you, you're going to have 3 games, you're going to score 8 runs, 18 total hits, you're going to think you're lucky to win a game, let alone you're probably going to get swept. And they win the series 2-1, which is, it just shows you what this team does. Yesterday, McKinstry with the triple and the heads up, and he goes into third base. I mean, that was huge because the usually unflappable Salvi Perez does not come up, but I didn't think it was really his fault, but normally if McKinstry, most guys are stay second, they probably don't score.
Right. Well, and that's what this team has been great at, is getting the extra 90 and capitalizing on, like, that's an example of it getting them a win, right? That's where it gets you a win. Now, I know there was some angst about the result Saturday. If you think A.J. Hinch made a big mistake by taking Tarik Skubal out of the game after 7 shutout innings in a scoreless game, then I think that is comes from a place of foolishly overvaluing the meaning of that game in May, and you not seeing the big picture. And on top of that, if you're a manager and you don't have to do much when Skubal pitches, giving up 1 run, that the manager's done a decent job when you give up 1 run.
Correct. Look, it's because he came off of what he did last Sunday with the Maddox. He was at 88 pitches when they took him out. Look, could he have gone another? Yeah, obviously, physically he could have. Should he have gone up maybe another inning and at least start him the inning? And if somebody gets on base, take him out? Maybe. It's not that big of a deal. But what it did show to me, and listening to this radio station a little bit on the weekend, people were going crazy, social media. It shows right now, thankfully, in the summer, it's kind of a baseball town again. Not more than football, obviously, but people really care, and they're passionate. And, people are trying to, well, what's this going to mean down the road with signing him? And no. It's not that big of a deal. If this is a playoff game, that's a different story.
Yeah, there's
and I
no
think
question.
AJ completely manages different if it's a playoff game or a huge game.
There's no doubt that he manages different if it's a playoff game or a World Series game or something like that. He's going back out there for the 8th inning. And that's why you don't pitch him now.
Yes.
You don't empty the tank now so you can later.
Yes. The question, though, is, well, come on, is 1 inning, let's say 12, 15 pitches, hopefully going to ruin him, empty the tank? I don't think so either. But it's nothing. I'm not going to die on a hill on it, which in the past I probably would have. I would have kept him in personally, but it's not that. I didn't think it was a big deal. I don't think that's why they lost the game, because they probably weren't going to score anyway.
They lost the game because they didn't score.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. They went scoreless.
Yes.
If the manager has to leave the pitcher in longer than he wants because your offense didn't score, I think that's a massive mistake in May.
Yeah.
It's May. And on top of that, when you built a big lead in a division, and they got a 6-game lead now in the division, when you built a lead in the division, I'm not saying you're sacrificing a game, but you also are relying on what has been a strength of this team, the bullpen. Now, there's been some shoddy outings of late.
Yes.
But what are you doing if you've got a lead in the division it's not particularly close. It's not this massive gap, but you got a reasonably healthy lead in the division. You've got a good bullpen. It's May. You have World Series aspirations. This, to me, is a simple choice. And if it means they sacrificed a game with the idea of better things down the road, I don't think there's anything wrong with having faith in that bullpen.
Do you think if they were up 1-0 at the time, he would have kept them in 1 more inning?
No.
No,
I don't. I don't think. I think it was, hey, you just had a complete game, even though the pitch count wasn't out of control. We're not going to do this. We're not going to take any unnecessary chances, right? So
yeah, you mentioned the 6-game lead. By the way, Doug, the magic number is 98.
You want to do if the playoffs started today? It'd be matched
no,
up
that I'm not doing.
Yeah.
But I could look. But no, I'm not doing that.
So Tigers in Chicago for 4. We will get some Tiger discussion throughout the day. 248-539-9797. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who had the best weekend that you want to say salute to you, sir? Who had a rough weekend that you think should be called out? I can't wait to get to my Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in at 248-539-9797. We do it every Monday here on the Carson Anderson program. Stoney is in for Gator today. I got some Lions stuff the guys were talking about this morning that we'll get to. It is Carson Anderson. Thanks for being with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. That's right. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right there inside the app and see who's heating up. Now, they do have the option of same-game parlays, even after game start, live prop bets. I'm not big into the same-game parlays, but what I am big into is this offer they have for new customers. It's not too late to get in on the action. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go to FanDuel.com/Doug today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Find a money line, a heavy favorite, and just place a money line bet. Your $5 bet won't return much, but then you have the $200 in bonus bets to do with whatever you want. Also take advantage of all the profit boosts. That's something I do pay attention to. The profit boost where, again, you can take a favorite on the money line and actually get a decent return with that profit boost. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Gators out today, and Stoney is in. Let's get to your phone calls. Don't forget your champ and chump votes. We'll start tallying those up. Stoney and I will have ours today at 10:35 from Oakland Hills in the 5th Annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. Let's go to Paul. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Hey, morning, fellas. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you.
I had a trade. Wondering what your guys are thinking as far as Alex Bregman. And hear me out for a quick second. He got a 3-year deal from Boston instead of the 6-year deal that he wanted. He's got a player out after each year, and he's having a great season, and he could opt out, right? So let's just say Boston's not doing very well. What is the possibilities we could end up with him this year anyways?
I would think it's probably slim, but it's an interesting phone call to pursue. He's out right now with an oblique. You don't know how he's going to respond to that. So if it was to be made right now without medical faith, I wouldn't do it. But it's, look, because he could opt out, because the Red Sox are playing poor at the deadline, if that's correct, Paul, I don't think you're going to have to give up a top 10 prospect to get him.
It could end up getting the third baseman we wanted, right? Hey, the other thing real quick, I don't know if you saw the article this weekend, but Justin Verlander was interviewed, and he was talking about Skubal in particular and how they need to ride that horse deeper into games. And I have this conspiracy theory that Skubal had him say that on his behalf. I don't know. I just don't want it to become an issue. You don't want to piss off your horse. You know what I mean?
Well, a couple things here. First of all, I honestly don't care what JV had to say about our stud. Like I don't. It has no basis in any. Shouldn't influence AJ Hinch. Is now, quite frankly, a pitcher for another team, and we appreciate his time here, but I'm good. I mean, and I think he's like everybody else. We love watching Skubal pitch. We love watching him pitch. JV is speaking out from a pitcher's perspective. It's up to. I think I have full faith that AJ Hinch is going to do what's in the best interest of the Detroit Tigers in an effort to win the World Series, and so let's get Skubal in some of those postseason games and give him a chance to empty the tank there. Then we can have more serious discussions. As far as pissing him off, you can have long-term talks with Skubal about his usage. I got to tell you, without him having the money cannon contract yet, I'm going to guess that Skubal and the Skubal camp probably would prefer that there is some care given to his health.
Yes, absolutely. Can you imagine? I mean, Boris being upset if he would have pitched an extra inning and got hurt or something?
Yes.
You have to look at that, too. I think Skubal is fine with the way AJ has managed him. Look, would he want to stay in games longer, more? Probably, but it's not that. It's not a deal breaker, I don't think.
I can't imagine. There's a guy at our station who's on the air quite a bit who says, "Is this a thing, not a thing?" His name's Mike Stone. Right. I don't think this is a thing. No. I don't think this is a big deal at all. And, the Skubal's long-term health is more important to me than maybe that, because there's no telling that he would have given up a run the next inning.
Right, exactly.
There's no telling that he would have felt soreness the next. The alternate is unknown, and so you go, oh, they should have done that. But as far as Boston's 3.5 games out of a wild card spot. Right. I'm guessing they're not thinking sell, and Bregman chose not to be here. I'm not sure that Bregman would be then stoked to come here necessarily unless Boston fades.
Right.
Completely.
If Boston fades and he's got a chance to win, he might. And I don't think fans should hold it again. Oh, we don't want him because he said no to us before. That to me that's Bush League thinking, if you ask me. If they could work out a deal, which I don't think the chance of it happening are about 5%. Yeah, do it.
Yeah, but there, a lot of stars would have to align. A lot of things. Yeah,
absolutely.
Now, hey, phone calls are fun.
Yes.
If I were a GM, I'd always be talking. I'd be talking to every GM all the time about who's available.
I just don't like this. He hurt us. He hurt us because he didn't come here. I don't want him anymore. No, if he can help you win a World Series, you don't care about that stuff. Especially since he does have an opt-out, he can leave. He can be a short-term guy. Who cares?
The rejection doesn't bother you?
No,
all right.
Not at all.
248-539-9797. Now, it is fun when somebody rejects you and you go out and beat them.
Oh,
It
yes.
is fun when somebody rejects you
No doubt.
and you're a better team.
No doubt.
It will be fun
Yeah.
if they're putting rings on and somebody said no.
Yeah.
He has every right to do what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
But A.J. Hinch isn't losing sleep over it.
No.
And quite frankly, the Tigers have gone out, and maybe we wouldn't be seeing, like, you start thinking about what's gone right this year. You know, that's at bats away from McKinstry, who is what he is, but he's helping them win.
Right.
That's at bats away probably from Baez, who's one of the great stories in baseball.
But
Now,
you'd rather have
long-term-
Bregman
yes,
than go
yes.
through what we went through.
Long-term sustainability
Yes.
is a question, but the way things have worked out, I'm not losing any sleep. Here we go. Taking Skubal out was fine, but bringing in Brisky was terrible. He has lost it. What pitch does he even have anymore that causes hitters trouble? I don't know. The previous outing, I think he was
He was decent in the previous outing, if I'm not mistaken. But he had struggled a little bit since he got back from being injured. But maybe part of that is also, all right, let's see what I got here in a decent leverage situation, see if he can do anything.
his previous. I just got the game log on. He hadn't given up an earned run in like 6 outings.
Okay.
Has he lost it? He had 2 strikeouts the night before in 1 inning's work. So,
He had a stretch a few weeks ago that he lost.
Well, here's what you got to keep in mind, too, is when a guy is on your roster and has a role, there's going to be successes and failures. But as long as he's here, you use him how you intend to use him.
Right.
If you have decided, hey, I'm not going to put him in here because he's struggling, that's when you're moving on from a player.
Right.
AJ Hinch has faith in that guy.
And here's the other thing, because normally you would think, all right, it's the 8th inning, maybe I'll bring Tommy Canley in, right?
Yeah.
And save. Well, they knew probably this isn't a game we're scoring a lot of runs. I might, if we go to extra innings, I might need my studs in extra innings.
Mm-hmm. Could be. Today's athletes aren't conditioned to throw more than 100 pitches. You do it now, so when you ask him to do it later, it's easier to do. Amen, right?
Yeah.
Let's do some big picture thinking here. And, you don't want to give a game away. Let's start with that. But you're not thinking, I'm giving it away by taking him out of the game. There's a time and a place to empty the tank. I'm sorry, but it's probably not May.
Right.
It's probably not May. You're not white flagging. You're not giving up.
No.
But it's probably not May.
And everybody assumes that if you leave Skubal in, he's going to get out of the inning, which would be the 8th, correct?
Yep.
Okay, but that's an assumption that has reason.
Yep.
The other assumption is that you leave them in, they're going to win the game. There's no assumption for that either.
No. 248-539-9797. Let's say they left him in and everything was working. They still were probably headed to extra innings.
Yes.
Because they didn't score. I don't understand the issue with Skubal being pulled or people questioning extending him because he doesn't throw at least 100 pitches. He was number 8 in innings pitched last season and 4th this season. He's still pitching deep into games. It just takes him less pitches to do so. He's efficiently dominating. That's
Right.
from an unnamed texter. I like what you said at the beginning, though. I'm not mad about people complaining.
No.
The fact that people are complaining anywhere means that the care is back.
Damn right.
When Jim Leland was the manager and he made the comment on the air, said, this is the city of the bunt.
Oh, yeah.
It's because you can take bunt calls after every loss. They
Oh,
should have
right.
bunted this guy over,
Yeah.
should have bunted that guy over. And quite frankly, that's when baseball is at its most fun.
Yeah, he was referring to me and a couple others also.
Was it you?
Yeah, because I used to be a big bunt guy.
Yeah.
And now I can't stand the bunt. I've changed over the years because I realize analytically it makes no sense. I mean, I would say bunt a guy in the 3rd inning. I don't care. Get a guy in scoring position. But that's the way I was raised. But it's not. It makes no sense nowadays.
Look at you. You know what this is? This is a new trick.
That's right.
A
The
new
modernization of Mike's style.
He's going to get one of those horseless carriages next.
That's right.
248-539-9797. Our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. 97 won the ticket. Tuck Car, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Anderson out, Stoney is in, 248-539-9797. We are streaming with video today, even though we're on the road from Oakland Hills for the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. It's a Monday after the Tigers took 2 of 3. Here's what's great. Listener Scott sent us this. It's fun to wake up on Monday and listen to how everyone would fix the best team in baseball. Yep.
Yeah, but, it's human nature, and it's not bad to sit there and say, okay, we have the best team in baseball. There still are some flaws. How do we make the best team of baseball even better? And that's okay.
So what we're trying to achieve here is perfection. Like, how do you get the perfect team?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no such thing. Whatever ails us right now as we try to achieve that, as we should, you're looking at everybody else's issues have been bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever our issues are, there's no denying that everybody else in baseball's issues are bigger. And we just keep getting deeper and deeper into the year. And there's no saying, like, nothing is guaranteed. That's the one thing about the baseball season is it's so long.
Yeah.
But it's hard to fluke your way into this position. And it's hard. It becomes even more of a credible deal when you think back to how last year ended. And this is just a continuation of that.
Yeah.
I still think there's probably a little bit in all these other towns that the Tigers come in, win a series, and the fans there are going, who the F are these guys?
Yeah.
And they're not expecting to get beat by, heads-up plays. Like McKinstry even made a play at shortstop in the 9th inning. It was a tough play. He had to range over to his right, scoop it on the run, and make a great throw. And, that's a player who's probably their third shortstop option.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Making a tough play to keep the 9th from getting interesting.
The question that everybody seems to have is how sustainable and how long is it sustainable? And we used to sit there and use the Sparky Anderson 40-game mark as, all right, is it real or not?
Right.
Okay, we're at 60 games right now.
Yeah.
So, and it's still sustainable so far. Now, look, we've seen some drop-offs. I mean, Javi is not hitting like he was. Torque's batting. His power's still pretty good, but his strikeouts and it's, there are things that are declining. But then again, Colt Keith's starting to heat up a little bit. Riley Green has gotten a little better. So the bullpen has been still iffy at times and great at times. The starting pitching is the fulcrum of this team because it's no matter. I mean, Keter Montero, that's 2 really good starts in a row he's had.
Yeah.
And then, boom, Olsen's out for a while, Montero comes up. Mize gets hurt, his first start after the injury was not great, but you know what? It doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, don't let this team get healthy.
Yeah.
Don't let Parker Meadows come back and be as good as he was at the end of last year.
Which is the other discussion for this week, because he's going to come back this week, you would assume, because he's not going to crap out of the ball in AAA. And who goes down? Is it going to be Jahen? That seems to be the logical move. But, if we're going to sit there and, nitpick and where this team needs to get. Andy Ibanez has been a little bit of a disappointment thus far, but, so who do you send down? I don't know.
Well, there are tough decisions to be made,
Yes.
but this is an enviable position to be in. 248-539-9797. Mike Stoney, you ready for Champ and Chump?
I am ready.
Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who gets the salute and who needs to be called out? I will start. My Champ of the weekend is the Tiger bullpen. Yesterday, 4 1/3, Holton, Lee, Canely, and Vest. They allowed 2 base runners to close out a 1-0 win. They were entrusted with a 1-run lead. They got the job done. Behold the play of the Tiger bullpen. So good for them.
My champ is a guy that if he had any type of personality, he would probably be the biggest star in the country right now. And that's Scotty Scheffler. He is just a machine. He's unbelievable. He wins the Memorial. Defending champ wins that. He's already won the Memorial, the PGA, the Byron Nelson thus far. He is far and away the best golfer in the world right now. I don't care what rankings say. I think he is technically ranked number 1, but he's unfreaking believable.
Chuck, hey, Kang, I don't know if you can hear me. Kang, can you hear me?
Barely.
I think we just lost my mic. So.
All right, here you're the fulcrum. Go.
Hello, you got me now? Are we on the air?
Yeah, you're on the air, man. Go for it.
Sorry.
I cannot
We
wait for your
completely,
chump.
My chump of the weekend is the Knicks. This is straight bitter and spite. Bye-bye. You are out of the NBA playoffs. You will not be missed. Here's the mic back, Stone.
My chump is the Arizona Diamondbacks. I don't know how many people saw this, but Saturday night they hosted the Washington Nationals. And the Washington Nationals, in the top of the first inning, they scored 10 runs. They scored 9 and had 11, their first 11 guys reach base without getting an out. So any team that can allow that has to be chump-like. So the Arizona Diamondbacks are my chump of the week.
Yeah, that's got to be rough.
There were some weird games that Saturday. You had the Tigers 1-0. Milwaukee beat Philly 17-7. The Dodgers had like a football score win over the Yankees. It was really strange on Saturday.
Champ and Chump, get your votes in at 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, my champ is the Tiger pitching staff. My chump is Jim Joyce. No, I will not let go. Oh, come on.
Well, it's because today's the anniversary.
Oh, is that what it is?
15 years, yeah.
Okay. Why are people talking about pulling Skubal and not talking about scoring 0 runs? Shaking my head. So here's the thing. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning of the show. Their last RBI came Friday.
Yep, 8 runs all weekend.
Yeah. Is this an issue, or did they run into a decent pitching staff and it's ebbs and flows of a season? I mean, we could talk about it. It just feels to me like on the timeline of 162 games, this is just a tick mark in the middle of the season.
And it's funny, the pitcher who shut them down, Waka, was probably the worst of the 3 that they were going to face in the series.
Yeah.
I mean, the first game was Lugo, and they got some runs off of him. I believe Lugo pitched the first game. Yesterday, the guy had like a 1.1 ERA going into that game. I mean, so they're facing some really good pitching. But, the other thing is, let's be honest, this is what we thought they were going to be going into the season. A team with great pitching, a good bullpen, and the offense was going to be shoddy. But it's been a lot less shoddy than we thought it had been so far. So hopefully the offense can just be good enough, middle of the pack probably, still win the division going away.
From an unnamed texter, best team in baseball is a mirage. Did you guys see what the Dodgers did to the Yankees yesterday? Well, I guess if you're basing it on one day, yeah, they weren't the best team in baseball yesterday. Whether or not they're the best team in baseball to me is kind of irrelevant. They're in the mix.
They have the best record in baseball. Are you going to sit there and say if the Tigers played the Dodgers, who would win? Well, we've already seen that. The Dodgers beat them the first 3 games of the season. The Dodgers beat the Yankees 2 out of 3 this weekend, so the Dodgers are terrific. We don't have to worry about the Dodgers unless we get to the World Series.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Dodgers.
Are the Yankees better than the Tigers? Yeah, I think so.
Well, the roster, you can look at other rosters,
right?
But aren't they getting the most out of this collection of players?
Yes.
Don't they fit? Don't the parts fit together well? And I'm not saying that right now, like there aren't better rosters, at least on paper. But there's something to be said for having component parts that fit together and get the most.
Yes.
So whether or not they truly are the best team in baseball, I'm not actually even interested in having that argument, to be clear.
Because it doesn't really make a
It
difference.
doesn't matter.
The baseball is the sport is the best team does not always win in baseball.
And one of the issues with baseball, and I heard it put perfectly by Tom Milliken on the morning show a couple weeks ago, when you get into the postseason, you can get baseballed. You can lose a short series because in baseball, someday it's their day and it's not yours.
The Tigers took advantage going into that series. Did you think the Houston Astros are better than the Tigers?
Yes.
Who won?
The Tigers won.
Yes.
I mean, you can, and the term is right. Is it correct? You can get baseballed. You can just. It's unfortunate if everything was a 7-game series when you got into the postseason.
Yeah.
There's less of a chance that you'll get baseballed. But in a short series, and that's why it is kind of important to get that first round bye, is to avoid a 3-game series. But yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to say Dodgers are a better team. Fine, they're 3-0 against Detroit, and okay.
Yeah.
I'm having fun leaning the fact that they got the best record.
Exactly. Enjoy the ride.
I don't think there's a worthy champ, writes an unnamed texter. Chump are the fans who say you can't criticize a team because they're good. Just enjoy. Shut up.
Well, you can do both, right?
Yeah.
That's what I do. I criticize, I praise, and enjoy.
I guess it depends on the level of criticism. Like
Yes,
I'll give it. You can try to get better, but I feel like we're talking about concerns, minor concerns. We're talking about tweaks. But like the guy who says Brisky's lost it, has he? He hasn't given. He hadn't given up an earned run in 5 or 6 outings before that.
Yeah.
And sometimes he's put into high leverage situations late in games. I don't know. That to me is probably a bit over the top. 248-539-9797. The Tigers are a good team, but don't get me wrong. The Tigers are a good team, don't get me wrong. However, they're not the best team in baseball. For example, the Chicago Cubs may not have a better record, but they're certainly the better team. Fine, whatever. Does it matter?
No.
I mean, it's fun to say. Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
But
they have the best record.
It's good sports bar debate, it's discussion, because with baseball, we're not going to, although we did with Saturday's game, you're not going to break down every single freaking game. So you have these barroom discussions. Is this team the best team in baseball right now? Yes, I think everybody understands that the most important thing is getting in the playoffs, and then from there, roll the dice and see what happens.
One of the important measurements of how good you are is your win-loss record.
Yeah.
And it can be offered up as a useful stat.
Yes, and they are fortunate that, going into – so if you hate the city of Chicago, you have a week of hate because you have 4 games in Chicago, and then the Cubs are here for the weekend. So obviously the Cubs are better than the White Sox. So out of these 7 games, people will be disappointed if they go 5-2. To me, 4-3. To me, that's the bare minimum. Just win 4 out of the 7. Now, if they beat the White Sox in all 4 and then get swept by the Cubs, that would suck because Skubal's pitching on Friday.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Gator. 97-1 the ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in on this Monday. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson out today. Mike Stone is in. We're from the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. 248-539-9797. Some interesting rumblings. I mean, we don't need to turn this show into a, hey, can you complain about the Tigers or not complain about the Tigers?
Of course you can.
Well, of course you can complain.
Yeah.
But I mean, the one thing about it is, I know this happens a lot in sports talk radio. It turns into a battle of who has higher standards. I have higher standards than you. You have higher standards than me. Whatever it is, let's just safely say whether they actually technically are the best team in baseball or not, I'm not sure it's really particularly relevant.
Not right now, it's not.
They're firmly established as a good team that's contending for the American League.
Yeah.
And because I'll give you an example. Wasn't there a Seattle team that won 116 games?
Yes.
And what did they do in the postseason?
They lost. They choked. They gagged. Whatever word you want to use. They didn't win.
They didn't win at all. So nothing. The whole best team in baseball moniker is just. I mean, it's speculation and opinion.
You could argue the Tigers during their runs where they went to the World Series and lost to the Giants, even the year when they went and lost to the Cardinals, 2013, that the Tigers could have been called the best team in baseball. And did they win the World Series?
Yeah, that is determined on the field in October.
Right.
And until then, it's a snapshot and a measurement of where you are in the snapshot in time.
I mean, suppose all these things that there's not a lot. The things that people are complaining about, third base is an issue. Suppose they rectify it at third base, and let's say, for argument's sake, okay, they get Arenado, and he plays really, really well.
Yeah.
And they get another reliever, and during the regular season he plays really, really well. They get into the playoffs, and for some reason the bats get cold, they get outpitched by somebody in a best of 5 series or whatever, and they lose. That's what happens in playoff period, but particularly playoff baseball.
Yep. You got to play your best when those games are played.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we can't play playoff games yet.
No.
In the meantime, yeah, there's a little bit of, I mean, just enjoy it. I think the only time the criticisms go over the top when you, like, if you're saying somebody's no good.
Correct.
That helped you get here.
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys that have struggled, but if, there's players that have usefulness that might not be the best at their job, but they've been used well by A.J. Hinch to help you win. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? All right. Hey, by the way, you brought this up in your show sheet, and we're here at a golf course.
Mm-hmm.
And I absolutely love this observation because I cannot stress enough. I'm not mad at this person at all. I'm not mad. It is all steak and zero sizzle. Scotty Scheffler is one of the most boring superstars ever.
Yes.
He's just and what you said about him is true on your show sheet.
Yeah. He's just so dominant. When he has a lead 9 times out of 10, he's going to finish it up, and he's not great in everything. I think he's like 115th in like driving efficiency, But when push comes to shove, he'll make the key putt. This is a stretch. He's like the Tigers this year. Everything he does is really good. Sometimes you're not sure how he does it because he's not the prettiest guy. And like I said, he does not have a great personality, but that's okay because he's great. If he had a personality like some of the other guys and was more flamboyant, he might get more ads. He might be all over the place, and actually probably set him up for more criticism. But he is unbelievable.
You don't win tournaments because you're flamboyant. You don't win tournaments because you have a great personality. For him, it feels like it's just all about the golf.
Yeah.
And yet, I'll tell you what's funny is I like to, weekend golf tournament. After Thursday or Friday, who's a good bet here just to finish in the top 10? And that will pique my interest in the Memorial. Okay, so how about Xander Schauffele, which is what I did yesterday. It didn't work out. But I'm looking at the odds after Thursday, and Scheffler's nowhere near the top, and he's still a heavy favorite to win the tournament.
Yeah.
and understandably so. Over 4 rounds, he just rises to the top, going out and just hitting great golf shots. And I don't know if he looks bored when he's doing it.
He's a machine. I think Jim Nantz even said it yesterday that it's so methodical. He's so good.
Yep.
Even when he hits a bad shot, and he's like, he drives and he hooks the ball a little bit. You watch him pointing out 4-4. His second shot always seems to like get him in the right place. He's so good, and he's I think he's won close to $14 million already this year. I mean, 1 major with 2 to go.
Do you like watching him play?
Yeah, because I'm jealous. I mean, not that obviously everybody's better than me, but how smooth, and he makes it look so much easier than it is.
I'm trying to think back. It was just the PGA, right? That he rendered the last day boring.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem is when a guy is that good, you're sitting there and you're watching this and you're like, okay, Scheffler's going to win.
Yes.
And I know there's other drama. Who's finishing second? Who's finishing third? Mm-hmm. But if Scheffler's pulling away from the pack, I'm less compelled to watch.
I know, because he's not exciting.
And it's not his. I feel guilty because like I'm complaining. You're too good.
Right.
You made me not want to watch.
I know.
And
there are those listeners who say, well, golf is boring to begin with. What do you expect? You're not going to see a guy going up to the tee like Happy Gilmore. Yeah, but I'm even talking about after, interviews, things like that. He's just very dull, whatever. That's okay.
And it's the brilliance. Like, I'm sure the golf purist is like, shut up.
Yes.
We'll just watch the brilliance.
Yes, and he's brilliant.
And he is brilliant. But more than watching the brilliance, to me, is watching the drama. And the drama doesn't mean, it's personality driven. It's competition driven.
Right. Now, maybe that personality comes up. I think it's this year when is the Ryder Cup this year, I believe.
Yeah.
And in Bethpage, I think they're playing it in New York, with the crazy New York crowd, and maybe him going, a little mano a mano against Rory or whatever. And then that could be, maybe that's when he comes out of his shell, if you even want to call it a shell. But that's the way he's been since he's been on the tour. He's very, the biggest story that he got, biggest notice was he was arrested.
He's the only guy in sports that can get arrested, and he's not any more interesting than he was before he got arrested.
Right.
Like, honestly.
Yes.
He got arrested, and it doesn't make him any more interesting.
Right, he went out and played.
Yeah. Everybody else who gets arrested, and I'm not endorsing getting arrested, but if you get arrested, it's like part of your storyline.
Yes.
With him, it's not.
I know.
How did that happen?
It's nuts. I mean, to a different level, because he didn't come out of nowhere like Scheffler kind of did.
Right.
But he was not the most exciting superstar. People around here are going to hit me because he's hated here. Sidney Crosby, kind of dull.
Is he?
Not
so here's the
anymore.
difference between Sidney Crosby and Scotty Scheffler. Sidney Crosby was on our TVs constantly.
Right.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I know.
And every other commercial. He was very marketable. But
I always thought he was dull as hell. Great player, but dull.
Well, I'm not going to stop you for leaning into trashing Sidney Crosby.
No, I know.
I mean, go for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trashing his personality when he used to be when he was younger. He was very timid. They put him in these commercials, and look, he's become a great player.
Well,
obviously.
but there's a reason why in December, if Belmont is playing Duke in college basketball, I'm probably not watching. You put that game in March, the competition and the drama makes me want to watch.
Right, and because it's in March and you can take Belmont plus 23 and have a chance.
Well, watching Scheffler down the stretch of any tournament now, to me, is like watching Belmont at Duke in December.
Yeah, because once he has the lead, he doesn't blow it usually.
Yeah, and good for him. More power to him. I'm not mad at him, but you're right. 248-539-9797. All right, who's your chump of the weekend? Get them in, 248-539-9797. Detroit Grand Prix, we'll get into that a little bit later on. Won by Kyle Kirkwood, who drove away from everyone after the red flag late. Thankfully, no major injuries on that scary accident late in the Detroit Grand Prix. Also, we got some Lions stuff to get to, and we will next hour at 248-539-9797. Bob, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Bob.
Good morning. I watched Scheffler. First of all, it's nice to be talking about golf. We don't talk about that much, so I enjoy the golf conversation. I watched Scheffler's interview yesterday, and after the tournament, and he was talking about his driving and how consistent he was into the fairways and everything. But I think what makes him a great golfer is second shot into the pins. Mm-hmm. That guy is always 10, 15, no more than 20 feet usually away from the pin. So he's always got a shot at making a birdie. So I think his second shot is what takes him away from everybody else because he's consistently all over that pin. And
you're right, and he makes it easy on himself. And Stoney mentioned when he gets in trouble, his ability to recover.
Yeah, he plays smart. I mean, he doesn't. He's not like Mickelson doing stupid things like blowing the U.S. Open and stuff like that. He's a very smart golfer, and I'd encourage everybody to go to YouTube, and there's a couple videos on Oakmont where the U.S. Open is being held. That'll give you a much greater appreciation of how hard that golf course is. And
we've seen it before. Those putts don't, those balls don't hold at Oakmont.
Bob, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Get your votes in here on Karsch Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. That's good news. 3 more years of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely.
Option for 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that gives us something to do with more sporting events. And look, it's hard because a big part of that race yesterday was strategy. There was so much talk about which tires to run on. Is it a 2-stop race? Here's a wreck that really benefited some people as far as they didn't have to pit anymore. And that kind of stuff is a big part of racing. It's a huge part of racing. I would say that the average person likes passing, and I think there was only 1 pass at the front during green flag racing, and it came near the end. And I think that's where the real drama and excitement is. However, I still enjoy it. I still like watching it. And you can't guarantee a ton of passing. They do have the longest straight. It's longer than Indy. So it's a great place to pass.
Is it wide enough? I mean,
it's pretty wide.
Yeah,
it's plenty wide.
It was just cool to watch and, see the skyline and see the buildings. And it was if it would have been Saturday when it was like 50 degrees and windy and cold, that would have been awful.
Yeah.
At least viewing-wise. But yesterday was just a postcard day.
All right, I do something with Gator called Quiz for Gator. I'm going to do Quiz for Stone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. All right.
Now you're making me nervous.
Well, you shouldn't be.
So I'll come back with a question for you.
Okay, Oregon.
Okay.
Oregon, University of Oregon baseball team.
Okay. I'm a big fan of those batting ducks.
They were bounced. They were hosting a regional, and they lost. One of the teams that beat them was UVU.
UVU?
UVU. Stoney, who is UVU?
Well, my first thought is Virginia Union, where Ben Wallace went, but that wouldn't be correct. UVU. Utah Valley University? Would that be my guess? I have no idea.
Bravo, Mike.
Wow.
Bravo. Utah Valley University.
Wow, they're D1?
Beat Oregon, yeah.
Wow. I saw the school from my alma mater's conference, because we don't have a baseball team in America. Holy Cross made it, and they lost.
Okay.
And I saw that Vanderbilt was the first, #1 seed to get knocked out of a super regional or whatever they call it since, 1999.
Well, there's been a lot of stunning surprises. Not only UVU, then Cal Poly eliminated Oregon.
Cal Poly, St. Louis Obispo, that one?
No, I just think it's regular old normal Cal Poly.
Okay.
Yep. Vanderbilt got bounced by Wright State, as
Wright
you
State,
mentioned. Yeah,
the
Wright State.
Horizon League.
Texas got bounced by UTSA.
University of Texas San Antonio.
Well done. Georgia. Now tell me if you've heard of this opponent that beat Georgia. Duke.
Yeah.
But Georgia Jimmy's got to be upset today.
Yeah, I'm
and
telling you.
Kentucky bounced Clemson. So a lot of upsets in that thing. Our college baseball tournament's drunk.
Yeah. By the way, I was flipping through the channels. You would know this.
Yep.
And there was I wouldn't call it a 30-30. It was called big something. I don't know. But it
What
was
channel was it on?
It was on ESPN. It was like a profile on the Tennessee baseball coach.
Yeah.
And how many times he gets ejected from the game.
He's pretty controversial.
Oh, yeah. And he's like, you either love him or you hate the guy. He gets ejected a lot in college baseball.
Yeah.
And they showed the arguments with the umpires. It's like, dude.
Tennessee baseball has a reputation. And you're right.
Because of him? Or?
You love him or hate him. Well, the team is very to the opposite of Scotty Scheffler.
They're volatile.
Yes.
Well, vol for volunteers. Right?
Oh, you're so proud.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, here's my question for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Jay Batt has been officially announced
Yes.
as the athletic director at Michigan State.
Yes.
He's the first athletic director to be hired outside of Michigan State internally or with Michigan State ties since, I believe, 1995. Who was that athletic director?
In 1995?
I believe it said 1995.
Would have been the AD. So they brought in an outsider, is what you're saying.
Yes.
I should know this.
No, you shouldn't, because I kind of forgot about this guy's name completely.
You got me.
Because we can't forget the Merritt Norvell era.
Oh, that's right.
1995 to 1999.
Okay.
This guy has good credentials at Michigan State hired. I mean, credential number one, and everybody's talking about the fundraising and all that.
Yeah.
He's got the blessing and the support of Nick Saban. And then to me, that checks 8,000 boxes, including Tom Izzo's.
Yeah. Look, the fundraising, it's the changing dynamic of college athletics. Years ago, I had a friend who was a college coach, and he left college coaching, and he said, it's no longer about basketball. And he just wanted to coach basketball. So he did something else and coached high school. Because he said, I'm not going to make any money coaching, but now it's more about the basketball.
Right.
I think the role of athletic director is how much money can you raise?
Yes.
And, the credentials, that sounds like what they went with.
Yeah.
And that's sort of where it is these days.
I mean, he's had plenty of, obviously, experience at high-level places, Georgia, Alabama, and then finally being the AD at Georgia Tech. So on paper, it looks like a really good hire for Michigan State for what they want to do. And that's get more money involved in the program, because that was the downfall of Alan Holler.
And it's get on board with the NIL stuff or fall behind.
Yep.
And, the truth is all these decisions that are being made about adding expanding March Madness or adding playoff teams for football. It's all, how do we create more revenue streams, because we got to pay the players.
Yeah.
And, this House ruling that's going to allow the schools to basically pay them directly. I think what we have seen is the end of the arms race. If you haven't built the waterfall in your atrium of your football building, you're not going to get one now.
Right, because it's not that important.
It's not that important, and that's how they used to do things. But now,
it's like everything else in this world, this country. It's all about money. Everything revolves around money. Getting money to support certain things. You want to have all your big-time events come to your town. You got to get corporate sponsorships. You got to raise money.
And unfortunately, it's a movement towards getting away from some of what made college athletics great.
Right.
Because college athletics is just college football specifically, which, let's face it, that's the one people care about the most.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to look more and more like the NFL. And the charm of college football is that it wasn't the NFL. The charm of college football was rivalries and, the conferences and seeing the same teams every year. But with the way this thing is starting to align, the non-conference fun in September, I think, is probably going to start to go away. And there'll be better the conference matchups week in, week out was fun. But, we've seen rivalries die because of that too.
I mean, if USC Notre Dame dies, that's going to be a shame. I mean, look, I'm glad Michigan's playing Oklahoma, and hopefully I know they have a series set up with Notre Dame in about 8-9 years, something like that. I just hope at least you're going to have one of those. That's why, when I was in for Mike, we were discussing, this whole Big Ten, SEC, matchup type of thing. And I liked it as a fan because it guarantees you're going to see one really good, non-conference game that you don't have guarantees anymore.
I've found that over the last couple of weeks, reading everything about what's going on in the game, I just keep going back to get me to Saturdays. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I reading all this? Because I think there are real concerns about killing the goose.
Yeah.
That, it's irrational why we packed 100,000 seat stadiums. And if we start getting away from the reasons we were able to do so, like you and I run the athletic department anywhere,
exactly.
but if you start getting more and more away from that, what are we doing? But see how it plays itself out. 248-539-9797. Let's talk some Lions. We'll do it next. Here on Carson Anderson on the road from Oakland Hills, the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Golf Commission Classic. It is Carson Anderson, Stoney in here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark. Twin Peaks has upped their game quite a bit. It starts with the culture. Starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes an extensive training to get them on the floor, and once they do, they deliver an experience no guest can live without. And, of course, what brings it all together? Sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, brings all the action that you crave. Detroit is playing their best baseball in years. You couple that with the hockey and basketball playoffs, football just around the corner. You got the Scratch Kitchen with items like the smoked chicken wings and thighs, the ribs, even the hand-cut New York strip steaks. And don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you'll ever have. Poured at an ice cold 29 degrees. They boast an extensive craft cocktail list featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. If you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Stoney's in for Anderson today. Champ, the city of Detroit Grand Prix weekend was awesome. Chump, the Tiger fans who nitpick every Tiger loss, they are not going to win every game. That's from Bubba and Novak. Well, look, we've gone back to what is a reasonable amount of complaining.
Yeah.
You lose for a reason. Something goes wrong. Some plan goes wrong. Some player fails. Over the course of 162, if you treat every baseball game like an NFL football game, you're gonna drive yourself.
Exactly. But it's okay to not to treat every game like an NFL game, but to react to the moment. Yeah. And Saturday, the moment was, why did he take Skubal out? And I understand it. I understand why he did it, and I understand why people were pissed off. If Brisky would have come in, gotten the guys, and they would have won, some people would have said, why did they take him out? But it wouldn't have been an issue. It's because they lost the game. But you still have to score runs.
Yeah, that was a problem. Champ of the week is Scotty Scheffler. Champ of the week is the fans at the UFL game who took a bunch of bobbleheads to resell them on eBay for $100 and leaving people with none.
Wow.
All right,
really?
Kang, you're a collectible guy.
What's a Jake Bates bobblehead go for
what
these days?
What does a UFL bobblehead go for these days?
I had no idea until that text came up. I'd have to look at eBay. The market is what the market is, and if that guy's right and they're selling for $100, not asking, because that's two different things, people. If they're actually selling for $100, then that's what it's worth, I guess. Would have thought of that. I would not have thought that.
There's also something about hoarders. Like if every fan that wanted to go to the game didn't get one. I mean, this text is a little short on details, but if you got your one bobblehead and decided to resell it, there's nothing wrong with that. If you managed to take a bunch of bobbleheads and took them away from fans who got none, I could see why somebody would be upset.
So it looks let me ask you this, Ken.
Yeah.
What, in your mind, what is more valuable, a Jake Bates Detroit Lion bobblehead, if there was one, or a Jake Bates Michigan Panther bobblehead?
First off, apparently the Panther ones are selling for around $60. That's what they seem to be going for. Which one do I think would be worth more? I would go with, I don't know, it is unique. The Panther one is unique, I'm not going to lie. So I guess I'll take the Panther by a slight margin here.
Okay.
And you had to go to a Panther game, so I feel like a lot less people are going to those games.
But more importantly, who would win a fight between a lion and a panther?
Are we talking Jake Bates as a Panther and Jake Bates as a lion?
No, I mean real lion and a real panther.
If you had to fight yourself, who would win?
John and Warren says, I'm so sick of people nitpicking this team. We're in first place. We're 19 games above 500. It's June 2nd. Please save it for late August. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, look, if they go into a downturn, yes, let's, pick away. I will.
Well, yeah, I mean, like always, I guess within reason, but I suppose the debate is, well, what is technically within reason? Everybody has a different definition of what's within reason. Next text, I love Scheffler, just does his job and dominates. Reminds me of Leonard Skinner back in the day. Not flashy, just goes up to the microphone and crushes it. That's from Max and Bath.
Wow, I never thought of that analogy. Scotty Scheffler and ooh, that smell.
You're right.
Yeah.
Wasn't on my bingo card for today's show.
No, it really wasn't. If you're thinking about Rory McIlroy's more of a free bird, I guess. I don't know.
There you go.
Leonard Skinner.
All right, let's talk some Lions.
Yes.
So over the weekend, some news came out, and I don't know what to make of it, but my opinion on some things are changing. Well, let's start with this. We await word on a Hutch contract extension, right? I mean, that's probably...
Didn't she just walk in past us? I
thought
I saw
Carol Hutch.
Yeah, I just saw
She's
Hutch.
here, yeah. We await word on an Aiden Hutchinson contract extension. We got J-Mo's extension, which is a storyline that looms. And then rumblings came out about Alex Anzalone perhaps wanting a new contract. And then Frank Ragnau over the weekend. And Dave Burkett of the Free Press wrote about it. That did seem to confirm that was the reason he was not at training camp, or at OTA, which are voluntary. And I kind of wonder how the fans feel about news of vets wanting new deals. And it is a business, and this is their livelihood. What I find a changing dynamic of pressure that is being put on Lions fans, and I mean this sincerely. I think the pressure is now changed where there is such a sense of urgency that this opportunity cannot go wasted. They've got to win a Super Bowl here.
Yeah.
This era of Lions football has to produce a Super Bowl. And what I think scares us is the idea that either the Detroit Lions or the organization or something will happen, what scares us, where we get in our own way. That some self-inflicted storyline can disrupt this team's opportunity to win a Super Bowl.
Yes, and we look at this team as, cliche, the gritty and all that stuff. We're not worried about that stuff. We're a team. The other, the business side of it doesn't make a difference, and if you're not on board that way, we don't need you. But Frank Ragnau's the guy that they need. And Anzalone's in the same situation, but I think Ragnau is like the third highest paid center in the league right now, but he wants more guaranteed money. For this year, his contract the base is $9 million. His signing bonus, which he already got, obviously, so he has $1,200,000 in the bank already. So, I mean, look, he's one of the best centers in the National Football League, if not the best. Yes, you want him happy. He does get injured a little bit. He's going to be 30 years old, 29 this season.
One of the great things about him, though, is he gets injured and he plays.
Yes.
And he plays well. Like, if it's crazy. The two guys that are wanting more money is the veterans, Anzalone and Ragnau, and the reports seem to confirm that that's what's going on here. These are two guys that put it all on the line.
Yes.
Ragnau plays through injury and has played hurt for a couple of years, we hear documented.
Anzalone came back and played with an injured limb.
Yeah, he had, cast it up on playing. So these are heart and soul guys that have literally put their bodies on the line to help you win. And they're both really good. But financially, where are they on the priority food chain? Because Lions have locked up a lot of young players who are due contracts, and those young players have to be the priority over the aging veteran.
Yeah, look.
But this goes back to this weird pressure we have, which it's awesome that the Lions are really good, but this sense of urgency, I feel, cranked up to an all-time high. We just can't let this opportunity slip past without winning a Super Bowl. And there's you don't want to put the cart before the horse in terms of giving people contracts that might get in the way of signing players or acquiring players that help you win now.
Especially Ragnau, who's so freaking vital.
He is.
To the strength of the team, which is the offensive line. Look, if it doesn't get resolved, is he going to hold out? No, I wouldn't think so. So I think people worrying about that are a little bit premature. You want him happy, obviously, because he does, at that position, he's so important. But I really take exception. There are people out there, nationally and some locally, this is the window is this year and that's it, or maybe this year, next year. I completely disagree with that. And the reason I do is because, taking Ragnau and Anzalone aside, okay, the core of this team, their best players, are all signed for the next few years, and they're all, young. Their best players, for the most part, young and signed. No problem.
Yeah, and the other thing that drives a team to be able to keep the window open longer is drafting well.
Mm-hmm.
If you're drafting well, that means you're replacing aging out veterans with young, cheaper options. And, until I see otherwise, I'm pretty comfortable with the guy who's drafting. But there's a lot of pressure on Brad Holmes to get Tarik Williams correct. to get Isaac Tesla correct, that those guys have to be worth it because there are difficult decisions looming. But, the contract stuff, you see it. It's kind of in the backdrop of, hey, please don't get in your own way. Please don't, because if you sign some of these guys to guaranteed money and give them more, that does limit what you can do at the trade deadline.
Yes, it does.
And, so you want to have the most flexibility because we are just about the job. The primary goal here is to win the Super Bowl. We've never done it. So I wonder how fans feel when they see these stories, Anzalone and Ragnau, understanding that they are heart and soul guys that you want to take care of. You want them to be happy. They put it all on the line. They both famously have played with pain and done whatever they could to be on the field for the team. And yet, if they want new contracts, does that get in the way of bringing other players in?
Well, it also might get in the way of, like you mentioned, the trading deadline. If they can, that's what they're saving some money for that, obviously. You can't afford to sit there at the trade deadline due to injury like we saw last year. All of a sudden, the Lions were fortunate to get Zadarius Smith. Sometimes you might need a player might be available that you don't have any cap money for. That can't happen, and I think they're trying to make sure that doesn't happen. And I think it's a business. I think it'll all get worked out. They'll figure out a way to give him more guaranteed money and work it out the other way.
Stoney is in for Gator, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. We're on the road from Oakland Hills, the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, Gators out. It is June 2nd. Welcome to June. I want to say goodbye to May, which I would argue May of 2025, for me, was the worst weather month of my lifetime when you talk about the expectation for the month.
I'm not a weather historian like you are, obviously. It was bad, though. April, conversely, was wonderful.
May was below expectation.
Yes, it was.
It's month above replacement. It's Mar. Was a low month above replacement. It was terrible
So
month.
April was like the Tigers, where May was like the Red Wings.
Yes. There you go.
May was historically the worst weather month in Michigan ever. Did you guys know that?
Why do you say that?
It was in Mays, I remember. That's how I know that.
I mean, right? It was terrible. It's a terrible month.
Yeah, and it finished, Saturday? Was Saturday, May 31st?
What was funny?
Yeah, it was the worst.
My wife and I got up early yesterday. Went for a walk. I walked outside. I was dressed like it was November. And I'm like, it's June 1st. So June, we have big expectations for you. It's time to bounce back. June needs to bounce back.
That's right. You listening, June?
Big comeback month. Feedback. Ragnau, a new deal. Trade or release that old horse is done.
Oh, please. No, somebody with a pulse actually said that?
Yep.
Well, we're not sure you had a pulse.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I know.
Dying breath, sent the text, and then passed away with no pulse.
Exactly.
Here's one, and if we use the word holding out, or the term holding out, they are correct. This is from an unnamed texter. Frank and Anzalone are not holding out. These are voluntary workouts. They'll both be there when it's mandatory. Anzalone has to realize this is his last year here. Barnes just got paid, and Jack Campbell will get paid in 2026.
Yeah. I don't think we said they were holding out.
I don't think we use the term holding out. If we did, that is correct.
Right.
Nobody is holding out.
You don't hold out from pajama football either.
No. Now, were they both sitting out, non-participants at OTAs?
Yes.
When it wasn't injury related? Yeah. And, it's kind of a tough, whatever the team does, from our perspective, from those that don't work for the Detroit Lions, from our perspective, whatever the team does, all we care about is how do you maximize your chances to win the Super Bowl?
Right.
That's it.
Nothing
That's
else
all.
matters.
And yet, you build relationships with players. You like your guys. You appreciate what they do. You want them to be happy. But if there's no money for Anzalone and Ragnau because they have bigger plans, I can't get mad at the organization.
No, and these guys are not going to sit out the season over this. Let's be honest.
It would be a stunning development.
Yes.
Putting your wallet before the team is not what a player who's truly part of this culture should do. Anyone who's holding out, I would trade ASAP.
Like we said, it's not a holdout.
It's not a holdout. Big Anzalone is probably in a position as well. With Campbell in front of him, he has the potential to play the position Ray Lewis did. He's a solid tackler. That kind of confused me. I don't know what they're getting at. Kang, do you have any thoughts on all this? Our producer back in our studio.
Yeah, Anzalone, I totally understand. I mean, this is when most players, ask for more money is when there's 1 year left, and you feel you've outplayed that contract. You see where the market is, and you're looking, hey, let's renegotiate. Let's do this. That's normal, I think. The Ragnau caught me off guard, and I think it caught a lot of fans off guard because he has 2 years left, and he's positionally the fourth highest paid at his position. So it's not like he's been surpassed by a bunch of guys, right, or even other, backups and things like that. I think what his deal is, though, he doesn't have any guaranteed money left on his contract with Frank Ragnau. And I think my guess is, just a guess, that he wants to rework his deal to make sure he gets some guaranteed on his deal. Because I think Matthew Stafford did the same thing with L.A. He had a big contract, but at the end of it, nothing was guaranteed. So he started talking to them like, hey, I want to rework my deal. And people outside were like, well, you have a huge deal, but none of it's guaranteed. I think Ragnau's doing the same thing as my thought. But like I said, 2 years left, and you're still top 5 in your position getting paid. Yeah, a lot of fans, they're not going to take that kindly,
So I got this weird feeling, and I think probably what drives this is we went through a decade of Tiger baseball where they competed for the World Series, right?
Mm-hmm.
They never got to the mountaintop. And you look back and you go, oh, this team was really close. that team was really close. A whole bunch of teams were really close, but they never got to the mountaintop. And here we got this Lions team.
They've been close.
That there's no question the culture and the feel around this Lions team has changed. It's way better than it's ever been by any measurement in my lifetime. Consistently good. I mean, 15-2 last year. They might not win 15 games again in the near future.
No.
And they did it all with a depleted roster. And it was unbelievable. But as we learned and we knew, it guarantees nothing.
Nothing. I think they could be a better team this year with a worse record.
In fact, I think in some ways it's probable.
Yeah.
That they will be a better team with a worse record.
Yeah.
And it just goes back to anything that could disrupt the team, I don't want to hear about. Like I don't want it to become an issue. So veteran players who want new contracts, that's fine. Because we haven't reached a point where it's impacting Sundays yet.
Mm-hmm.
But is this the beginning of something that might impact Sundays?
We don't know. Look, when actual training camp starts, when they actually put pads and helmets on, and if they're not there and it lingers, then there could be some cause for concern. It's more like, all right, who's going to be the replacements? And I know I saw that actually Sorsdahl was actually getting some snaps at center like as a third stringer, which because I thought he's pretty much gone anyway, but at least they're finding some use for him. But no, that's the time to worry a little bit if you're going to worry, not now.
Yeah, and I still love where this organization is. I still think Frank Ragnau and Alex Anzalone are incredibly important players right now, but I don't think there's any question they're closer to the end than the beginning, and I don't think there's any question that the younger players that you have to re-sign have to be the priority.
Right.
And when you're an aging NFL player, it's tough. It's tough. The guys around you are getting these monster contracts, and you're in the last couple of years of a deal that and this is where your fans kind of, hey, you can lose the fans. If it becomes an issue, you signed a deal that you were happy with. Fulfill your obligation.
Look, barring major injury or anything like that, and I know he's been hurt before, these are not the last couple of years of Frank Ragnau, in my opinion, unless he decides he just wants to quit. Because you look at the position, and you see offensive linemen play for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason Kelsey at that same position played for a long, long time. Frank Ragnau is still a terrific player, one of the best at his position, and I see no reason to think for the next 3-4 years he still won't be a top offensive lineman, a top center.
The only reason is injury, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you just get sick of getting your body beat up. You get sick of putting it on the line. It's difficult. Like, that's the only thing that feels like it could slow down Frank Ragnau, and I'm not mad at him. No, it's a tough way to make a living.
I mean, he's played with broken toes. He's played with all sorts of stuff. He's like a hockey player dressed as a football player.
248-539-9797. Your thoughts on taking care of the veterans, that balance though of making sure you don't lose any young guys, because that's at some point there is going to be a painful walk away.
Mm-hmm.
What's the most painful young player they've lost so far? The only one that pops in my head is a Fatu Melifarmu.
Yeah, that wasn't painful.
That's not really that painful.
Not painful.
But,
Gardner Johnson, was that painful?
No, it really wasn't.
No.
248-539-9797. Also get your Champ and Chump votes in. We do it every Monday. Who had the best weekend? Who needs to be called out? We tally up the votes and post on our website who the people select. Champ and Chump of the weekend. Stoney's in for Gator. 97-1 the ticket. Michigan Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. To answer a question that gets asked, we're not playing golf today.
No, we're not playing.
No.
That was one of the beauties of doing the morning show, if we'd have to come out and do a show from here or anywhere, because we'd be off the air at 10, and usually shotguns around 11:30, so if I was invited to play, I could say yes.
Yeah.
Be a little tired, but,
Whatever.
Yeah.
Dave is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
We're good, Dave.
Good.
Good to hear from you guys this morning, man. I'm an avid listener. I love the show. Gotta say, man, it's what a time to be a Detroit fan, right? Everywhere, you gotta say it's been going good. But concerning the Lions talks and all this contract talks, we're into it. We got $64 million in cap space. With Ragnau, I don't understand. You gotta lock him up. Give him that 3-year extension that he deserved and worked his butt off to get. I think he's one of the core pieces with Panay. We're coming to the final years of the contract. The Carlton Davis, guys like Derek Barnes and Tim Patrick. Those guys are proven players that have impacted us. But we do have new talent, and Brad we trust. But just as Lions fans, man, I really the complacency, man. We're so quick to jump to, we're so, scared to be in this position almost, and. As a avid Lions fan for 20 years now, I could say, we went through these seasons. We've seen the ups and downs of this team and the struggles, and just to be appreciative of what we have now and locking up these guys and knowing that we're going to have a team that's going to go out there and perform at its best, because look at who we have, the coach of the year, Dan Campbell, the meat-biting man himself. And so I
would never use a word complacency about the fan base. I don't think that anybody's complacent. The challenge of signing veteran players is it cuts into flexibility of what else you can do. I mean, they just let Zadarius Smith go, who was scheduled to make $5.5–6 million. Wasn't that what it was?
Something like that.
That tells you that things are kind of tight, because it feels like he'd be an easy player to keep, given their cap space situation. But that obviously wasn't the case.
I think they want to get him in a cheaper route. They have enough money to spend.
But you can see, if they want a player like that for less money, I don't know that they wouldn't want other veterans for less money. They don't. Were they planning on paying those guys more when they let Zadarius Smith go?
I mean, they have. As far as I'm looking at Spot Track, which is the website, and it says top 51 cap space of their roster, $40 million, which is fourth. So they're 17th in the league in total cap. So they have money to spend.
I guess everything's on hold until Hutch gets signed too, right?
Yes. And, look, the salary cap can be finagled. Really good teams have been able to do that. I mean, when they sign Hutch or anybody else, you would imagine Goff, they'll come to him and try to restructure his deal because because I think next year it's worth $70 million or something for next year, his cap hit.
I don't know exactly, but I know it does. There's a lot of ballooning cap hits.
Yeah, I mean, so look, the cap goes up every year. So, yeah, I mean, in next year, his base salary is $55 million next year.
So I said, did they let Zadarius Smith go anticipating this? Maybe not, but they did draft 2 interior offensive linemen. Mm-hmm. And now that we see that Ragnau might want a new deal, was this okay, let's see if we can develop the next guy and save some money there? I don't want to lose Frank Ragnau, but...
No, but you're still trying to develop guys. You want somebody who's better than Graham Glasgow, okay? You want more depth. That's the reason you drafted. And Rutledge, people think he's going to start, possibly.
Yeah.
So you drafted a starter who's going to be on a rookie deal for a while, and you drafted the kid from LSU, Frazier. He supposedly has a really high upside, and then when Glasgow's ready to retire, he goes in there, and you have guys who can play both sides of guard. It's a no-brainer what they did. I love what they did in that position.
Mark is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mark.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So I really like Kang's take and just kind of articulating the difference between Anzalone and Ragnau in terms of the timing. And I think the situation with Ragnau is, to me, kind of the downside to loyalty and being about, quote unquote, our guys, is that sometimes you're going to get some guys who are going to ask for more loyalty out of you than you might have to give. I do think the cap situation is an awkward one because we have to give some new contracts coming up that are going to hit hard, like Hutch's. You know, so the number right now on paper is going to change. And I think this is also Ragnau. One of the things we really love about the offensive line and the locker room and all that is the culture there. And what we don't want is the drama of somebody not showing up prepared. So as long as Ragnau doesn't do any of that, and this is just, hey, I would like more money, not a big deal. But if there's any of the sort of diva behaviors, I'd have a problem with that.
I do not anticipate Frank Ragnau ever being called a diva. I think when the season starts, when training camp starts, or whenever he shows up, he'll be ready to go. I just want to clarify one thing on Jared Goff. His cap hit for next year is $69,600,000. That needs to be reworked.
Yeah, that seems awfully high, like too big of a percentage of the cap.
And it will get reworked.
So is not showing up for OTAs a big deal?
No.
Probably not. Does it tell you, though, that something hasn't gone the way the player wants? Has the player and the agent approached the organization about a new contract?
You would assume so.
And if they got the response they wanted, would the player be at OTAs?
Probably. But, you know, maybe they're just sitting there and saying, listen, here's the deal. I understand your position. We want to get Hutch done before this season, whether you agree with that or not, whatever. I have no idea if it's true. So they say to Ragnau, Anzalone, when Hutch is done, we'll see what then we'll take care of you.
If it were you, then would you say, that's not satisfactory, I'm not going to be at OTAs? Because that doesn't feel like something that would keep a player.
You're asking a person who likes to work even when I'm not getting paid. But, yeah.
To be clear, Stoney is getting paid
yes,
today.
I am. But you know what I'm saying. So if I was a normal human being, yeah, I would stay away. What's the big deal? It's OTAs.
Well, I mean, neither of them are like a quarterback, but the center is like the quarterback of the O-line.
And I do get where you want somebody like Ragnau to be around Ratledge and Frazier just to get that, big brother type of inspiration.
Again, I keep going back to please don't let any of this get in the way. It's not creating drama where there isn't any yet.
Right.
I don't think we are.
No.
But the sense of urgency is there, right? This team is in the best shape of our lives when it comes to winning a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. If they don't win a Super Bowl, I hope it's only because other teams were better, not because the Lions did something to themselves.
Or that Josh Reynolds didn't have better hands.
Well, that's kind of an example of shooting yourself in the foot.
Right.
Making a play that he was certainly, as a player, you have respect for the player, and that's why you think the player should make that play.
Mm-hmm.
And yet that was not a forced error.
No.
On really, specifically the 3rd and 10 one. The 3rd and 10 one was not a forced error.
No, the 4th and 2 one was. I thought
it was a very catchable. It was a very catchable ball, but it was a little bit tough.
I will go to my grave thinking that was more Josh Reynolds' fault than Dan Campbell for not kicking the field goal.
Well, when your job is to, if we're not going to go for it, do we have a play that can get us the first down? And the answer was yes.
Yeah, and it was right there.
I don't know why we're litigating a game from 2 years ago.
I know.
248-539-9797. There's no question that the culture has changed. Team's chances to win has changed. And now every minutia gets dissected, and understandably so, because so much is on the line. So when you hear rumblings that a couple of veteran heart and soul guys might want new deals, which is why they weren't at OTAs, it's truly not a big deal yet.
And
you just don't want it to be.
And I can't come up with examples off the top of my head, but Doug, you know this. A lot of this happens a lot to good teams. They get in this situation where decisions have to be made, and players always seem to want more, and rightfully so. And they use a little leverage that they might have. And if OTA is a leverage, that's the only thing. So be it. Enjoy your fishing.
All right, everything we got in Detroit, we like to make it better. We open up the suggestion box at 12:05. Plus, we have a French Quarter prison escapee update, day 17.
Ooh.
Was there a sighting of one of the two finalists? We'll get to that at noon here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Mike Stone's in for Gator. Stoney, how was your weekend?
My weekend was okay. Played horrible golf, but had an enjoyable time.
It's hard to do, to be horrible and have an enjoyable time. It's you get accustomed to struggles.
I know my limitations, so I don't get as pissed off. If I hit the ball well, even if it's like 30 yards left or right of where I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
It's when I, worm burn stuff, that's when I get upset.
It's amazing if you go through the end of a round of golf and you go, okay, if I didn't lose 5 golf balls, what your score would be, right? We are on the road today. We are at Oakland Hills for the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. Doug Karsh, Mike Stone in for Gator. And no, Gator's not playing in this golf event. He is at the Rocket Mortgage. I guess it's just the Rocket Classic Media Day.
Yes.
Which is today. He'll have stories tomorrow. In the meantime, Tigers take 2 of 3 from Kansas City. We'll get back to them. Talked a bunch of Lions last hour with contract situations. Promised it. New Orleans, day 17, French Quarter escapee update. According to reports out of New Orleans, there is a belief that Antoine Massey, one of the finalists, has been spotted in Natchez, Mississippi.
Natchez, okay.
Natchez, Mississippi. Do you know the first thing about Natchez, Mississippi?
I've heard the city before, but I don't. What is it? Is that where you had your breakdown when you went to the
No,
Super
that was
Bowl?
Sandersville, Mississippi.
Okay, at least I'm in the right state.
Sandersville was where the breakdown was. Then we went to, I believe it was Laurel, and had barbecue. But, yeah, that was my only time in Mississippi. That was a drive.
I don't know anything about Natchez.
Kang, you know anything about Natchez? Do you know anything about Mississippi?
Mississippi? No, I feel like I don't want to know anything about Mississippi. It feels like one of those places like true crime. Always, Mississippi.
Well,
I do know that Antonio Massey is not a distant relative of former Lion cornerback Robert Massey.
Thank you for the update, Mike. And that's the value you bring. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, so Detroit Grand Prix. Over the weekend, big event here in Detroit. Interesting race. First of all, the backdrop makes it a fun watch. Racing through the streets of downtown Detroit, racing along the waterfront, a longer straight than the Indy 500 makes it fun to watch. The one thing that feels like it will always be an issue in Detroit, which doesn't impact us, is it's bumpy. And there was a scary moment late in the race. For people who missed it, Louis Foster, one of the drivers, out of nowhere, his suspension snapped. His right front suspension snapped. And because of that, his car veered towards a wall. He didn't hit it directly head on, kind of glanced off it, and eventually slammed in the back of Rosenquist's car and slid out of control but hit the tires. He was fine. Rosenquist was fine. But after the race, or after he was out of the race, they interviewed him, and it felt like he stopped. He bit his tongue and just said, look, I don't know why the suspension snapped. It's ridiculously bumpy. And you were saying earlier about the Formula One.
When I moved here in 1986, they had the Grand Prix was Formula One in the streets of downtown Detroit. And it was just very frustrating as a young media person trying to do interviews and hearing these, like Alain Prost, the roads are so bumpy, it's so horrible, I hate the theater, F you, go away. And they did, unfortunately.
Yeah, but we're sure we didn't want him to stay.
Right.
So we don't want to lose, but they just re-upped. That's the good news, right? There's 3-year deal has been struck, and Detroit is going to host this for 3 more years with an option for 3 more. Whatever they need to do, like in Vegas, they had somebody went over a hubcap that came out and damaged one of the cars.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, a manhole cover, not a hubcap. They went over a manhole cover that popped up. So anyway, Kang, you say we have breaking news?
Yeah, big news. Big news. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, was reporting 1 minute ago on Twitter, also known as X. Lions All-Pro and Pro Bowl center Frank Ragnau, one of the game's best, has informed the team he plans to retire. A stellar career comes to a close.
Oh, boy.
Wow. Well, that is out of left field.
All right, maybe we should
That
give him a
is-
new contract. I'll give him a new contract. I'm cool for that.
I guess it had nothing to do with the contract.
You don't think this is?
No, when you say you're going to quit, it has nothing to do, I don't think, with a contract.
Wow.
I think just he doesn't want to have the crap beat out of him all the time.
Okay, that's a game changer, and obviously bad news for the Lions for the football product.
He walks away at age 29. Mike Garofalo says his absence was not about a contract situation. He walks away at age 29. Okay.
So let me circle back to something that we talked about during last season. And Kang, I think you were the first to bring it up. You said, careful of this guy being around long term. It might not be something we can count on. And, you start reading the tea leaves a little bit of what the player's been saying. I don't know if there's a way to sugarcoat this. This is a big loss.
Oh, it's huge.
This is a big loss for the
huge.
Detroit Lions.
I mean, he's one of the best of the game. I mean, I don't know if it's going to, if you care about odds of Super Bowls and all that stuff, how it's going to shift. But it hurts them dramatically. Not only is the offensive line the best part of the football team, Frank Ragnau is one of the best centers in the league. Here's what Frank Ragnau had to say on Instagram. He says, these past couple of months have been very trying as I've come to the realization that my football journey is ending and I'm officially retiring from the National Football League. I've tried to convince myself that I'm feeling good, but I'm not. And it's time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I have given this team everything I have, and I thought I had more to give, but the reality is I simply don't. I have to listen to my body, and this has been one of the hardest decisions of my life. The Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout this process, and I can't emphasize this enough, how grateful I am for this team and all the fans. It was an absolute honor going to battle for you all. Wow.
Well, now I'm super sad.
I know. I'm very sad.
This game's brutal, man. It takes its toll. He's playing at such a high level. One would imagine if he could, he'd play.
Yeah. Man.
So now what?
Well,
I mean, it's never been better to be a Detroit Lion. It's got to be heartbreaking to step away at this time.
Yeah, for him, absolutely. But you hope he's completely healthy. Obviously, he was worried about that, and I understand it. But I'm going to try to separate myself away from him and just look at the fan in me.
So
I'm not pissed at him. I'm pissed at the situation. This is awful. Now, is it the same as for this year as if he would have tore his ACL doing a drill at OTAs or something? Same thing. They're not going to have him this year. So what goes in its place? I mean, wow. Ratledge has played center a little bit, right? But he wasn't drafted to be a complete center. Glasgow's right now your center, right, as you go up the depth charts. I'm going to look to see about, free agent centers out there. I'm sure there's not that many. There could be trades made. Wow, this is awful for the Lions.
So, Doug, when you alluded earlier when I kind of brought this up a couple years ago that just, be on the lookout. I went back and looked at why, and it was at the end of the 2023 season that he was doing their exit interviews, in the locker room, things like that. And he told the media, he said it takes a toll on you. It really takes a toll on you. I need to figure out a way to get back to being frank. And I don't regret any of this at all, but it weighs on you. So I really got to take some time and figure out everything to make sure I'm feeling good. That was at the end of the 2023 season. So ever since then, you kind of on the lookout. But then he came back, of course, and he said, he wants to do this. His body feels good. And I think last year he even said that, hey, my body's never really felt better. Of course, it's not going to be 100%, but he felt better. But at the end of every season, you always reevaluate and then how your body, you don't know how your body's going to end up feeling, right? And apparently right now it doesn't sound like it's feeling the best, and he doesn't want to continue.
Wow, this is a big blow for the Detroit Lions. We've gone from talking about whether or not he wants an extension to Frank Ragnau walking away from the Detroit Lions, announcing his retirement moments ago. Now what for the Lions? 248-539-9797. People, your reaction to this. We will get to that next here on Carson Anderson. We are at the Oakland Hills Country Club, the 5th annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission golf outing. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5% and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy, online or at a branch. And their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, the same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. If you're just joining us, breaking news at this hour, Frank Ragnau has announced his retirement from the Detroit Lions. Wow. Big blow for the Lions in the middle of their offensive line. Incredibly valuable player. He'll be tough to replace. Clearly, it's something that, isn't completely out of the blue because he's talked about how much injuries have taken their toll on his body. but that doesn't mean that the Lions were ready to have to replace him. I suspect there was some initial discussions with Frank that it's probably not completely out of left field.
Right.
But, Mike, this hurts.
Yeah, and I'm sure, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, that when Dan Campbell spoke to us in the media on Friday, he kind of had an idea that this was going to happen. This is not something that just happened over the weekend. Maybe he wanted more clarity. But, yeah, it just, as a Lion fan, you're happy for Frank in one way that he's getting out at age 29, healthy, and relatively healthy. But as a fan of this football team, it's just another, it's not Barry leaving in the middle of, or Calvin's deal. This sucks, though, as a fan. I mean, he is arguably one of your 5 most important people. And to have him leave is crushing. And we are fortunate right now to be joined right here at Oakland Hills by a former member of the Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers on our very own TJ Lang. TJ, thanks for stopping in. And
didn't mean to put you to work today.
I know, but the news of Frank, shocking to you, or did you see this coming?
No, I mean, it seemed like all the reports the last couple of weeks have been about a contract dispute, right? Yeah. Which couldn't blame Frank for, with the level of player he was. And some guys making a lot more money than him. But no, this news is, I mean, I'm literally responding to it. I just found out 30 seconds ago.
Yeah,
so
I get it.
It is obviously rare to see at this time of year. I mean, this is normally a decision you see a little bit right after the season, right? Maybe a month or two after the season. I can't imagine the Lions are surprised by it.
No.
I think Frank has been very open and honest the last couple of years about the injuries that he's played through and how his body feels and just what a struggle it is just to wake up and feel good every day. He's been honest about that. So it's one of the toughest decisions that you have to make as a pro athlete is knowing when to step away. And I think Frank has always been that type of guy that knew, when the end was the end, I'm not going to be one of those guys that tries to hang on and,
right.
just to play a little bit longer and collect another check. So it stinks, man. It does. I mean, this is tough news. Obviously, when it's one of your best players, and in my opinion, the best player at his position in the entire NFL. So,
right.
But at this point, it's got to support Frank in his decision. And I know Lions fans might probably be upset about it, but this is a human being we're talking about, and he's been through a lot of pain.
I don't think we're fans upset at him. Maybe upset at the timing, but upset that we're this really good team. Where do we go from here? I mean, is Glasgow your starting center right now?
Well, he has that versatility
right.
to kick in. I think the things I've been hearing since OTA started last week that Ratledge was taking a lot of center reps. And look, maybe this is something the Lions knew. I mean, obviously they drafted a couple guys at that interior offensive line spot. So, like I said, I can't imagine that this news is just coming out of the blue for them. I think this is something they've probably been preparing for. And, I think they do have versatility no matter how they want to fill that spot by kicking Graham back inside or giving Tate Ratledge a bunch of reps here throughout the spring and summer and hopefully in training camp to see if he's going to be the type of guy. I don't know what type of players are still out there, any veteran guys that might still be in that free agent market that you might be able to give a Kevin Zeitler 1-year deal to come in and kind of patch that hole. But I do know they're going to be in good hands, obviously, with Dan Campbell and with Hank Fraley and the other guys that they have in that offensive line room, a lot of other leaders. Whoever's going to have to be thrown into that starting role is going to be expected to play at a high level, and they're going to be surrounded by a bunch of guys that are very, very good at what they do as well.
Can you give us examples of how tough it would be for a rookie to have to man that position on a team with Super Bowl aspirations? Like, this isn't a rebuild. This is team that's trying to win and win now.
Yeah, center is a tough position. You have to be the quarterback of that offensive line, and a lot of times it's your job to get up there, set the front, set the ID, right? We're going here, make sure everybody's on the same page, and that you might have 3-4 seconds to do that, right? And when you're a young player, you're thinking a lot about so many things, right? I'm thinking about my technique. I'm thinking about what my footwork has to be. And then you're thinking, okay, I've got to ID the right guys. I've got to read the rotation. Anything that it just comes at you super fast, and you have to process this in 10 seconds. And it's difficult to do at a young age. But the more reps you get, obviously, if Ratledge, hypothetically is going to be that guy. Hopefully he gets a ton of reps here in OTAs and in then mini camp and then in training camp, and that can sort of speed up the development process, I think, a little bit. So, but there's nothing like getting in live games where practice you get redos, right? Hey, okay, let's do it again. Let's do this. You don't get that in games, right? And I think that's something you learn as a young player. So we'll have to see how the next couple weeks go, and obviously this could be a story we obviously are going to be watching all the way up until the season, right? Who's going to kind of separate themselves at that spot. But I can't sugarcoat it. I mean, it's a huge loss. You know, it's a huge loss. But I would say this, Doug, is the center is normally responsible for that. But with the offensive line that the Lions have with Decker and with and Panay and with with Graham, who's played a lot of reps, you can kind of put that onus on a lot of other guys. Okay, hey, Graham, or hey, Decker, or hey, Panay, you guys help set the front. You guys help set the protection. You guys be a little bit more vocal and kind of ID what we want to do on these plays. It doesn't always have to fall on the center. I think that it does on good teams because Frank is so good at doing it. It's just like, okay, there's a comfort in having a guy like that. That doesn't mean the other guys can't chip in as well, which is something they're going to have to probably do by committee until they figure out, who can slide into that spot.
And just to reiterate, Frank did a statement on Instagram, and I'll just read the end of it. He talks about his health, and he wanted to leave the game healthy. He says the Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout this process. I can't emphasize this enough, and how grateful I am for this team and its fans. It was an absolute honor going to battle for you all. So obviously this has been an ongoing process with them, so this is no surprise to them.
No, and Frank is one of those guys that played a year with the kid. I know he was super young, but I know he's very transparent. And he's been transparent with the media, which normally if you're transparent with the media, you're going to be even more transparent with your coaches and with the organization. Yes. So I have to think that this probably doesn't blindside them. Just hopefully, they got the right pieces that can kind of step in there to pick up the slack a little bit, because we do all know the aspirations and the expectations that this team is going to have going into this season. So I'm proud of Frank, man. I mean, if this is really the end, and this doesn't seem like one of those, like, right, remember Myles Garrett trade request, and then it turns out, I just wanted more money. I don't think this is like, I'm going to retire if you're not going to pay me more money. Frank's not that type of dude. So I think this was just, hey, let's get back to football over the summer. Let me start practicing a little bit. Let me truly see how I feel. Obviously, for him to make this massive decision at this point of the season, the guy's got to be going through a ton of pain. And, it sucks to see a really, really good player leave. But at the same time, you got to think about the person, and you got to think about, things bigger than the game. And for him to walk away, hopefully being eventually going to be able to have some health back intact, that's an incredibly tough decision. And if it's one that he thinks is right, I applaud him for it.
TJ, real quick from me before we let you go, did you see any drop-off on his play? Like, the injuries were starting to take their toll?
No, not really. I mean, obviously, the older you get, and what Frank is 7 years in, right? This would have been his 8th year, I want to say. No, I mean, just trying to think back to my own kind of path, and that 7th, 8th year is kind of where you feel like you start to hit your prime. And no, Frank, I mean, outside of what he would talk about and the injuries that he was playing through, and the toe that seemed to linger forever, and playing through the fractured throat, you wouldn't be able to turn on the film and be like, oh yeah, I could see the toes hindering him, which is a testament to him, which is a testament to how tough he is. And I got to see that, when he was a young player, and obviously watching and talking with him, throughout the last 5-6 years of his career, he never, but that's how he is. He doesn't want people to let him, let you know what he's feeling. Oh, poor me, man, I'm playing through all these injuries, and I gave up a pressure, but he's got a bad foot. No, that wasn't Frank. He expected to play at a high level, and he did play at a high level. So I know I kind of went long on that, but no, I didn't really see any drop-off with all the injuries that he's been playing through for multiple years now.
All right, tame the monster.
Yeah.
I'm going to try. I know Jimmy Pop, I'm mad at him right now. I wanted to play the North course so I could ride around in a cart. He's got us playing the South course. We got to go 18 miles out here today.
But isn't it? But if you play Oakland Hills, that's the one you want to
play.
No,
it is. This is a beautiful place. I'm so glad they're having us, and obviously with Game Above, me being a part of them and being able to sponsor this, it's always a great tournament. So I'm excited.
You're the man. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much.
TJ Lang, of course, contributor here on the station, part of the Lions Network. His thoughts on the breaking news, if you're just joining us. Lions center Frank Ragnau surprisingly announces his retirement moments ago. So, big blow for the football team, and long way to go here in terms of between now and the start of the season. But suddenly a lot of pressure on some young guys. Front office, I mean, it does potentially free up some cap space.
Yeah.
This kind of deal where do they go get a veteran? Do they use cap space to try and make a strong move? Well, I mean, how much money was he scheduled to make? What was his cap hit?
His cap hit this year would have been $14 million.
Now, I don't know that you get all that back, right? You only get back the base salary,
which is $9 million.
Yeah, but that's still $9 million.
Yeah.
So, what direction do they go? We shall see. Again, thanks to TJ for the insight. It's Carson Anderson from the Oakland Hills 5th Annual Game Above Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. Stoney in for Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, you hear us endorse various sponsors in the hope that you'll seek their services, whether it's a Las Vegas casino or even my go-to health club. But asking you to trust my eye surgeon who transformed my fading blurry vision into colorful crisp 2020, that's a more difficult sell. And it's because our eyes are so precious and essential to enjoying life. And when they no longer work well, we start doing stuff like putting contacts in them, buying expensive frames and lenses year after year after year, or relying on those annoying reading glasses. 6 years ago, with his bifocal implants, Dr. Yaldo gave me back the vision of my youth in a quick, painless procedure. Even for a wuss like me, it was painless. Whether it's custom LASIK for people under 45 or bifocal implants to eliminate the need for reading glasses, trust Dr. Yaldo, as some 50,000 Detroiters already have. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free, no-risk evaluation. Like me, you'll soon say that it was one of the best decisions you ever made.
Huge breaking news today. Frank Ragnau announcing his retirement from the Detroit Lions. So, now what?
It's like
nobody's mad. Everybody loves Frank Ragnau,
no,
right?
no,
Nobody's
but I'm mad at him. Okay, I'll be that guy. The only The only thing that bothers me a little bit here is I kind of wish he would have made this decision about 4 months ago. For free agency, they could have maybe done what the Bears did and got Drew Dahlman, or what Ryan Kelly, I believe, went to the Vikings. Teams in their own division who wanted to keep up with the Ragnows did it, and now we lose our Ragnow.
Well,
that's my only, and that's, you don't know when he knew.
Maybe we were talking about this earlier, whether or not he was not happy with his contract. Is that why and apparently the contract was secondary to his greater concerns, but they did take 2 interior offensive linemen. One of them pretty high.
Yeah.
The other one seems to be pretty highly regarded prospect. So, hey, man, it's a stunner. It's probably not nearly as stunning for the Lions organization, but it's kind of a now what.
Right. Yeah.
It frees up cap space. They can make a trade. They can maybe go with their current group. I don't know if there's any free agents still out there. I haven't even started to look. But Lions have to find a way to come back and be a better football team, or as good a football team, without Frank Ragnau in the middle of the offensive line. And that is going to be challenging. Let's go to Jason. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. How are you doing today?
Okay.
Listen, real quick, Doug, I just want to say you've been great on U of M radio. I just want to say congratulations to that. And to Stoney, I just want to say congratulations to you on your retirement. I never had the chance to say that. I just want to say those 2 things real quick.
Thank you.
But I also want
very,
very kind of you.
Thank you very much. But as you can hear, I'm not retired.
It's a busy retirement.
Yeah.
So, as far as Ragnau goes, that guy was a community guy. He was loved by his teammates. This is a blow. However, a lot of people in the football world feel that the center position is the easiest one to cover for weakness when it comes to offensive line continuity. Now, Ragnau was special because, like you guys said, he was a quarterback of the offensive line. I truly think that we're probably going to be looking at Glasgow as our starting center, with Ratledge getting a lot of work as the backup center and then possibly taking over next year.
It's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if I would agree with the assessment that the center is the easiest position to make up for.
No, because of all the reads and all that. So maybe the actual physicality of the blocking, maybe. But as far as, pointing out the defenses and all that stuff, that's where you want a good veteran.
Yeah. Now, is it maybe physically easier than some of the other spots? But as far as the mental aspect, I don't know. I don't. There's very little about this loss and trying to replace this player that makes me think anything's going to be easy.
Nothing. This is, I can't think of a proper analogy. You wake up and you find that you have as a fan, you find out that, I don't know, you can't walk anymore. I don't know. This is just awful as a fan.
Yeah, it's funny. Everybody's saying, "Oh, good luck to Frank." Yes, we all agree.
Yes.
We wish him nothing but the best. Makes great sense for him where he is in his life. Man, this sucks.
It does. This is, but this is where I believe the Lions are cursed, and this is another page in the book.
Kang, our producer back in our studios. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm absolutely gutted, like probably most Lions fans right now. The news is still fresh, and I think what you said earlier, Stoney, about, you wish you would have been able to tell the organization sooner. Of course we do, but to me that's a more check plus in how tough Frank Ragnau is, and he tried to gut this thing out to the very, I don't want to say to the very end, but he wanted to wait and make sure. You know what I mean? Because he is so tough, and you don't just say, hey, I'm not feeling good right now, draft somebody, I'm out. No, he wanted to make sure that he was out. And now we're upon the first, OTAs, he wasn't there. and he knew. And which is, by the way, this is not week 1, so there is some time here. There's a whole offseason here for the team to figure out what they want to do, but they've known that this was a possibility for I don't know how long, because he's that transparent, Frank Ragnau, with them. And so, yeah, you're so gutted because this is a Super Bowl team. This is a Super Bowl, one of the favorites to come out of the NFC, and you just lost the anchor of your offensive line. Now, can Ratledge move over to center? Can Graham Glasgow play center like he has before? Mahogany, hopefully he's ready. I mean, these are things that we got to think about, but I give Frank credit for just the fact that, hey, he tried to figure it out, and when he did, I think he still gave him time to figure it so they can figure it out.
And you got to think about how much this sucks for him, because his age says he should still be able to play.
Yeah.
And it's never been better to be a Detroit Lion than right now.
That's why it tells me he must be really hurting. Think about it. No one wants to give up when you have this the window is now. And I'm not saying he's giving up, but maybe his body's giving up, and he can't do it.
I'm looking at the ESPN depth chart for the Lions, and they have as the backup center Michael Neese, who is basically a guard. And, Kingsley Eguakwan is your third string, because they have Ratledge as the starting guard.
Well, Christian Mahogany, Miles Frazier,
but can they?
Tate Ratledge, a lot is riding on those players' development. Hank Fraley is a great O-line coach.
I mentioned I was on Fox 2 last night with John Neo with Dapper Dan Miller, that the one thing out of the OTAs was that Sorsdahl was getting snaps at center. And it was like, well, they're just trying to maybe salvage his career. No, they kind of knew this was happening. I think this is part of the reason that happened. Now, I'm not saying he'll be any good, but they were kind of prepared for this.
So it's unlikely that the offensive line will be better than last year.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean the team can't be. Does free up some cap space.
Well, they're not going to have a better record than last year, or the equal record. Let's be honest with that.
Well, what we want, first of all, if everybody gets healthy and is healthy for the postseason, that's what you want.
Correct.
This player, you can't make up for the loss of him on the O-line. You can't go get Frank Ragnau.
No.
Or a player as good as Frank Ragnau. So the way you get better as a team is figure out some other way, some other thing you have to do to make yourself a better football team, or as good a football team, to be prepared to go try and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, maybe. Look, I mean, this just came out an hour ago, to do some research to find out is there a team out there that you don't think is going to qualify for the playoffs, that has a center that's really good, that is near the end of their contract, that you can actually make a trade with possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you have to figure out, and that's what Brad Holmes is paid to do.
It's very hard to imagine that they would be, that anywhere down the road towards doing that, right?
You would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also hard to imagine even those teams giving up on the season before it even starts.
Correct.
Almost nobody does that. So we'll see. Frank Ragnau is retired. A ton of feedback coming in. Still got champ and chump votes. Get those in. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. bit of a stunner. Frank Ragnau announces his retirement. Not a total shocker, but it felt like, he was trying, and, we kind of moved beyond last season. The timing of this, I'm not mad at him. It's obvious he wanted to give it another shot and was hoping he would feel better. But here we are in June, and Frank Ragnau announces today he's retiring. So there goes one of the keys of the offensive line. And one thing for sure, Mike Stone, is the margin for error up front. It was a great offensive line last year, and they really can't afford other key pieces to get hurt now.
Look, it's such an important position.
Yep.
And I respect Lion fans and this whole organization and the whole makeup that we respect the job of that position, because the center is always overlooked. He just hikes the ball.
Yeah.
And we've seen it's so important. Look, is he as important as Penei Sewell? No. But it's pretty damn close.
Feedback coming in. Jesse the mailman says, I wish him well, and thank you for not faxing in your retirement. Good luck.
Yeah.
What difference does it make? I mean, he
Exactly.
posted something on Instagram. That's perfectly, how you do it, I guess, isn't
change the times. No fax, Instagram.
Why does Ragnau announce his retirement now? After the draft, free agency takes on a whole new meaning now. It's from Tim in Rochester Hills.
Yeah, that's the only thing you could somewhat criticize him for, but maybe he was battling. I think I want to do it. I don't. We went back and forth, and finally push came to shove.
Yeah, that just says to me that he had full intentions of coming back, and the body just didn't respond. Right?
Yeah.
Just didn't respond.
Or the mind. Maybe he just said, you know what, I can't do this again.
Unnamed texter, window closed.
I wouldn't go that far, but it definitely...
Well, of course you wouldn't. That's ridiculous.
It certainly puts the window going down a little bit.
Well,
there's no doubt about that.
I think you have to give them the like, there's a counter move here. There's a response.
I know, but it's okay to have the immediate
hold on.
reaction of, oh my God, this just
No,
blows.
see, I don't think it's okay. I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd to think that this means the window is closed.
Yes.
Or that it's closing. It means there's a challenge here, but for less competent organizations, let's give a brilliant GM an opportunity to respond to this before we even think about how this impacts their window.
Yeah, but see, I'm not rational. I'm not when it comes to immediate. When I sit back a few days and look at it, okay, and I can map out what they should do, then I become more rational. The fan in me just says, oh, this is just another thing to put on the old Lions docket. It just stinks. And no, I would never say the window's closed. But if the window is like wide open, maybe a 16th it start and go down a little bit. That's all. Nothing huge. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for that to somehow fix this position. They did draft guys kind of looking for maybe not this year, but later down the road.
Well, given your look in the mirror, you'll get no argument from me. 248-539-9797. This is a way bigger impact than even I think. Even you guys think, because the other three teams in the NFC North have a couple of good defensive tackles. With the interior of offensive line now is significantly weaker, those guys could feast. So the massive challenge here is the Lions have gotten great play out of Jared Goff, right?
For the most part, yes.
And what have they said has been really key that the Lions have given Jared Goff?
Time to throw the football.
Yep. Jared Goff has been given that opportunity to be the best version of himself. And the whole basis of that, the foundation takes a hit. The foundation takes a hit.
It does.
It's a challenge.
It's a huge challenge. There's no doubt, especially for that position group. There's no doubt about it.
Let's go to Steve. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys, how's it going? You know, the first thing, like I was telling your screener, first thing that came to mind was 2 years in San Francisco where we had it all there. We had the core leadership, you know, Taylor, Ragnau. You know, we had the core draft picks. The team was peaking 3 years under Campbell. It was all there. And you know, I don't care what anybody says. This is a huge, huge setback. He calls the plays on the offensive line. He's the guy who's there for Goff. I mean, you know, I can't even stress what I think this does to the team. You know, so,
all right, well, your speaker your Bluetooth just kicked in.
Hopefully, the Lions aren't as affected as your phone call.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to discount how big of a loss this is.
No.
But you know, I'm not gonna white flag this season. And
No,
I'm certainly, you know, allow what has proven to be one of the best GMs in the game. Let's give him a chance to respond.
But is it fair, Doug, at the moment, because I think it is, to sit there and say, you know what, this is the chances of them winning the Super Bowl went down a little bit. That's all. There's nothing wrong with saying that. When you lose an all-pro player at that position, you can't expect the team to be affected in some way.
Oh, I do expect them to be affected, but I'm not. How much does it affect them? We won't know until we see what their response to this
true,
is. We got to see what their response to this news is.
I know, but
I mean, what if the guy that they drafted, Tate Ratledge, is elite, and we just don't know it yet?
Look, it could be the guy. I don't want to purposely go back to Philly, but Kelsey retired and Cam Jurgens stepped in and did a great job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are ways that you can counter this move.
Yeah, I'm not completely stunned because he wasn't there yesterday over the weekend, but it blows, okay? Simplistic, you know, non-journalistic, it blows.
Yep. Let's go to Kevin, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. I just think, you know, there's two conversations that are going to be had at the end of the year. One of them is going to be the Lions won the Super Bowl and overcame the loss of two coordinators, returned their star defensive end, and replaced a center with someone in the draft, and they succeeded. Or the conversation is going to be, we had the toughest schedule in the NFL. We lost two coordinators. Hutchinson didn't have a banner year, and we lost our center at the beginning of the year. So I think the second conversation is more likely. I'm not saying we have to white flag the season, but if you're looking at two possible endings or outcomes, I think the second one has a much higher probability. That's all.
Oh, look, maybe we're not used to being run by a competent person. And Kevin, you're entitled to your opinion, of course. We're giving Brad Holmes a huge challenge. Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
It does free up cap space. There's you know, creative moves that can be made. You might not replace the center, but you might get a better free agent defensive end or tackle to join this team. You might use that money at the trade deadline to shore something else up. Like I'm really intrigued.
You're
to
more
see.
obviously optimistic.
Well,
than I am.
I'm a Brad bot, right?
No, I don't.
I don't mind admitting it. Okay. I mean, why wouldn't you be? The guy is giving us the most competent decision making from that position in our lifetime.
But if he would have drafted Cam Jurgens instead of Josh Pascal, he'd even be better.
Yeah, well, nobody does that but you.
You're
going to the Hall of Fame.
I'm saying that facetiously.
Yes,
by the way.
but at the end of the day, you know, it's a two-time NFL Executive of the Year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's a huge challenge. What's the response?
Yeah.
What's the response? I'm not thrilled with this.
No.
But let's see what he does. And you know, in lieu of having any other plan, I got no plans for that. I don't know. I'm not running the Lions, and I didn't anticipate having to make this decision. But right now, I bet the GM has a plan A, a plan B, a plan C. Probably nothing that's going to get executed in the next 30 minutes.
No.
But they're going to see how guys respond in camp, see who looks up to it. I don't hate playing an extra preseason game now.
You know what? You're right.
Here you go, Tate. You're getting 4 starts at center.
Yeah, great. He'll get hurt.
248-539-9797. We go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike. Mike, go
Brandon.
ahead. Okay,
So,
Brandon,
you
go
guys
ahead.
got Brandon. So
Okay.
it's funny because you guys are doing the live stream like Gators out today. You guys are at the golf course having a great day, and then the bomb drops. Like, what are the odds that the day that you guys are at the golf course is the day that this happens? You know?
Well,
Completely irrelevant.
yeah, we're fine.
I know, but so anyways, talking about if they told the Lions before the draft, like if the Lions drafted because of that. But, I mean, they free up the cap space. So you think the Lions, if they knew that he was going to do what he did today and they were going to get cap space available, if they were going to sign somebody else besides just drafting offensive linemen?
I think the most likelihood is that this money will be used at the trade deadline. I don't think that there is, at the trade deadline, there'll be more flexibility because there are going to be more players available. And what did he free up? What did you say, $9 million, something million dollars?
Yes.
That goes a lot further when you only have to pay for half the season. So, it's in the immediacy, I think they're going to try a lot of things with who's in-house, which is what you should do, and just make sure you don't have an in-house answer, which you probably don't. Once you've established that, you go about the business of mining the free agent market of who hasn't signed yet, which I haven't seen a list of replacements. I mean, we're on remote today, kind of a little bit short on resources as we typically have. So, and then you get to the trade deadline, right? You get to the trade deadline, you get into the season, you don't have to wait to the trade deadline, and you see which teams with a veteran center be willing to move on from a guy. There's a lot of good players that aren't Frank Ragnau, but that doesn't mean those guys can't help you win.
Right. The first true center, if I'm reading this correctly, that was selected in this draft, Drew Kendall by Philadelphia out of Boston College in the 5th round, 4 picks ahead of where the Lions took Miles Frazier.
And if Ratledge can play,
yeah,
this is a huge question. There's a lot. Let's just say that we've gone from probably now being worried about the center spot to really focusing on it when the Lions line up against the Chargers in that Hall of Fame game, which will get here quickly. 248-539-9797. Breaking news today, Frank Ragnau retiring from the Detroit Lions earlier this hour. 248-539-9797. What is next? 97.1 The Ticket.
It was a stunning announcement today by Lions center Frank Ragnau, who confirms in a post on Instagram he's retiring from the NFL. The decision by the 29-year-old Ragnau comes after he dealt with a number of injuries over the last couple of years, a list of injuries that includes to his groin, ankle, feet, knee, and back, as well as a partially torn pec muscle, which he sustained last season. Here's Free Press Lions beat reporter Dave Burkett. It looks like rookie Tate Ratledge, who was drafted in the second round back in April, will get the first chance to replace Ragnau along the Lions' offensive line. The Tigers look to make it 7 wins in their last 8 games as they begin a midweek series tonight in Chicago against the struggling White Sox. We'll have the game right here on the ticket beginning at 7:25. Meanwhile, 15 years ago today, a moment the Tigers fans will never, ever forget. That's the call from Mario Impemba and Rod Allen on Fox Sports Detroit of Armando Galarraga's near-perfect game. Afterwards, the umpire involved, Jim Joyce, admitted that he blew the call. Galarraga, meanwhile, never came close to perfection again throughout the rest of his Major League career. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Tony Ortiz. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
T's back in our studios, old friend of the show.
T.O. Yes.
What's up, my man?
What's up, guys? How you doing? I never show
Good.
up unless there's bad news, so there you go.
Well, the breaking news, and certainly it's good to have the familiar voice to Lions fans, longtime sideline reporter, and Frank. I mean, look, this sucks.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it took me off guard. I was surprised. I saw the text, and I'm like, no, there's no way this is real. And sure enough, it turns out to be that way. I'm very curious now how the Lions adjust. Do they go with Tate Ratledge, the rookie, as the center? Do they go in the free agent market and try to find somebody? Or do they even give Graham Glasgow a chance back at center? I'll be very curious to see how this shakes out. And again, kind of another setback guy for a team that's lost its offensive coordinator, its defensive coordinator, now a key part of their offensive line. The 2025 season's either going to be really, really good or really, really not so good.
And they're also going to be missing their, Pro Bowl nose tackle for at least probably till Halloween minimum, right?
Yep, exactly. So everything's set up for this to be a very interesting season. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'll just say this to the doom and gloom crowd, and I kind of standing next to one of them right now. But the thing about it is last year's team, when you go through and you just take the red pen and start crossing off the names of guys that weren't available at the end of the year, and still they managed to go 15-2. They were more than capable of winning the Super Bowl last year. They took massive hits to one side of the football. This is like the first big injury for next year of a guy that we were counting on, who now we can't. What we do need is some good luck. Because if they bring back guys that are healthy and return to form and make plays, they're once again going to be more than capable. This is a challenge. But it's not as if, two things. One, it's not as if they're going to have all these guys in-house try out and they're going to fail and they're not going to do anything about it, right? They've got time to test these guys, prepare these guys before the season starts, and then you hope, okay, you hope it works out. But if it doesn't, okay, what are we going to do to make up for it?
I mean, it's a cop-out maybe to say this, but if you could give me last year's schedule this year, I would feel a little better.
Well, okay, they might not go 15-2. And they might have to play a first-round game. But look at the last – here are your Super Bowl winners. 14 wins, 11 wins, 11 wins, 14, 12, 11, 11. Those are your last, I think, 6 or 7 Super Bowl winners. So you don't have to go 15-2. 15-2 didn't do them much good.
No, I expected them to go either 10 or 11 wins this year, okay? And to me, you lose Ragnau, that drops at least one game out of my 10 or 11. It does. I mean, he's that good. He's that important.
I'm not going to say anything until I see how they respond.
Okay.
And they need, and Brad Holmes is one hell of a GM. And no, we didn't see this one coming. But I bet he has contingency plans, and they probably don't suck.
And they was part of drafting Ratledge and Frazier, but it's just still the fan in me is just taking me to a place I didn't expect.
Tony, he's in a dark place.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I noticed. I'm a little bit dark place too, Stoney. I'm right there with you because this was unexpected. And of all the things that have happened in this offseason to the Lions, this may be the biggest of the blows that they've sustained.
I kind of agree. I mean, you do a poll, whose loss is greater? Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, Frank Ragnau, and I'm sure there's somebody else I'm forgetting. I mean, seriously, this is big. This is big. I mean, look, does it mean they can't make the playoffs? No, of course they can still make the playoffs.
Well, last year without Aiden Hutchinson, could they have won the Super Bowl without Hutch?
After the Buffalo game, when McNeil and definitely when McNeil went down, I said they can't win the Super Bowl.
Okay, but you just added another critical player. I just said when Hutch went, because Hutch and Ragnau to me are on the same level. Elite player in the trenches, one for offense, one for defense. They're going to get Hutch back.
I know.
Yep.
Tony, anything else before you get back to your day job?
Nope. I'm going back to the day job at this
leave
point.
Leave it to Tony. Not only that, he plays audio of the Galarraga play. So, like, we don't go and give you Buffalo Bills Super Bowl highlights.
No, you don't. I just couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist. You know, it's like I'm here. I might as well bring the dark cloud with me, guys.
Yeah.
Anything? I know you played the Briquette cut. Did he add anything off the air or that you didn't use that's important to include?
Just the biggest thing was Tate Ratledge being the guy who was taking first-team snaps at least during OTAs, and that's the guy who's probably going to get the first shot at being the center. Because my question was, would it be Graham Glasgow? And he immediately corrected and said, no, it's Ratledge who will get the first shot. But they can go out and still get somebody this offseason or during training camp to plug in if things aren't working out with Ratledge.
TL, thanks, buddy.
You got it, guys. Miss you.
Yeah, no, it's always good to see Tony Ortiz bouncing around the building. And, of course, on updates for years here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, what do the people have to say about this blow to the Detroit Lions? Ragnau was an absolute warrior. It definitely is a concern. We have a very young interior offensive line in front of Goff who lacks mobility. A push up the middle will disrupt him the most, with a likely rookie and another rookie or second-year guy at both guard spots, or guard and center. That's from Marlon. Well, here's the thing, is we've said forever that you have to draft well to maintain this. Well, we're going to test it because there's 3 young interior offensive linemen, Mahogany, Ratledge, Frazier, all intriguing young players. You really hope he got it right. I mean, Brad Holmes, did he go out and do what he does, which is mine and find players in the draft?
Yeah, hopefully these guys will work out. Look, there's a chance that you're right and I'm, doing into the wind that I shouldn't be doing. But I'm trying to be realistic here. And when you take somebody who is as valuable, and it's not just the playing ability, it's the leadership, it's knowing the defense is in that position. Like I said, as great as Sewell was, in a weird way, this is tougher because of the other stuff that I pointed out, of sitting there being the quarterback of the offensive line.
Well, don't misinterpret and making sure, and I don't think you are. I just want to see what they do before I get doom and gloomy. Yes, I'm not going to try and discount that this isn't a blow. But I've seen really competent moves made. Other teams have lost players and gone on to do great things. And, they can't. This feels like the first injury of 2025, even though it's obviously not an injury, but announcing his retirement today. Okay. How do they respond? How does the organization respond? What does Brad Holmes do? What are these young guys capable of? I still have faith in something smart.
They kind of might have seen this occurring. I'm seeing on Twitter/X, Colton Pouncey, who covers the Lions for The Athletic, said Brad Holmes was asked about Ragnau's future in February of 2024. His answer was, quote, We're not going to pressure him to do anything or make any moves, but the communication will be diligent. It'll be thorough. It'll be respectful. This has been thus on their radar.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. More of your responses coming in. Champ and Chump, you can get those votes in. But breaking news today, Frank Ragnau retiring from the Detroit Lions. Hey, FanDuel is the best place for you to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once games start, you can combine your live prop bets into same-game parlays. I'm not a big same-game parlay guy. I'll be honest about it. But I am in favor of taking advantage of the profit boosts that they make available. What I like doing with those is taking a favorite on the money line, use the profit boost to give yourself a little bit better return. Feels like a safer bet. And you get a better return than you normally would. Plus, right now, for new customers that go to FanDuel.com/Doug, you can join. And if your first $5 bet wins, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. It's a great way to get started. And in fact, you can do what you want with your $200 and start winning. And if you don't, whatever, it wasn't your money, right? They were just bonus bets. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's Carson Anderson program. Stoney's in. For Scott Anderson, we have breaking news today. If you are just joining us, the Detroit Lions, well, look, Frank Ragnau will no longer be a Detroit Lion. He announced his retirement, and everybody's doing the same thing. Hey, good luck. Thanks for everything you did, but holy crap, now what? And the now what, we're not going to know probably for some time. I suspect that this isn't completely out of left field and that the Lions have thought about, okay, what are we going to do if Frank does retire? And he did. So now what? 248-539-9797. Immediately, a lot of scrutiny on all of the young Detroit Lions that are brought in last 2 years. I mean, you think about 3 interior offensive linemen. That tells you that it's probably not a complete and total stunner that this group, that they get this news. It is rather unfortunate, though, because it's just hard to imagine them being better at center. They're probably going to be worse at center. It does free up a significant amount of cap space. Can't do a whole lot probably right now in free agency. Can they get somebody that might be better than the rookies they have or Graham Glasgow? It's possible. And, I'm not going to freak out just yet because I want to see what the most competent Detroit Lions management group does with this news.
Yeah, look, that's going to be interesting and see how prepared they were for this, and I think they were somewhat prepared. It just, there's whether they're going to be enough out there for them to even make a trade, sign somebody. Like I said, the worst part about this is the timing. And the timing of it, you wish the fan in you says, God, why couldn't he have known a few months ago? Obviously, it's not something he took lightly. He probably thought he was, I think I can do this. And as it got closer and closer and you have OTAs and you decide, nah, I'm not going to do it. The quote from, I think it was TJ who said, or somebody said, he wanted to be Frank again and not be Frank Ragnau, NFL player. And that's a tough thing to do.
We welcome in a friend of the show on the station. Mike Tirico is here.
Hi, boys. How are you?
Hello. We're good.
Nice to see you both.
Yeah.
Guess there's news today, huh?
Wow.
I was off doing something else, so I didn't hear about it. Actually, I saw it on my phone. Rocket Classic, which is now the Rocket Classic, not the Rocket Mortgage Classic.
Okay.
They had their media day, in addition, and then come over here for this in the afternoon. So I just saw the headline, so I don't know much of what's been said, but it's news.
Yeah. I'm what they call Brad Bot. I can't wait to see what Brad's going to do because I feel like it's going to be something smart.
Well, let's start with, first off, and good for Frank as a person, right?
Yes.
Because I've seen Frank behind the scenes, not a lot, but the few times that we've been over there and just how much he goes through missing. When you miss practice most days, right, or you're fighting through, or guys say, I have no idea how he, over and over for multiple years, well, he's probably aged his body plus 10 years with what he's done physically, right?
Yeah.
So I understand this. I don't even understand why more guys don't walk away earlier as offensive linemen because of that incredible physical toll. So having said that, what's the cap implication? How much money do you get back? That's going to be a big part. And how do you invest it? And then the second part is you drafted young, right?
Right.
You drafted a couple interior guys. You've got flexibility. You have to lean in here.
Yeah, you're in now.
I'm
You're in the
sorry.
shot.
I'm
It's okay.
sorry. Hi, everybody. The visual part is you have to rely on who you drafted. And then there's always a veteran out there available for a 5th-round pick or a free agent or somebody's decided, you know what, we need to upend the apple cart a little bit. We're building for the future. A veteran offensive lineman is something that is helping us a half step in our rebuild. So there are multiple options here. It's not the end of the world. But correct me if I'm wrong, I don't pay a ton of attention to OTA news because OTA news is usually we're bored, it's summer.
Yes.
Yep.
But there were more people taking snaps at center than normal.
Correct.
One, that's what happens when your starting center is not participating because of injury. But two, maybe they had a little bit of an inkling. I don't think this is stunning development inside Allen Park.
Right. Ragnau said the Lions have been working with him through this for a while. So
they knew.
They knew this. I'm sure they knew when OTA started.
Yeah.
But it's just the fan in me, and I'm more doom and gloom than Doug. It just sucks because you have one of the best at that position, the most important or second most important position on the offensive line. You lose him, and does it take your Super Bowl chances down just a smidge? Yes, it does.
Probably.
Yeah.
But you have tackles.
I know.
You have tackles. You've planned for this. You've got to build interior. The good news, you're doing it with a quarterback who knows protections inside out.
Right.
And can babysit a center change. And you also have Graham Glasgow who understands it, right, and has played it and has done it. So you are not completely without a veteran experienced body in there. So I think the centers are so huge because of reading with the quarterback. As long as they're reading the same thing, it's good. Usually veteran center helps a young quarterback. Veteran quarterback helps a young center. When you have veteran, then you're on calculus, right? You're on next level stuff. So will that drop down? If it's Graham, probably not. If it's one of the young guys, more's on Jared's plate, and that's fine. Jared told us last year that he was looking for more options with a play call, like a third and a fourth option to get to. So Jared, in terms of understanding and executing, is at as high a level as you get for quarterbacks. So you're covered there at least.
You're more dialed into everybody else's problems. We're so focused on our own problems here in Detroit.
Yeah.
Is there a sense of certainty you can give Detroit fans that while this isn't great, our problems are fewer than most?
That's in the problem scale. It bumps up the Lions a little bit.
Yeah.
In a year where I think there were more problems anyway this year. Is there a legit third receiver? A problem third receiver who's part of the equation, right? Do they take a step up there was one of the things for me that I haven't heard a lot of folks talk about as much. Number 2 quarterback. I believe that you need a number 2 quarterback who can win you a couple of games, right? Because to get a guy through 17 is not the norm in the NFL. So can somebody come in the fourth quarter, get a save, and come back and start and give you 6 good quality innings the next time, right? I think those are important things. This rises to that level and adds a question. The good news is it adds a question to the absolute strength of the team, which is offense. They outscored people on a regular basis last year, so you add to that. This year is not going to be last year. It's not going to be. The schedule is so much harder. The AFC South, the annuity for a lot of teams, is not there this year. It's the AFC North. It doubles in difficulty. 15-2 is probably not going to happen. So I think people just need to get their minds back around that. And maybe Dan Campbell was right. The San Francisco game, maybe that was the one chance. Next year gave you another chance. Maybe there's another 1 or 2 here. But these windows don't stay open for 10 years.
But because of so many of their young players are signed long-term, I think the window is more open than others believe. I do want to ask you this thing, though. This town, not everybody, kind of obsessed with it getting that other pass rusher alongside with Hutch. Is that a legitimate concern, or do you think with Hutch, and if Davenport, the big if, can stay healthy?
Stay healthy. Right. I mean, he looked great for a game and a half, right, or 2 games. And that's what it's been too often, right? So you worry about that. Either that or find other ways to creatively get pressure, right? That's the key. I mean, Doug, living through the Michigan games, the ability of the defensive coordinators the last few years has been to creatively get pressure from a variety of guys over and over, right? So you may be in a mode where you're going to have to do that a little bit more. That's on the problem scale. That's in the same boat as this, right? Because if you can pressure the quarterback and protect the quarterback, you win most football games in the NFL.
Right, and if you have a quarterback, which they have, those are the 3 tenets of football, right? Protect quarterback, get to the other quarterback, and have the quarterback.
So the option off of Hutch getting pressure is McNeil going to be healthy enough at some point to be an interior pass rush factor, right? Because then you can't double. What all pass rushing is, who can we get one-on-ones for, and can they win? Forward, they're going backwards. If you can get a one-on-one, and they call it just you kind of pick the guy. The best pass rusher picks the guy and say, Karsh, he's going to stop me. Stone, I can get by him.
Yes,
and
that's accurate.
I'll pick on the weakest.
He should have retired a while ago.
I'll pick on the weakest guy. I'll pick on the weakest guy by matchups, right?
Yeah.
So you need 2 guys who can win those. And do they have a second guy who can win those? That's the problem.
Fascinating.
So, among the others. So,
Fascinating.
It's golf season.
Yeah.
Relax.
And look at his golf bag. He's got Otto the Orange on it.
It was a nice gift at a charity event.
So what's your next big one? U.S. Open?
U.S. Open in I drive to Pittsburgh a week from today. Drive to Oakmont. It'd be, it's so nice to have one not too far away. Great place like this place. Oakland Hills looks amazing. How about the clubhouse, by the way?
It's come along.
It's so
fast.
cool.
Yes.
For the people who are in Oakland County, who don't drive by here on a regular basis, man, when the U.S. Opens here, it's going to be so damn cool. Really, 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 really special.
2035.
Yeah, U.S. Open weeks have become, maybe I'll retire by then, Stoney.
Yes.
And I'll just
watch
be
together.
here. Actually, you know what? I got a rocker with my name down here on the patio,
There you
so
go.
I'll join you there. But interesting day.
Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, nice to see you.
Yes.
Nice to see you. Glad you're well.
I interrupted his lunch. Mike
Can
Tirico.
I have a cold chicken sandwich?
There you
now?
go. Enjoy it.
Frank Ragnau owes me a warm chicken
Yes,
sandwich.
he does.
There you go. There's a drop. Goodbye.
There he is, Mike Tirico, of course, voice of the NFL and Sunday Night Football. It
And
is.
golf, and soon to be doing NBA next year, too.
That's right.
He does everything and does it very well. So does Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness are the best place for me. Why? Because I need to get in shape all the time. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. I'm a cardio guy. I get on the elliptical, the treadmill, and my favorite, because I'm kind of lazy, the recumbent bike, 12 miles most days. It's a cool thing. Great deals going on right now. Get a black card membership. It's great. You get all the amenities for just $29 a month. That's our $24.99, including hydro massage, innovative amenities, and there are over 50 locations in the Detroit area, thousands more throughout the world. Rochester Hills, the Planet Fitness out there has been totally remodeled. The Planet Fitness in Marysville is now open. Planet Fitness, as always, a judgment-free zone. So find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Thanks to Mike Tirico, stop by. Doug Karsh, Mike Stone in for Gator Today News. Frank Ragnau has announced his retirement. Let's get to a ton of feedback that has come in. Ragnau was an absolute warrior. It's definitely a concern having a very young interior offensive line in front of Goff who lacks mobility. Oh, I already read this one. My apologies. Brian in Dallas says the Lions knew. That's why they double-dipped at guard. Glad to have Glasgow and 2 youngsters at guard. Really need Manu to hit now. Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
He's kind of the forgotten man in all this. Manu, Mahogany, Frazier, and Ratledge, all young interior offensive linemen that have been added.
But let me ask this. If they knew, you would think they would at least, or maybe they did try to get one of those free agents.
They might have.
Mentioned Ryan Kelly goes to the Vikings. Drew Dalman went to the Bears, among others.
Yeah. I mean, they might have. It would have. We would have gone, what the hell?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And Ragnau probably wasn't ready to make an announcement, told him he's trying to come back.
Yep.
It's so hard. Like, in retrospect, sure. But they're like, okay, we think we're going to have Frank. Frank thinks he's going to give this a shot. We're not counting him out. But, hey, certainly they drafted as if they knew.
Yes. Well, they drafted interior linemen. They didn't draft a center per se. But Ratledge did play a little center, if I'm not mistaken.
They try to do this a lot, right? Yeah. Interior offensive line. There's a reason why for the draft they list IOL usually as a position group.
Well, that's what I mentioned, because when the Eagles drafted Juergens, he wasn't a center in Nebraska. He was a guard, I believe, and now he's Kelsey's replacement.
Gutted is the perfect word to describe how I feel. God, I loved having him in Honolulu Blue. God was a warrior. Thank you for everything, Frank. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the implied feeling we all have, right? Thank you, Frank Ragnau.
Yes.
You were part of building this team up to be a Super Bowl contender. That's the part that I really feel bad for him. It's got to suck. This is the best time to be a Detroit Lion.
Yeah.
And he's going to miss out as far as the best time to be a player here, right?
Yeah, he had his shots, and they'll still have a shot this year. But it would have been better if he was a part of it.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Frank leaving sucks, but we're acting like Sewell just walked away. LOL. He's had a boatload of injuries. There's always been retirement talk with him.
That part is true. And I was probably a little overboard by the comparison to Sewell, but it's more for the knowledge of what that center position can do, because he's the one with the football before it goes to Goff, and he sees stuff, and you watch him point and things like that. As great as Sewell is, he's worried about the guy or the 2 guys that he has to deal with, not the entire offense or defense.
This text from an unnamed texter, blank Ragnau. It's this decision. If this decision wasn't made 4 months ago, suck it up and earn your money. Be the player you're supposed to be. Kelsey is 7 years older and hasn't been retired that long. Way to F the team.
Look, every player is different. You have no idea the pain threshold that he went through, or whether Jason Kelsey had similar pain threshold. You don't know that. Come on now.
You I mean, that's like one of the most unfair texts.
Pretty much.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rick. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Rick.
Listen, I'm a longtime Lions fan. I was born in Tennessee, grew up in Michigan, and moved back to Tennessee in 18. I've followed everything I can about the team, and the Lions had to know this was coming. I mean, I guarantee you they knew it. They would have drafted 2 linemen, whether Ragnau was going to retire or not, just for the fear that he might get injured again. And we've got 2 aging spots on that offensive line, Decker and Ragnau. They both have to see the future's coming, where they won't be able to afford repaying those guys, and they're going to be replaced. Ragnau has a life out of football. He loves the outdoors. I could see him doing an outdoor show, hunting and fishing show, and making himself very happy for the rest of his retirement here or whatever. I see the offensive line starting at Decker left tackle, Mahogany left guard, Glasgow center, Ratledge right guard, and Sewell, of course, right tackle. I think Glasgow is a better center. A lot of people don't realize this. His stats-wise, he shows up as a better center than he does a guard. He's mostly played guard in the NFL career, obviously, but he has played quite a bit center. And I don't think this offensive line is going to skip a beat. I'm not at all worried about any of this. And I just hope the team can keep it together and keep injuries down this year, and we should be knocking on that Super Bowl door.
Well, I'm less concerned than Stoney, but more concerned than you. I don't know that you can safely say that they're not going to skip a beat. I think this is going to be challenging to overcome, and you have them not skipping a beat and not going outside the organization. If they don't skip a beat, that means that offensive line room before this news was beyond loaded. To lose a Pro Bowl caliber center and basically replace him, in the interior of the offensive line with an aging veteran. You still got 2 guard spots. Mahogany would be a first-time full-time starter. Ratledge would be a first-time full-time starter. This is why I'm intrigued to see the counter move.
Right.
What Brad Holmes is going to do, because that's putting a lot on a bunch of players that haven't had this kind of experience. I don't know.
And Mike Tirico made a great point. You might see guys who are getting cut during training camp that are pretty good, or at least more serviceable and maybe better than who the Lions would have right now. And you look down the road, and I'm reading the Pride of Detroit here, as far as free agency for the following year, looking down the road, and Tyler Linderbaum of the Baltimore Ravens and Josh Myers of the Jets are basically the only high-caliber free agents that are available, if they even get to that, if they even, decide not to resign.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, is they don't have to trade for a center. They can trade for a guard.
Right.
They can trade for a guard that snapped at one point of his career, or a guy that they can train to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We can broaden the horizons, get a little creative here. That does free up a bunch of cap space that you hope that they'll be able to use to go out and make up for this loss. It might not be along the offensive line, but if you tell me that their defense is going to be significantly better because they can use this cap space to improve their defense, okay, they might not have the best offense in the NFL again this year, but you can still win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you can.
Let's go to Chris, who's next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Not going to be as easy.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Stoney. Yeah, the one thing that people forget to mention is that he probably hung on a little longer to probably get a bonus. I'm sure there was something contractual that forced him to basically retire towards this time frame. And then the other thing is don't forget, you probably have arguably the best offensive line coach in the league. So there's probably going to be a bit of a step back on pass protection, but I bet you the run game's going to stay steady. I don't think you'll see. Hank Fraley's not going to let this thing fall apart. I think he'll be all right, but I expect to get to let him maybe 5 or 6, maybe 6, 7 more sacks this year than previous years.
Well, I'll tell you that having Hank Fraley not leave the Lions, that felt like a big in the moment. Mm-hmm. It feels even bigger now, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the other thing, and according to Spot Track, Frank Ragnau did not have a roster bonus for this year. Okay, so he had a workout bonus of $100,000, so he forfeited that, but there was no roster bonus at all.
Well,
still, it's a challenge.
Yeah.
It is an absolute challenge. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Ticket text coming into the same number. It's over. A 3-time All-Pro retires who made this team great. I just hope we can get to 10-7.
I was thinking 10 or 11 before the news today.
I think it is. Just get to the playoffs, man.
Yes.
Seriously,
Yes.
we've done the whole number 1 seed. We've done the whole home field thing. Watching going through and just look at the teams that have won the Super Bowl they don't all go 15-2 and have home field all the way through.
No.
It's nice. It's not a requirement. You're still eligible to win the Super Bowl if you got to go on the road at some point in the postseason. They just got to man up and get some stuff done. There's still a lot of young players that are going to get better. And, look, if you think it's over, fine. I think that's sort of foolish. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. We've had extreme reactions to this news, from they're not going to miss a beat through to the window has closed. Truth, of course, lies somewhere in the middle. News today that Frank Ragnau has retired. Look, this is a player that was incredibly good. Given probably something that we hadn't taken into consideration before this news came out, there's a really good chance that had he tried to play this year, he was not going to be playing at a Pro Bowl caliber. Because if he's hanging him up, that tells us that these injuries are just probably too much to overcome.
Oh, yeah, like what Mike Tirico was telling us, talking to other players on the Lions, when they would cover the games, and the fact that he wasn't practicing and they'd sit and worry during the week, that if he was going to play or not,
Yeah.
It's, look, it's not, we had that one text, suck it up, Frank. It's like, really? That guy has sucked it up his whole career, as many NFL players have when you play that sport.
There's an element of bad luck here, too.
Mm-hmm.
He's not at a point. Did you say he turns 29 this year?
No, he's 29 now,
29.
I believe, yes.
I mean, this is far too early for a player that's that good. It's far too early.
Yeah, you would think. But there are a lot of guys like Patrick Willis, and there was who was the linebacker from Cincinnati, I believe, or another one from San Francisco.
Yeah,
retired early. So
the Big Ten kid, the kid from Wisconsin.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the bottom line is, yeah, there are guys that do this, but there are far more of them that are still this good at 29. Keep playing.
Yes, he's played. He's played in the league 7 full years, and he just turned 29 like 3 weeks ago, May 17th.
Mm-hmm. So what does Brad Holmes do? I think you're working on in-house solutions to start with, because if you say, all right, we're not going to be as good on the offensive line, but we actually think we're going to be better than serviceable, it'll still be a strength of this team with who we have in-house, then you take the freed up cap space of another $9 million and get aggressive. I mean, if I'm to tell you that this sparks them to go do that huge move that everybody wants them to do, I don't know that the problem with Trey Hendrickson, okay, which is what everybody's thinking,
he's not great against the run,
is that this probably doesn't allow them to offer him the long-term contract he really wants.
Right.
And so, they still have the same problem. He'd have to play here under his old contract, or a version of his old contract, which is a difficult thing to get a player who said, I'm not going to do that, to do.
And if you really want to look at this with, I don't know, all right, there's a big cloud, and maybe there's a little bright side to the cloud. Let's say hypothetically that it goes the way that real doom and gloomers go, and they don't make the playoffs, and they win, anywhere between 6 and 8 games. Suddenly you have a better draft selection. You can, look at rebuilding, getting better player. I mean, you take one giant step back take a step back to make a giant leap forward. I don't know. There's so many emotions that go with you as a fan when this happens. Look, it's not like Jared Goff, okay? If Jared Goff decided to hang it up right now, you'd sit there and say, oh, my God, the season's over. Let's go get Aaron Rodgers or something stupid like that. This is awful, but
as sort of the ripple effect of this news, and Tirico brought it up, I mean, if Goff is going to take more hits, more premium on the backup quarterback situation. Like, this team's trying to win a Super Bowl. As he said, get a save and give you 6 good innings the next week. If that's what you need the backup quarterback to do, they've got to make sure that they got a guy that can do that.
Yeah, one of the two, whether it's the newly acquired Allen or it's Hendon Hooker.
No, it's got to be. There are a lot of rings of ramification on the ripple effect of this story. Because, he was a guy that they've counted on for so many years. In spite of all the injuries, he didn't miss that many games, did he? I don't actually think he missed that many games.
No, he missed probably, I don't know how many. He's played 7 years, so that's out of forgetting the playoff games. So 7 times
I'm just focused on the last couple of years,
okay.
but
So 7 times, yeah. All right. So last couple of years, 3 times 17, that's 51 games, right? My math is correct.
I don't know what your math was. I'm trying to look this up real quick.
51.
Okay, look at this.
51.
He's played 16, 15, and 16 games the last 3 years.
46. So
That's pretty impressive.
he missed 1 game last year. He missed. When did they go to 17?
It was within the last 3 years.
Okay,
He's missed the last 3 seasons. He's missed 4 games.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's pretty amazing consistency.
Right. Now he had the 1 year before that, I think, where he missed a lot.
Yeah, he played 4 games.
Yeah.
And I don't think they were particularly good that year.
No.
So, oh boy. Well, the offseason just got more interesting and zeroed in on the interior of the offensive line. Look, I thought Frazier was a steal for where they got him.
Yeah.
Ratledge got a lot of love before the draft.
Yes. They made good picks then, at least on paper.
Yep. Could you imagine if they hadn't gone all in with linemen?
I don't know where they'd be.
I mean, prior to the draft, did we talk much about interior offensive linemen?
Well, we thought they needed a replacement for Glasgow, even though Mahogany looked like he knows what he's doing early, late in the season. But yeah, I think that was a position that everybody said at least they should address in the draft.
Mahogany's shown promise.
Yes.
Manu, we have no idea.
It's kind of what's surprising to me actually is before today, depth charts on paper were showing that Ratledge was going to be a starter and Mahogany wasn't, which surprised me because Mahogany had some experience and he looked good.
Yeah. Well, Brad Holmes, what do you got? What do you got up your sleeve? What bag of tricks? Which team is he calling a GM today? Where is he on this one? Because he's got his hands full in replacing this player.
Well, there's an all-pro or all-UFL guard for the Michigan Panthers that's available.
The Jake Bates of the interior offensive line? Yes. Who's that?
Cole somebody. Carble or something like that. I don't know.
Cole Carble, come on down.
Yeah. Why I know that is ridiculous. It's
Yeah.
the beauty of social media.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they do. In the meantime, OTAs, we're all focused on contract extensions. Maybe Anzalone can get his money now.
Yes.
Maybe Hutch can get his money. Like maybe this expedites the Hutch contract. Who knows what's next?
Yeah. It's not a good day to be a Detroit Lion fan.
No, but ask yourself this. Would you still rather be the Lions than many teams that are out there?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I would.
So, TJ talked about how hard it is to do, to get up and hurt that bad, not make excuses and just go play. Like Tarico confirmed, yeah, this is a challenge, but the problems the Lions have are still fewer than most. So thanks to those guys for helping out here. But we'll see. I don't expect there to be any counter move. There'll be a press conference with Ragnau, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah. And when you have that, you'll get a sense for what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes are thinking.
Right. And at least he retired, only playing for the Lions. He doesn't do that fake thing and re-sign in a one-day contract. That just is one. It's on my list.
You don't like that, huh?
I hate that. What, Moustakis did that the other day for the Royals? Yeah, exactly. Dumbest thing in the world.
Well, it's paying homage to his old team.
Oh, God, who cares?
Well, obviously the player cares.
I know. But why?
Well, if you're an organization with no history at all, and you got to co-opt somebody else's history and just say, then we can retire his number or something, I don't know.
Hey, look, Mike Moustakis, a great Royal. Eddie Murray did it here, and it's like, really? Who cares? You retired. You're not going to the Hall of Fame. You're not retiring your jersey. Does it really make a difference what team you retire as? How does that affect life?
Maybe it just feels good to them in the moment, but no, Ragnau is not doing that.
No.
So
that's right. Exactly.
Really good player, though. Really good player is going to be difficult to replace.
I know.
But we got a team with Super Bowl aspirations. Everything that moves the needle one way or another, it's easy to overreact to.
Can Dan Skipper snap?
I'm sorry, Kang. We got him in studio?
We
got Rico. Okay, great.
Rico, I had a question for you. In lieu of the new Michigan State AD, are you changing your name to R Beard?
No, Stoney. It's hard enough for me to
Okay.
get. I can't even get my full name at this station, so I'm not going with R Beard. I'm struggling to get my full name here, so yeah, let's just stick with this. We'll move on.
Who
No,
calls you anything but Rico?
So what?
Everybody calls you Rico. Who doesn't call you by your real name?
No, I'm saying my
Rico's not
last
your real
name.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Kind of dovetail on what you guys are talking about, the retirement and of Ragnau and just where it sits with the Lions and now basically what's next? What do you need to do? How is this going to affect the season coming up? So.
All right, boys, have a great show. Thanks to our crew out here, and we'll be back in studio. Gator will be back tomorrow. Stoney, always a pleasure.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for having me.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Two o'clock, good to have you with us on a beautiful Monday afternoon. And all I can tell you is
We're just going to say everything the show before us didn't. So settle in. Sometimes it's just a duck, Rico. Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's an effing duck. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Hey, on the day you get hit by a car, it's okay to say I got hit by a car. You don't need to tell me, well, at least it wasn't a semi.
It's okay to say it hurts.
I respect Doug's infinite optimism, but yeah, no, this blows. You're not as good of a football team. It's a crippling issue to have Frank Ragnau retire, as one show's been telling you for a year, could happen at any moment. And no, you're not just going to replace him. No, he's not a pretty good player. He's an all-pro player. No, you're not going to, well, they're working Tate Ratledge, et cetera. It doesn't matter. It's okay to just wallow in it for 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
This blows. And your offensive line takes a major step backwards. So if you're going to live in that world, we can talk.
Well, the fact that he retired and it's after the draft where you could at least went and got a center, somebody who can try to help or make a deal, make a trade, did do something. Now you're just kind of like, wait, what?
Well, I'm glad they held on to $43 million cap space.
Yeah.
Oh, but you don't understand our cap situation. Yeah, here's the deal. I understand enough that the teams who are going for it, I never hear about the cap. They just do it. So here's the deal. We talked about the Vegas over-under before the Ragnau news, right? 10.5. And I was at 11. Great, I'm at 10. I think Ragnau's absolutely knocks you down a peg. This is a guy that's played through a broken throat, which I didn't even know was a thing, a partially torn pec, an inoperable toe. Frank Ragnau's one of the toughest SOBs in the entire league. And for me, you don't just replace all-pro players, regardless of position. Even if you lost an all-pro kicker, it's a big deal. This guy is, to me, inarguably the best center in football. Maybe number 2 behind Creed Humphrey in Kansas City, but fine.
No, but you're right. Yeah, if you lose that type of person, and not because of what he did, but just you saw with Baltimore losing Justin Tucker, and all of a sudden that took away from their offense. They would just score 3 points all the time. He sucked last year, and that hurt them. So yeah, now if you're the Lions, you'll be able to come out there. You're going to be able to field the team. So it's not like we're saying that they're done, but you don't have the depth that you had.
Well, you don't have a top 3 offensive line anymore.
No.
I think this knocks you way out. Look, this is similar to what happened to Dallas. About 3-4 years ago when Travis Frederick up and retired with a weird cellular disease or whatever it was. You lose him. From that point forward, that offensive line changed. By the way, Kenny, bold move wearing a sweatshirt on an 85-degree day. I just noticed that. But it's you. This is Eric Andelsack. This is Kevin Glover. This is low down, low brown. I mean, you don't have high-level players up and leave. Retirement, free agency, or tragedy or otherwise. No, I don't care that they drafted 2 guards. I don't care that Ratledge has gotten some first-team reps. Yeah. What about Sorsdahl? He might get cut.
He was the anchor of your line. If you wanted to rank them, he was probably the second best player on your offensive line, and he's gone.
I think, you know what? Here, people will attack me, and I don't really care. I think he's a 1A to Sewell's 1, meaning positional scarcity.
Yeah.
To find a center like that, think of what that does to the protections. Think of what it does for the continuity of that line, and you have this warrior in the middle. Rico, I really thought he was on an equal grounds based on, look, if Sewell played left tackle, not right, I think you're Trent Williams.
Right.
But I actually viewed him and Ragnau. They're the 2 rocks.
No, and that's why I said the number 2. I would still put Sewell slightly ahead of him. But I know before we get people say, well, hey, the Eagles did it when Kelsey retired. So, Lions can do it too.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just stop that text message, David, because it's going to be difficult and happening right now. Either you're going to go get somebody's scraps, somebody who got cut after the June 1st cuts, or you're just going to have to bite the bullet and hope that this works out this season.
Yeah, but this is my problem. We talk about Super Bowl windows. We talk about how if you think it's endless, people still get all over me because I said you blew your best opportunity, and it wasn't last year. Their best opportunity was up 17 in the second half of the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, happy offseason. You are starting the offseason losing one of the 5 to 7 best players on your team like that. Gone. Not replaceable. The only thing more devastating than this would be the loss of Jared Goff. So, look, Doug and Stoney were optimism to the nth degree. You're not getting that 2-6. I'm just going to live in it. This is Maury Povich, and Maury just said, you are not the father. So factually, another man was in there.
Oh, boy.
Okay? It's okay on that day to just say this sucks. Well, you know, at least it's a healthy child that isn't yours. Frank Ragnau, retired. Gone. Thanos, vapor.
No, you're right.
Little Spider-Man dust.
No, and it's one of those things that, yes, if you lost a running back, you have another running back. If you lost a receiver, you have another receiver.
You don't have another Ragnau.
You don't have another Ragnau.
Here's the quote from Ragnau in a statement released to social media. These past couple of months have been very trying. I've come to the realization my football journey is ending, and I'm officially retiring from the NFL. I've tried to convince myself I'm feeling good, but I'm not, and it's time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I've given this team everything I have. I thought I had more to give. The reality is I simply don't. I have to listen to my body. It's one of the hardest decisions of my life. The Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout, and I can't emphasize it enough how grateful I am for this team and all the fans. It was an honor going to battle for you all. So here's my question to you guys. Very simple. What is your reaction to this? Look, I don't live in a world like the previous 4 hours. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're going to replace him. You're not. What do you think you're going to do? Go get an all-pro center in June? It's not happening. You think a rookie who's never played center gets a couple of reps and magically he's Cinderella and he's a Pro Bowler? No, I don't believe it. I think this absolutely hurts you. I think it's a major downgrade to your offensive line, and I think it's a major downgrade to your offense in an offseason where you have a new offensive coordinator.
Oh, wait, there's more. And you're going to start the year off with a whole lot of games where you're going to get pressure. So, good luck with that.
Ratledge got 7 reps, bruh.
Yeah. You know what? I can tell you. You didn't ask me, but I can tell you how I look at this.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking everybody.
I look at this as after this news today, I no longer see the Lions as the clear-cut division winners this upcoming season. I look at the division, the NFC North, as open. And whoever catches the breaks and you just caught a bad break is going to win. Where I thought, okay, you know what? It'll be the Lions. They may win by a game or two. I don't feel that way anymore. I look at them now. I look at the Bears who, you know what they did? We're upgrading our offensive line. And maybe if you'd have known this earlier, you could have jumped in there. You could have took some of those guys.
But how didn't they know? If an idiot like me knew he was close to retiring last year and it could happen at any time, and I remind our audience all the time to stop projecting Frank Ragnau on the 26 or 27 cap. Well, come on, man.
Maybe
now,
you
that's
just
why
didn't want to know.
Fine, they took Ratledge because they thought he could transition to center. That's fine. There is no guarantee Ratledge is any good playing center.
I think they thought they had one more year with him, and then you would make that move. Go ahead, Kenny.
I don't understand the segment of this fan base that thinks that there's no shot the Lions didn't know about. They absolutely knew about this. And even I'll raise you one. Even if they didn't know that this was going to be the decision that came down, they have been planning for this guy to be injured for half a season for the last, his whole career. Because he hasn't played a full season. I think he's played one full season in his career. It's hard to do. It's hard to play a full season, but this guy's been injured. He's been banged up. He's been playing through injuries. They've known this for years. So don't tell me that they were somehow oblivious that this was a possibility.
No, but Kenny, again, they took Ratledge in the second round. It's not that they didn't take an interior guy. What I can't stand is people acting as if that move lessens the blow of this. Look, here, I don't care. Do you know how many centers get taken on a yearly basis and are not any good? I live it every day. My team traded up to get one. This kid sucks. That John Michael Smits kid from Minnesota, everyone's number one center in the draft, he blows. So I don't want to hear it. I'm not selling that to this audience, and I think Rico's right. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I don't think you're an overwhelming favorite for anything in this division anymore. You're just a team that can win it, might win it. But no longer can you put on a sequin shirt and talk about 14 wins. I think that's irresponsible. If it happens, fine. Build a statue of Brad Holmes. But today, it's okay to go, this is devastating. I mean, I just don't see a need to make stuff up.
No, today I look at this as this division is wide open. The advantage that you had going into those first few games, okay, you got this offensive line, and maybe you could just lean on the running game and hope that it starts to click. Now, new offensive coordinator, new center, like just too many unknown factors to me.
And right there, I think people need to understand how important this is. You're right. Losing your all-pro center is important, but you have new language now with the new offensive coordinator. Things are a little bit different now when it comes to calling protections and play calling and all of this different thing. And now you're losing your all-pro center in the same offseason.
And before people were like, well, they can use the same language, actually going to be playing the Bears in week 2. Don't think you can use the same language. So, yeah, let me just put a bullet in that one right there.
And it's just another example. You talking about, them knowing, and I just think it's just another sign of irresponsibility because this was kind of out there, and I think the team would have known. And I give you an example of the Philadelphia Eagles, another example of how Howie Roseman is that much better. Kelsey had talked about retirement for years, and they drafted Cam Jurgens. Sat him there. He learned under Kelsey for a couple years and was able to fill right in. And when they had new coordinators this offseason, he was right there after the retirement and knew exactly what he needed to do.
Because that was the biggest question mark for the Eagles. Like, well, Kelsey's gone. Tush push.
Well, we talked last year's draft where they selected Terrion Arnold and Rakestraw. We talked about taking a Jackson Powers out of Oregon. We talked about taking a center.
What? I forgot about him.
Why?
Yeah.
Because Ragnau could retire. So, no. There will be no freebies for this organization. You didn't win a playoff game. You don't get freebies. So, no, I'm not, they're totally blindsided. No, this wasn't Ricky Williams disappearing to the mountains of India to smoke peyote. This was a warrior who's been battling for no less than 3 years, his body outright betraying him. So now it's okay to say, I don't have a good replacement. Oh, I heard a caller last time. I almost threw a chair across the office. Well, Graham Glasgow profiles as a good center. I quit. There's my answer. I quit.
Yeah, he had a few mistakes last season.
It's just,
I get you.
Frank Ragnau is irreplaceable. So it's okay to just say it. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. Do you believe you're still the overwhelming favorite in this division? I think Rico's onto something here. Go ahead. Lovely shirt, by the way.
Oh, why? Thank you.
It's a bright color of salmon or whatever that is.
Hey, man. Summer's here.
Okay, go ahead.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's all a part of life. And when it comes to music, changes all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for the price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Life's full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSing's Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? Till it's 95 like tomorrow and their power's out? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. That means a new AC, save up to $1,000. New generator, up to $1,000. New furnace, you guessed it, up to $1,000. So get on their schedule, call for details, get a free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Just getting warmed up on a Monday. If you're just joining, the headline news of the day is Frank Ragnau has retired. We do not share the perspective of the previous show, which is no, it is everything is not awesome. This ain't the Lego movie. It's a devastating blow to this team. That is an all-pro center, possibly the best center. I can't do it in Kenny voice. Many people say the best center, but you're not replacing him. And I think it knocks you down a peg, and I think it does open up the division. And remember, big picture. New coordinator, new quarterback of your offensive line, arguably one of your 5 to 7 best players, gone. Brutal schedule. There's a reason we sat here at 10, 11 wins. And I think Rico's right. Hey, I'm not telling you you can't win the division. That would be stupid of me to say that. But I don't think you're any kind of favorite anymore. You're just in the mix. That's a devastating blow to this team. The only thing that would hurt more is Jared Goff falling down a flight of stairs. So let's get to it. See where you guys are at with it, and do you agree with the prospectus on this? Brian is going to bat leadoff, 97-1.
Mike, man.
Talk to me. What's up?
Love the show, man. You know, I haven't called in a minute, but I need you to talk me off the bridge.
Okay.
I need you to talk me off the bridge because, you know, I'm a season ticket holder, man. Lions are king in this town. And, you know, the Tigers, 39-21, great start. Pistons, coming off their season, but the Lions it's always still the Lions who will find a way to ruin the day. Again, 4-time Pro Bowler. This guy has started 47 of a potential 51 games. I don't care how well Rutledge plays. This isn't just a plug-and-play position. I mean, I'm on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it right now. As all these Lions slappies are saying, let's see where Manu is at. See where Manu is at? What are we doing here? You can't let this happen when you are a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. Not to mention taking the ass whooping we took at the hands of a rookie QB 4 months ago in our building coming off a bye week. I'm heated, Mike.
Brian, it's funny that you said that about Manu because you kind of traded up to get him, and I don't hear his name in the mix. But this is a major – this is a problem. It's not to say that this team's going to just fall into the tank, but you can't whistle past the graveyard and say this is no big deal. We're going to keep this thing going. We're going to still go out and win 14-some games. I don't see that. Not with the type of schedule that you're going to play, not with a new offense and a new offensive coordinator. Even if he just makes slight tweaks, you're still asking – a relatively unknown person to come in and be the leader on that line because that's what the center is.
And yeah, totally agreed there, Rico. And the last point I was gonna make is, I agree. At this point, I said the ceiling going into the season was probably 12-5. Maybe you get lucky, everything goes your way, you get a 13-4. I said the floor was 11-6. At this point, I'm leaning towards the floor. If everything doesn't go well, folks, we could go 9-8. I'm not even trying. That's not even trying to be hyperbole. I'm a season ticket holder. I love the Lions, man.
No one's questioning that. Brian, there are 2 points I want to make because I know Rico said a lot of what I would have said. One is this, okay, and it's just a friendly PSA. It's a tip. When you surround yourself with idiots, you become one. So when you lead a sentence with, well, all these people on Twitter are saying, you're an idiot. Stop hanging out with idiots. Second of all, saying that a team goes 9-8 doesn't mean you're a bad fan. It means you're living in reality. It means that you've had the best record in football, arguably, the last 2 years. It's okay that, no, everything doesn't go your way all the time. And last year, let's be fair, that 15-2, you were the benefactor of good fortune after the injuries, a schedule that on paper was supposed to be one thing but turned into something entirely different. And frankly, you got lucky a few times. Let's just be real. You really weren't a 15-2 team. So if they went 12-5 last year, no one's coming into this season with a downgrade of 13 wins. You're coming into the season with a downgrade of 10 or 11. And I think that's right where you're at now. No, I'm not going to say 9-8, but I don't think you should allow idiot fans to make you feel bad, like somehow you don't love your team if you go, wait, a lot of change on the coaching staff. We just lost one of our top 5 to 7 players and a brutally different. Now, if the schedule doesn't pan out, Lamar Jackson trips on a garden hose and falls down a mountain. I don't know. Then we'll have
Patrick
that.
Mahomes out for
As
the
we
year.
sit here right now, I don't think you're a bad fan if you go, you know what? This is a bad start to training camp. Because my thing, Rico, is you really need 8 offensive linemen.
You do.
The amount of lines that play together the whole year, rare. If you can manage it, those are the teams generally end up in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Well, now you're at a spot, you've lost, I think you're 1A to your 1 in Sewell. Well, guess what? Now you're 1 injury from total disaster. Mm-hmm. Total. And all the teams you feasted on where Aiden put up all those fake sacks against tight ends and third-string tackles. Hey.
Don't do it.
No, it's reality, Rico. Aiden's a wonderful football player, but those stats were juiced. Mm-hmm. That'd be like if Kerry Carpenter hit 7 home runs and then you find out they had a 4-game set against Colorado and he hit 6 of them. Come on. No. We got to be real.
You're fair. What I'm saying is fans don't want to hear that. What are you talking about?
Right.
Aiden would have won the MVP last year.
Because we've allowed Kremlin media in this town. Let's go to Danny, 97.1. Danny, what's up, buddy?
Mike, Rico, how's it going today?
Good, Danny. What's up?
So here's my thing. Obviously, like when I heard the news this morning, I'm sitting there and I had to leave work, and during my lunch I just sat by the Blue Water Bridge and watched the ships go by because I can see this season going goodbye. Because that is besides Penei Sewell, is the most important part of that offensive line. People that are sitting here saying that that's not a big deal, you can just slide this guy over, you could do this, are smoking crack. Because that's a guy to where you're going to places, you have 7 road games against playoff teams. You're not going to put a rookie in there and have him call out slide protections and strong protections and all that stuff right off rip. So your offensive line, like you said, if you get an injury off that offensive line, you're totally screwed. So I'm devastated that he retired. Like, I wish him nothing but the best, but it just sucks. And as a Lions fan, like, it's just not, it's not good news to have right before the season.
No, I mean, think about this, too, is you add him to the losses this offseason, right? Like, we lost Aaron Glenn. Yep. We lost Ben Johnson. And now you lose. Yep. And Danny, I'm not trying to be, dramatic, but I do think he's one of your 5 to 7 best players.
Well, and the other thing, too, and I called you guys a couple weeks ago when I was saying that they'd probably win 9 games. My thing is this. This also pushes up the time clock, I think, with Brad Holmes. Because what you did, you had to have known that he was pondering retirement because everybody knew with the injuries and everything. You did nothing in the offseason. You drafted a couple of guys that were guards. But you did nothing to address this. So, obviously, the people in the NFL know more than we do. They have the inside dope. So why wouldn't you do this except keep bringing the band back together and not juice up your team a little bit? Because now your window is closed even more.
Okay, I want to. All right, Danny, I got to do something I hate doing. I'm going to answer you because you're saying something very interesting, but I need a second because we're up against it. So I'm going to do this on the flip side.
Bro.
I got you, Danny, and I'm not no radio tease. I want to answer what he said, but it takes a minute. So just give me a second. I don't want David yelling at me to start the week about the break times. So listen, I'll answer Danny in a moment.
Give him some pizza.
Not quite. Victor's Home Solutions. It'd be a short commercial if I just told you they're great in every way. So let me explain a few things. Nobody wants to deal with roofers. It's just not a great process. That's where Victor's changed the industry. First of all, a customer concierge team. They follow up promptly. They answer all your questions. They keep you in the loop. It means installers will install a perfect roof the first time. It means you can get new windows for your home. You will save money on your energy bills, and they'll make you look great. Bottom line, Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. That's how confident they are. You also save $500 off that new roof or home full of windows if you call them now and set up that 21-point inspection. It's just that simple. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100, or you go online at victors.com. Before we get to the people and before we get to the ticket text, I owe Danny a response. So let me do this, and I want to do it in the nicest way possible. But it's something I've felt for a while. I occasionally say it, and it doesn't mean it's always wrong. But when Danny talks about the Lions and Brad Holmes and their approach, I have used a word before. Now, I don't think it's an ad hominem attack. I think it's just a statement of how they act. The Lions act with an arrogance that I don't think they've earned. And before you go, but Mike, these are the guys that have ushered in the greatest 2 years in franchise history. You're right, which ended with blowing a 17-point lead and getting aced out at home by a rookie QB. You don't have rings. You didn't go to the Super Bowl, much less win the Super Bowl. You didn't win 2 of them. I think the way that they act as if they've done those things, and they haven't. So when you talk about when a guy like Danny calls in and bemoans, not hearkens, but bemoans the offseason and the approach, think about what Rico says. And look, a lot of you guys, and I shouldn't do this because it makes me feel bad, and then it builds, Rico's going to act out of control the rest of the day. But I think you're unfair to Rico in this regard. Like, picks like the Manu thing or the Tesla thing or the Broderick Martin thing or the Hendon Hooker thing, those are arrogant draft picks. They're arrogant because you're in a window. Why are we drafting a backup QB who will never play? You're in a window. Why am I taking a third-round selection and instead of drafting a player who can help me, I'm drafting a guy I have to teach how to play? And again, Manu may end up being great. Doesn't help me now. It's the Max Clark.
I was about to say, it's your Max Clark.
Yeah. Broderick Martin. Total project. Nobody had him anywhere. You moved up to get him. Dude might get cut.
Tesla.
Yeah, and again, I understand what they're doing, but it's Super Bowl window is we are all in to do this. They do things that defy it because I have often said it feels like this organization's more concerned with winning their second Super Bowl before they appear in their first.
100%. Because when you move up, when you trade future future third and fourth round selections, Mike, it's normally to get somebody who can help you right now. Like, man, we need that one linebacker. Let's go get this guy. We'll worry about 2 years from now.
Finish
2
the
years
puzzle.
from now.
Well, and look, and again,
instead they're taking projects and they're giving away picks to take projects.
And look at, for Danny's phone call, guys, I just want to put this, into the court record. How about Brett Holmes' appearance on this very station with our morning show? It was the height of arrogance. Oh, well, does this happen in other towns? I mean, you have Aiden. Why are you angry you have Aiden? Okay, stop. Brad, you're trying. Just stop, Brad. Stop. You're not curing cancer. You're playing fantasy football with a billionaire's paycheck. Cut it out. We're not mad that we have Aiden. We love that we have Aiden. We want more. And I hearken back to Super Bowl champions in recent history that have had that duo. Most notably the Denver Broncos with the Def Woo crew, or the New York Giants, who were the only team who could beat Tom Brady, or Tom Brady's Bucks, who did it to the Chiefs with the JPP Shaq Barrett duo. Look, I'm making a point. It's just too much. A lot of talk, a lot of jokes, playing dress up for the draft. It's arrogance. So you can be arrogant if you deliver. But remember, they had one good year that didn't result in even a Super Bowl appearance. What did Brad Holmes do? Receipts. What grown C-suite executive brings receipts to a press conference? I mean, can you imagine a CEO bringing receipts to a quarterly earnings call that Earth will hear? Receipts. Yeah, I'm sure the market would love that.
You didn't win the NFC.
Right.
You didn't win the Super Bowl.
It's just, Danny, I know that's long-winded, but I wanted to answer you because I think it's rooted in they really like themselves, which is cool. They've done a good job. But this ain't the Patriots. This isn't the Chiefs. This isn't Philadelphia. I don't think you've earned a right to behave that way. So their approach feels like, seems like, sounds like a certain way. Might work, might not. But Danny, you wanted the answer. That's why I think they do it.
But yeah, all those third, fourth round selections. That's now you're seeing why I got so upset saying, guys, you probably should have took somebody who can help you now. Well, they're going to develop, and I trust Brad, and this is okay. Well, here we are.
How about leaning on Marcus Davenport back-to-back years and then kind of attacking anyone? You know what's funny? And I know it's a topic we want to get to. We might today. The Ragnau thing kind of sideswiped this. Another article. ESPN put a piece out of what every team needs by the trade deadline. Take a guess what the Lions' biggest need was.
Can't be edge rusher.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Do you realize it's Earth versus the Lions? It really is Detroit versus everybody. Everybody believes they need more pass rush. The Lions don't. So you're either...
Well, you know what? As of today, maybe you need an offensive line. Maybe you need a center.
Wow.
I can't... No, I'm just... See, Mr. Funny Man, we knew. But I get you.
No, I mean, I like that they drafted 2 interior linemen. I supported everything they did with this draft, whether Ragnau retired or not. But the idea that Tate Ratledge will simply step in for Frank Ragnau? No way. No way. 248-539-9797. We go to Don 97.1. Oops, wrong button. Donnie, what's going on?
Don.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah. Hello.
I'm going to put Don on hold. Just want to make sure he's okay. Can he do a wellness check on Donald?
Tell him to come off speakerphone.
We'll go to Casey, 97.1. Case, what's up?
sick to my stomach, guys. I mean, I stepped into my vehicle to go grab lunch and got the news and didn't even want to eat my lunch. And I'm going to – one fact that even the mouth breathers over there on X can't dispute is what's the shortest distance to a quarterback?
Straight line.
Mm-hmm, right up the middle. And what is Jared Goff not a good at doing? Throwing off platform? Fastest way to get him off platform? Right up the middle. I mean, and like an analogy, it's like you go to a nice seafood restaurant, you order a sear seed scallop meal. It comes with 5 sea scallops. Bring it to your table. There's 4 of them. Where's my 5th one? Oh, here you go. We'll just give you this shrimp out of a shrimp cocktail from an hour ago. That ought to do, right? That's like putting Manu in the middle. Are you kidding me?
Listen. It's insane because ultimately he profiles probably as a tackle. If you want to tell me they're going to rep him at guard this year, I absolutely buy that. But I'm with you. You're not replacing an all-pro player with projects. Well, I'm just telling you where you again center. No way.
No, not center, but 6'8" guard. Good luck throwing over him.
Yeah, and then the Glasgow thing. I think, like, are you thinking that he's the Glasgow that left to go to Denver? Like back then, yeah, maybe he does a decent job, but we got nothing to fill that gap.
Not at a level that Ragnau provides, and that's my whole point, Casey.
Oh God,
they'll field a team. But it's okay to just live in it for a day and go, yeah, this isn't great.
No.
Do you believe they're still the division favorite?
It's teetering.
Yeah.
I mean, they were, but it's a toss up now. There's three teams up there. It's a toss up between us, the Vikings, and the Packers, and even the Bears at this point with what they did in the offseason. It's a complete toss up.
And Casey, that's why I said I don't see you as the clear-cut favorite in this division anymore. I thought you would win maybe by a game, maybe 2. Now it's free for all. This hurts.
If I may, Casey, it's going to be warm the next couple of days. Take a deep breath.
Eat your lunch.
And enjoy the warmth.
Gotta have your lunch. You need nutrients. Finish your workday. Gotta eat your lunch, man.
You got hit with the gut punch. He wasn't ready for that.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, bud?
Oh, my gosh, guys. Seriously, I love my sports fans in Detroit, but they got to get a life or something. Yeah, this is. I agree with you, Rico. It's going to be a challenge. Absolutely, no one expected this from our end. Hopefully, the Lions did. I think Glasgow will be the guy. They're not going to put either a rookie or that other guy in there. They might put Rathledge over on as a guard. It depends on how he does. Yeah, this is a difficult thing to try. You're not going to change it. There's no one out there that you can just pluck out and say, here, we're going to give you a 6th-round draft pick for your center who's like in the top 5. It's not going to happen. But, I mean, the team that right now that still worries me and worried me before is Green Bay because we don't know with Minnesota. We don't know how McCarthy's going to do. Chicago, we don't know. Johnson had a great run with the Lions, but he also had these players. They're not the same players. So we'll have to see how he does there. He could be a miracle worker, and he takes them to the playoffs and they go deep. You just don't know. I didn't think they were super clear-cut favorites, but right now they're a 50-50 ball club with, I think, Green Bay and possibly Minnesota. Minnesota they have a lot of stuff they got to deal with. McCarthy's a whole different story, but I think they will move Glasgow to the center position, and then probably Rathledge, depends on how he does in OTAs and all that stuff, where he's going to line up.
Which is fine, but let's be very clear here, Steve. This is important.
Right.
Look, Zeitler walked out the door as a Pro Bowl caliber guard, and now you lose an all-pro center. Now, you may be right. All right, Glasgow to center. Admittedly, that's a big downgrade from Ragnau, and now, in essence, you're starting 2 rookie guards. Now, Mahogany in limited time look good, but that's still a 6th-round pick with limited reps, and then you'd be starting a rookie guard on the other side, presumably Rathledge. Steve, that's a scary proposition.
I'm not, Mike, I don't disagree. This is by far not the best case scenario that we were waking up in the morning to, but it's still not doom and gloom. And I know you guys are not saying that.
No,
it doesn't mean they're still not going to win the division. They still can. It makes it a whole heck of a lot harder. And I do agree with you, Rico, Mike. Some of these picks are just there are too many luxury picks that you don't have the luxury to pick when you haven't won a frickin' championship yet. And the other teams that do go all the way and that can do this have unbelievable quarterbacks, like the guy in Kansas City, the guy in Philadelphia. We don't have that. So everything's got to play out. But I'll be honest with you guys, and Mike, I wish more Lions thought about this. 15-2 last year, it was like 15-2 was like the gorgeous girl underneath the mistletoe at the right time, and she looked at you and smiled. And that's what it was. And we played into that. I think the team played into that some because they looked awful in that playoff game. I hope they go back to, we got to bust our butts, work hard, don't take anything for granted. Yeah, we might. Everyone's telling us we're there. We're not there yet because we haven't even made it to the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And let's win the dang thing. And then maybe we can start talking about some other stuff. But, I mean, and hopefully this is a wake-up call for management. I hope this is.
Well, look, here's the thing, and we're butted up against it. But, Steve, here's how you're starting your season before we even get to training camp. You've lost your best two interior players on both sides of the ball. You lost Ragnau and Ali McNeil. Because factually, neither guy's going to play the first 2 months of the season. And Ragnau is never playing again. Yeah, that's a bit of a concern. Pardon me if we want to put this sequin dress shirt back in the closet.
Kind of forgot about McNeil, but yeah.
All right, FanDuel, best place to find your favorite player props, whether it's Stanley Cup Finals or NBA Finals. FanDuel's got you covered. More betting markets than anyone else. Kenny is all in on all things Bobrovsky. I don't know that to be true. I just love saying the last name. It's FanDuel.com/ticket, $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. A lot of football on the brain today, rightfully so, with the breaking news of Frank Ragnau retiring, but there is news in other towns, other places. Let's get to some of that. It's time for Football Today.
Gentlemen, June 1st is pretty big in the NFL. It's where a lot of guys end up getting cut. The summer trades and everything happens. So I got a few odds and ends, but let's start off with a little bit of a game. The game is called Cut, Trade, or Stay. Does this person get cut from their team, traded from their team, or they end up staying on their team? I have a few list of players. Let's have some fun.
All right, let's hear.
Let's start off in Atlanta. Kirk Cousins. Does Kirk Cousins get cut, traded, or will he be a Falcon?
I just don't know what you're willing to give up in a trade. I mean, a 7th-round pick and Atlanta still has to pick up half the salary. Doesn't it just feel like a player they have to cut? You can't have that kind of noise in training camp. I'll say cut.
But it's the lack of noise because he's just not there. He's not doing the Trey Hendrickson where he's like
he can't.
To
he
the
doesn't
media.
he doesn't have any leverage.
He's like, you know what? Keep paying me my money.
But why would you want him around? He's not going to participate. He's not going to be at camp. You got to get rid of him. Look, it's a question: trade, cut, or stay. I'm saying cut.
Okay,
David, say something else. So
I
you
was
don't get
leaning.
pounded.
No, I was leaning stay. Because they gave him the
What?
money. They gave him the money, and many times you want to get something for what you already paid for. But Mike's right; there's a distraction there, so they probably do end up cutting him.
Now, if he was going to be a good teammate, he's going to be around. Maybe I just say stay. I'll be shocked if they get something for him. What the hell would you give up for him? Let's say you're the Steelers. Let's say they're done with this Aaron Rodgers thing. Like David, at what point would you be okay with would you be all right? Your team gave up a 6th-round pick for Kirk Cousins?
2028, sure, but no.
David, I think you would be okay if they gave up a 6th-round pick next year. Let's be real.
No, I actually
based
wouldn't.
off the quarterbacks that you have right now, he's still better. So okay, you're in denial, David. Let's wait for Aaron Rodgers. Next one, Tyreek Hill.
Oh dear God,
trade. I think they have to get rid of him. He's a distraction. He is someone, and I've apologized, and he's done this publicly. You cannot continue to think you're going to have a winning program with that guy right now as the guy that he is.
But
Not a great example.
Who's lining up to get him? I mean, respectfully, everything you're saying's right. Mm-hmm. I'm not doing what Rico did to me. I'm not haranguing you.
But you're trying to figure out who would want to make that.
I'm just trying to ask the question.
Haranguing?
Yes, triple word score. But what do you even give up for a receiver who was not nearly as fast last year, makes $30 million a year, and is a head case?
I hear you.
I don't know what to say to that.
I hear you, because if I'm Tennessee, why would I do that with a young quarterback?
Unless the Dolphins are going to eat some of this salary.
They would have. I mean,
they
certainly would have.
And then if all of a sudden they're eating, let's just say $20 million of it, and he's $10 million, maybe I'll take a chance on him. If you're a team that, like you're Buffalo, I just need a receiver. I need somebody to be a difference maker. Okay, this one's for you, Mike. I'm going to say this with a straight face.
All right, go ahead.
But I can't look at you.
Go ahead.
I can't even look
closing
at you.
my eyes.
Will Levis.
That's funny. I think that's a cut, especially after what he said publicly about kind of knowing what's going on. And I don't know. It just didn't feel there's still an element of entitlement with them. Plus, he's a weirdo and puts mayo in his coffee. I'll say cut.
Here's the thing.
I laughed when I was writing this down.
You don't always need someone behind your young quarterback to be that veteran, to be that guy that's going to teach. You don't always need that, but you don't need distractions. You don't need a guy that's going to, I can still do this. I'm sorry, dude. You've been replaced. So just cut him.
Okay. Jair Alexander.
I throw my hands in the air with this guy. He's never healthy. And he's a pain in the ass. But when he is healthy, he's elite. I thought he was going to get dealt at the draft. I figured mid-round draft pick, change of scene. He's just going to be there. He's just keep on keeping on. I don't know.
Cut, trade, or draft. I mean, stay.
Stay.
Okay, stay. All right.
David?
I'm going to lean cut. I think they want him.
You really feel strongly about that.
I do think they want him, but he doesn't play anymore.
See, I think they will try their best to trade, but they won't get anybody out there, and he'll end up just being a Packer by default because nobody else wanted him.
Like, David, what's the benefit of cutting him now?
It isn't, but you're not getting anything for him in a trade.
But if you cut him, you get nothing. So even if you
may
got
be on the roster and you get nothing.
No, but I'm saying even if you got a 6th or 7th round pick, cross your fingers, hope to God you drafted some steal. That's all I'm saying. Jalen Ramsey. David's microphone is off, and I hear him laughing through the glass.
I hate these questions.
I put a lot of time in this.
He was actually the Dolphins' best pass rusher last year. One problem: he's a corner. Makes an absolute ton of money. What is the post June 1st cut? I'm not ambushing you. I'm asking. Is there like big savings there? I just feel like Miami's a train wreck.
I don't know if it's big savings, but I do know it's savings.
He'll
I have
stay.
to look and see.
He'll stay. They already lost Javon Holland to the Giants. I don't know. You've already got him trading Tyreek. What are they even doing in Miami?
That's a great question, Mike. I don't know, but
he'll stay.
Wow, they would have $30 million in dead cap if they cut him.
He's staying because I don't think anybody's
and
trading
18
him.
next year
He'll
in dead
stay.
cap.
All right, gentlemen. Because it's a weird situation, Bills and James Cook.
Stay. They'll get a deal done. Even though we don't pay running backs. They're in their Super Bowl window. They have to keep him. He's turned into a superstar. You got to do stupid stuff to try to win the Lombardi. They're going to keep him.
Yeah, I think they'll look at Josh Allen or Josh Allen look at them and say, do it.
Josh Allen is back from his honeymoon and wants James Cook.
He will get it done for James Cook.
Okay. And finally, I do want to ask you this question because this happened last week, but we really didn't get a chance to talk about it. But the trade that happened between the Eagles and the Niners for Bryce Huff.
Yeah, I liked it.
The Niners will give up either a 3rd or 4th round selection to the Eagles. Did one team win over the other in this trade? Or was it a win-win?
I think it works both ways. Huff just didn't work in Philly. He had a blow-up season with the Jets. He was a PFF darling. It just didn't work there. Change of scenery. You guys are desperate for pass rushers. You add him to a scheme that works. Yeah, you give it a rip. Again, it's two teams going for it in different ways. Huff, it's buyer's remorse. It doesn't fit their scheme. Fangio came in, it didn't work. I'm good with it.
I didn't know if this was like Howie Roseman does it again or
no. I thought it was fine both ways. To be honest with you,
it's a win-win, and Salah knows him.
Plus,
he knows him in his system.
How did San Francisco afford it? Salary cap. It's not real,
bro. Yeah, they're about $40 million under the cap now.
You get my point,
and they're still wheeling and dealing.
There you go. Okay. Get cocky. There you go. Do that for everybody.
That's your NFL post June 1st blitz 97.
God, I hate that man. All right. Are you good?
It's still funny every time you hear it.
Far from it. When he's your starting quarterback, it's not funny. 3 o'clock. News of the day. Frank Ragnau retired. So if you listen to this show, that shouldn't be shocking because we've kind of hinted at that for a year. I thought it was going to happen last offseason, to be honest with you. And we've said it. It's why I always laughed when fans would, we got to pay all these people. I'm like, you realize Ragnau has like a 5% shot of being here in 26, right? Well, now he's not here in 25. He's gone. And we think it's a devastating blow. But Rico has the most interesting way of talking about it, which is, okay, do you still believe you are the prohibitive favorite for the division, a slight favorite, or has the horse left the barn? This thing's a free-for-all. And that's really, before you guys think, oh my God, you're big stupid Gloober. Is Frank Ragnau an all-pro? Is he arguably the best center in football, yes or no? Yes. Okay, it's an offseason where you've lost your OC. Now you've lost the quarterback of your O-line. You have a brutal schedule, and you have no way to replace him effectively. Yes, they drafted Tate Ratledge in the second. Yes, he's taken a few reps with the first team at center. He's never played it. There is no realistic scenario where he walks in the door and plays football anywhere near representative of Frank Ragnau. So I'm with Rico in that, look, you could still win the division. I was worried about you before. I thought you were an 11-win team. I think this drops you to 10. And at 10-7, there's no guarantee you're winning this division. I think it's a free-for-all. And you will either prove or disprove whether you can handle this as you go along. But this idea, and we've had callers call in saying, oh, my God, what is wrong with this fan base? People just going, well, Glasgow's going to slide off. Guys, I don't care what you do. You're already down an all-pro defensive tackle, and now you're down an all-pro center. And training camp hasn't even started. You better pray to God you don't hear the words non-contact injury. Because you're one injury away on that O-line. But no longer is it a top 3 O-line. That conversation is out the window. Now, it's just about how much can you retain of your status. So
right,
I'm with you. I think this thing's wide open now.
Yeah, the offensive line was good enough that, you could even have a little fun with Dan Skipper coming in, being eligible and all of that. Now, you're looking at like, man, you're relying a lot on rookies and second-year players and project players. Like, it's not the same. It's
Glasgow to center. Yeah. Ratledge at one, Mahogany at the other. Is that the way we go?
Yeah. I mean, you struck gold with Mahogany, and you're hoping that you can get the same with Ratledge. So that's what you're hoping for.
But what do you guys think? If you still think you're a prohibitive favorite, I don't think you're a bad person. But what we're not going to do is, they've got time to figure it out. There's nothing to figure out. You can't lose players like Frank Ragnau. Every team, if you're competing for a Super Bowl, you got 6 or 7 Ragnaus. And those war daddies, those are the guys that have to stay healthy. Everybody else is filler. He's one of your 7. And he's gone. And it's in concert with McNeil, who's not going to play a majority of this season. So, yeah, I can't make fun of what Rico said. I'm not going to call Rico a hater. I don't think it's being negative. I think it's being realistic. And if we're 6-8 weeks into the year, and all of a sudden we have another revelation at center, we can recalibrate the conversation, but I don't think you can do it today. So I want to know where you guys are at with it. 248-539-9797. David,
I was going to say, yeah, you're right. If somebody can all of a sudden step in there and take that center spot, the way we all thought gloom and doom for the Tigers in center field, oh my God, you're sticking Javi Baez out in center. And it kind of worked out for a little bit. Okay, you know what? Maybe this will work out for the Lions. But as of right here, right now, at 3:07 on a Monday, I don't think you're the clear-cut favorite for the NFC North. Go ahead, David.
Ragnau doing the Barry makes me sad. Wish he retired before the draft. My prediction goes from 11 to 12 wins to 10 wins. That is from Ryan. I always thought we would be 11-6, and I was happy with that. I'm officially very nervous about this season now. The Lions' window closed when they lost to the 49ers 2 years ago. Guys, it's over. Terrible news. Shocked and disappointed to hear Ragnau is retiring. I have a bad feeling about this for the Lions. We'll see what Brad cooks up. Love the show, fellas. Clayton in Dearborn.
Thank you, Clayton. David, real quick, to go back to that previous text, I still say the window didn't have to close, but the Lions didn't do what they needed to do to make sure that window stayed open. They just kind of sat back and said, oh, okay, we're just going to keep this thing going. And last year, they almost the success they had was a little bit of fool's gold, but it tricked them into thinking they were better than they were, and they didn't make the necessary changes to upgrade. Like, good teams are constantly tweaking and trying to find things, and it's not just about, well, we're just going to keep our own guys. So the window is closing, but it's closing because of your own arrogance. Go ahead.
Wow, the window thing, it's interesting. I think if you say it's closing, people overreact as if you said it's closed. No. I just feel you're never going to have a better opportunity than up 17 in San Francisco. And last year you thought, okay, we got the 1 seed. We're at home. Injuries be damned. We're at home and it's a rookie QB. And you had radio shows. Who do you want to see in the NFC title game? Well, one problem. You saw the coroner because your season was over.
Right.
But now, Rico, I don't.
And Mike, here's the thing about the window closing, and I can give it to you firsthand. Because you lost in the NFC Championship game. I saw a team lose in overtime in the Super Bowl. Next year, injuries happen. They've now gutted the team, and they're almost doing a reboot. They didn't totally just get rid of everybody, but it's a reboot, and it happened within 2 seasons. That window shrunk for the Niners. And right now, it's down to really one more year.
And here's something that I think is important for people to understand. And I know. It's Rico and the Niners, but he's making a good point. They were doing that with a rookie QB. You do not have a rookie QB.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Goff's real contract takes him from 30 to 70 million next year. But what the Niners were doing was the cheat code.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could say, well, their window was 5 years with a rookie quarterback. You don't have that. So I've said anything beyond this year, I just don't consider the window.
Mm-hmm. But things change quickly. Injuries happen, and season falls apart. And right now, you are probably 2 injuries away on that offensive line. And not season-ending, horrible catastrophe, broken bone type of thing. But if all of a sudden one or two of those, the right people, go down for 4 to 5 weeks, you're in trouble.
I think it's anyone. I mean, if we're being upfront about it, like, you've already lost an all-pro at center. You're already not as good as last year. I don't care if you lose Ratledge, Glasgow, you lose Mahogany. Dude, you're going to be who you putting out there. Obviously, any team in football loses a tackle, you know you got problems. But no, Rico, I think the division's already what we believe is the hardest division in football. I'd be lying to my listeners if I said I don't think it's wide open. I do. I don't think you're the favorite anymore. No. I don't think you're some huge underdog. It's like a horse race. There's 4 horses between 2 to 1 and 4 to 1. There is no favorites. They're all good.
To give you the numbers, real quick, Kenny, before Vegas is saying, as of now, you're still favored, but the Lions are at plus 150, Packers at plus 280, Vikings at plus 320, and the Bears at plus 470.
Kenny.
I just worry about what the trickle-down effect to David Montgomery. Forget Jared Goff, because obviously that's the first and most important one. But to guys like David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, we're going to find out how good they actually are in this system. When you lose your center, that's tough.
248.
When you lose your all-pro center, that's tough.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, pizza. Everybody likes pizza. Hungry Howie's, they have their original recipes or flavored crusts, whatever you like. And right now, Hungry Howie's has a deal. You get 51% off any pizza at regular menu price, and that's any pizza, including some of the Kenny Cott exotic stuff, like a Howie Maui or some of these other things. Look, classic pepperoni duo, that works too. 51% off. It's simple. Just get over to hungryhowies.com, place your order. The deal is online carryout only, but if you use the code 51OFF, that's 51OFF, even for people who can't spell, that's easy. Limited time only, online carryout only at Hungry Howie's. Straight to the people. Ragnau retires. The impact. And do you still believe prohibitive favorite, slight favorite, or the horse has left the barn? This thing is now wide open. I'm choosing C, and I don't think it's disrespectful. I'm with Rico on this. I think saying that it's now a wide open division when we believe it's the best division in football, we're not up here saying it's the NFC South and it's a bunch of, rabbit feed.
Right.
It's
not the AFC East.
I think it's a devastating blow.
Yeah.
And when it's in concert with losing both coordinators and Lee McNeil not being likely available to you until November.
I forgot about that he's not there. So, yeah, you lose key pieces on both sides of your line.
If you win this division going away, just build a statue of Dan Campbell on the roof of Ford Field.
Yeah.
We didn't get the LED roof for Little Caesars. Least you can do is give us Air Campbell. It could be like a lighthouse.
At that point, have all the receipt segments you want, and at the bottom of the statue, it can just say, you know what? Trust in me, bitches. There you
Now,
go.
if it ends in you not winning a playoff game again, then who cares? But fine. We go to George Farmington, 97.1. Georgie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So I wanted to, let me ask you a question. I'll make a couple points. And then, Mike, I'm going to let you inside the mind of Lions fan.
Okay.
So, yeah, are we the prohibitive favorite? No. And I love the Lions, and I want to be wrong, but I'll even say that the window is closed. And to add to your points when you were answering caller Danny earlier, yeah, Brad Holmes does operate with arrogance. And I've been in lockstep with Rico. For some reason, he just refused to add to the edge rusher, which I've been screaming about. Because, look, you're going to face the best QBs. How are you stopping them? So I'm like, you have no answer there. He's like, well, we were hurt. We were 15-2 last year. We're getting everybody back. Yeah, guess what? They were the ones who were kind of the broken toys that have the bad injury history to begin with. And so, when a buddy of mine, actually, as soon as I saw the news, messaged me, I kid you not, Mike, let Brad cook. That's why we actually took 2 interior linemen, which to me, I was like, well, dude, I'd had no problem taking a lineman. You didn't need to take Tesla. You could have gotten another edge there. But that's the first message I get right off of there, right off the Ragnau retirement news.
Yep.
And mind you, all the debates I've had, I know, mind you, all the debates I had about edge rusher and all that up until now, which, even with now, it's a heavy blow, and I wouldn't consider us, I don't know if we're going to win 9-10 games, to be honest with you. It's just, all the debates I've had, it's like, hey, what is the one thing Brad Holmes has said that's consistent with all the other GMs? We want to be good for a long time.
Yep.
These fans, some of these fans, I don't even think they want a Super Bowl, Mike. I don't think they want a Super Bowl because it was like when you guys were talking about the whole Myles Garrett thing, the possible Trey Hendrickson thing, it was like, well, what if we do all that and it doesn't get us nothing? You can't guarantee us it'll get us it. But I can guarantee you right now, with the way you're going is not going to get you there either. But it's like, well, we've been bad for so long, and Brad Holmes, in a sense, has earned the cachet to just do whatever he wants because all fans can think about was, well, remember Matt Millen, or remember Bob Quinn.
So,
Smartest
George,
guy in the room.
let
and
me-
the only difference The only difference he has is like he's been better at picking players.
I think you're on. No, I think you're onto it. But George, let me just say this: the one thing I don't want to correct. I'm not your teacher. I just disagree. I don't think it's fair to say, well, fans don't want a Super Bowl. If we back away from that, I think fans are scared. I think for the first time, they're good. And look, let's be real about this. Like, I'm cynical. So when Brad says, "Oh, listen, I don't believe in windows. We want to be good for a long time." The reality is, this team could crash and burn. Their ticket prices are still going to be sky high. There's still going to be a waiting list.
Right.
Like, they're not doing everything in their power to win. They're not.
Right. And the funny thing is, Mike, the way the NFL operates, unless you got Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes, the Lions are going to be bad again at some point. But they're acting as if the way Brad Holmes has run this thing, and as long as he runs it the way he sees fit, and they just resign their thinking to it, then they'll never see a 5-12 or a 7 and what they'll.
Well, they might not. But
win.
hold on, they might not. Let's be clear about it. I mean, George, let me say this: if your future was that of a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, where you're never great, but you're eternally 10-7, you flirt and win the division, but you don't go anywhere. You're not going to win anything. Well, that's what being consistently good looks like. I'm not interested in that. I want to risk it for the biscuit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they don't want to. Some, and I won't say all fans. I'm going to say some. That's how they feel. They're so afraid that all of a sudden we'll go back to the Matt Millen area if we somehow made a big, huge trade and then we
Won't
can't
happen,
pay
George,
XYZ.
the bottom line is, look, both things can be true. I think Brad Holmes is excellent at his job. But just, I'm not sitting here drinking bathwater. It's okay to just be a free thinker and take every decision as it comes. And some things I salute him on, like the draft, by the way. You didn't hear any negativity out of me. I love what they did. You win with the tip of the sword. They desperately needed a big-time defensive tackle. They needed some interior help on the O-line, even pre-Ragnau. I like a lot of what Brad Holmes does, but I don't have to like everything. Now, the other thing that's going to be true, and fans don't want to hear this, it's not negativity, regression is coming. No GM in the history of the NFL has ever outrun the mean. Okay? If you're a Hall of Fame GM, you're going to hit it at just under 50% of your first-round picks. Okay?
Yeah, you're going to have that one draft where guess what? One or two of the people are still on the team.
There was a time Seattle couldn't miss a draft pick. Built the Legion of Boom. Found Russell Wilson. Did everything right. You know what happened? Regression came calling. It hits every organization or, for my next guest, organization. Kenny Cott.
Yeah, no, but by the way, that's fine. Regression is fine. No GM is perfect. Nobody bats 1,000. No. And nobody's mad at Brad Holmes for not batting 1,000. It's fine. Fans act like when you criticize one thing about one guy, you're imputing their whole character entirely.
Correct.
No. Should we have had a backup plan for when Ragnau left? Yes. That's fine to say.
I think you can have look, they kind of have a backup plan. The point I'm trying to make is it doesn't matter what plan you have. It's like saying you have a backup plan for when Juan Soto leaves. That's great.
Right.
Cody Bellinger, not Juan Soto. Like, you can have a backup plan. But it in this case, look, I think Frank Ragnau, from an ability standpoint, and he probably didn't play long enough, but I would comp it to Travis Frederick, who was the center for the Cowboys when they had their great offensive lines. He abruptly retired, and I don't know what it was. A cellular disease. I don't know. It was something wacky. Immune disorder. He retired. You don't recover from that type of thing. And whether a player dies, leaves in free agency, or retires, they're dead to you.
Right.
And I just don't think you could replace him. You can't replace a Sewell. You can't replace a Hutch. You can't replace a Goff. But there are 5, 6 guys. I mean, Rico, like your team, you could name them off. There are just guys you're not replacing.
Correct. And what happens is, if they end up doing this, especially like now, this was the worst time, because if it's before the draft, you can make arrangements. And okay, guess what? This is now higher on our list. We got to go and get a center, or we have to make a trade. We got to do something. We're not going to be willy-nilly. We're going to actually use all of our picks and maybe bring in, 3 or 4 offensive linemen, hoping that 2 really come out and are part of the 2 deep. But when you do it like this right here, right now, you either have to just roll with what you have or wait to see who gets cut.
But. This isn't new news. This isn't new. This isn't like I'm on Madden and I'm hoping that my player that's been playing for 13 years doesn't retire because he can't communicate with me because he's a robot. This is not that. Frank Ragnau hinted at this to the media after at least the last 2 seasons.
No, but I think because every season he did this, that people just thought, oh, that's just his way of sitting out camp. He's just trying to get more money. And it's like, guys.
But that's people.
You know what's weird, though?
Brad Holmes is not people.
You can be the most physically fit person. Try stubbing your toe today, and you're going to feel that pain all day long. Okay?
Fun note. I did that the other day. I almost took me out. I almost went to the ground.
Yes.
It hurts, man.
He's had a bad toe for years. That part of maybe we just sever the nerve in there.
Right off the end table. I mean, just lethal.
Man, I think I broke a bone in a foot doing that. Like, oh, man, it hurts.
Sorry. Just a side note. Irony.
But I'll tell you this, because Kenny spoke a second ago, that's the nice way, okay? He's been very colorful with his language to these Lions fans back here. Very nice when he spoke on the air, but he's not happy with Lions fans right now.
So hold on, speak your heart. Don't filter. Don't do the nice radios 10 to 2. Come on, What's going on? And don't curse, but what?
Well, that's kind of part of it.
Part of growing up and part of doing radio. You got to use different words.
You can use my friend, and
I think a lot of these Lions fans are be-made, so to speak.
Okay.
That's how I feel, and that's how I've been feeling. And after
Why?
middays,
Elaborate.
Because it's overly sensitive. It's the way that they behave towards things like the Ragnau thing happening. It's you know what? It's fine to say that Brad Holmes needed to do more. It's fine to have a critique of a guy, right? It's fine. And whether it was the edge rusher thing, whether it's this now, whether it's being all like, oh, we lost coordinators, we're going to be just fine. I feel like that's the attitude of a lot of these Lions fans. And lately it's been, I think now lately it's been worse than it's been.
Well, do you want to know why?
Yes, I would love to know why.
All right. It's like when the garbage man hits the lottery. Garbage man never had endless amounts of money. Busted his ass, went to work, did the best he could. Now all of a sudden you're worth $40 million. Well, now you're broke in 2 years. Why? Because you never had money before and you don't know how to act with it.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. And Rico's going to yell at me for this. He will impugn my character for saying this. I blame the media and I blame social media. Because here's where we've arrived.
Oh, why am I yelling at you?
Because you love social media. But it's
you know what?
People can create.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. People can create a universe where you filter out any real thought, you filter out any actual conversation, and it's tell me I'm pretty.
Your own personal echo chamber.
Exactly. I think you see it a lot with Michigan fans. You're able to just exist in this space. Lions fans have been the belle of the ball for a couple of years. Local media loves them. Then you get into the blogger sphere. Then you just get into fans being fans. If you surround yourself with those people, of course it's a foreign opinion to be like, what do you mean they're not perfect? Everything I'm digesting on a daily basis tells me they are. It's a societal thing. What was it, Evan? Right. So it's a societal thing. You see it in politics. You see it in sports. And it's not just Lions fan, Kenny. This is the problem of 2025. We have allowed the Kremlin to enter the chat.
Yes.
Because the way these teams are covered, including from people on the team payroll, it's infected people's brains that they can't be fans anymore. And they're lemmings.
Yeah,
There's a difference.
If you actually give an honest opinion, then, what happened to you? You're a hater. You used to love it. Like, no, I just kind of see it for how it is. It's not going to be that good this year. Oh, you're a hater. You've been brainwashed. Or I can just see what I see in the mirror. 248-539-9797. Mike?
Whoa! 248.
I don't think so, Doug. I saw who you used to date.
Whoa! Whoa! And that comes from a place of love. Rico was his college roommate. Let's stop there. Let's stop there. 97.1. Cruising along on a Monday. If you're just joining, Frank Ragnau has retired. Rico and I think that's a pretty devastating blow to the team. The question, once you work through, the emotion of it is, are they still a prohibitive favorite in the North, a small favorite, or do you think, you know what, this thing's wide open now? And maybe in essence, number 2 and number 3 are the same. That if you're a small favorite, it's wide open. I'm not going to say Frank Ragnau retiring ruins your chances or somehow you can't win. No, you can win this division. But I don't have great confidence you will. I think you're in the mix. And that's a far cry from before this. Mm-hmm. So that's what we're doing. Let's get to the people. Mark is in Rochester. He's up next. Marky, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike. Good to talk to you.
Same to you, buddy. What do you make of this today?
Yeah, so, you like to use the phrase idealistic versus realistic, right? And I just want to make it clear, nothing I'm about to say is me thinking Brad Holmes is going to do it. I don't believe in him. It's where it's at right now. Sorry, I had to run upstairs. Give me 1 second. Linderbaum out of Baltimore. They are now renewing his 5th-year option. I would love to go get him. I would probably offer a second. I would love to offer a third, but looks like we use that to go trade up for Tesla. So I'm at Linderbaum. If he's not available, let's sign Brandon Scherf, 1 year, $9 million. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, listen, the Scherf thing, he's been a guard forever. I don't see why Baltimore would ever trade Linderbaum. I'll leave that. David, has there been any rumor of that? That's again.
No trade, no.
No. So, Mark, here's reality. I think it's Glasgow. I think you see if Ratledge could pick it up. You have Mahogany at right guard. That's probably where he stays. It's going to be an in-house solution. I don't really think you're picking up someone's center versus you use the second-round pick on Ratledge and he's already getting reps with the first team to try it. That's what you do in OTAs. Mm-hmm. You try things. But no,
Mike, and I again, idealistic versus realistic. I know you're right, but it just kind of strengthens what I've been thinking about this whole offseason, which is just, this upcoming year is a wash. And, if they make a big swing, that's going to really affect both the win-loss record, but it also could affect the balance sheet, and I think that's impacting their decision-making as well. I also think if you look at, the record, or if you look at the division, if you rank the top 20 guys in the NFC North, I still believe the Lions have 10 of those top 20, and so I think the talent gap still keeps us at 1, but it's just tough.
Wow. 10 of the top 20. I'm going to go no on that one. If you said 5, 6, I might be able to get there with you, but 10? I'm not. And again, we can't do the exercise live on the air. Mark, I have no problem saying, hey, I still think we get it done. So you would be in the still a small favorite, not prohibitive, but a small favorite.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Okay.
I just would ask. Go ahead.
No, you, please.
If we all look back to where this Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell thing started, the first domino to fall was Penei Sewell, 7th overall, 2021. That is the engine of our team. That is the identity. This isn't just losing a good player. This is putting what makes us at risk. If we don't put everything into fixing it, it's going to be a failure.
Well, and think about this too. Fellas, Mark sounded like he was running a marathon. I hope he's okay.
Running from somebody.
Was he going downstairs or falling down the stairs? Think about the reliance you're going to have on rookies in the middle of your offensive and defensive line. That's a very volatile projection to make.
No, it is.
Look, Mahogany was a revelation in the couple games he played, but that's different than being, you're now our starter, 18 weeks. Ratledge, rookie. Defense, Tarik Williams. Think about what you're relying upon. So that's where I think collectively, oh, by the way, new coordinators, both sides of the ball, I have to downgrade them. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, I was already there for the new coordinators, but now, like I said, with McNeil, it's like, oh my goodness, I forgot about him. And it's so late in the game. Where do you go to find just that center? Either you have to make this trade, or you got to hope that, somebody cuts their guy who they were going to, and he can come in, and in 1 year, he still has enough juice to help this team.
David brought this up. I heard Stoney bring it up. Stoney was being a ball breaker, which I don't think Doug liked. I love it. But he goes, oh, yeah, they could have taken Cam Jurgens instead of Zach Pascal. Josh Pascal. I'm like, well, he's not wrong. But maybe, look, you got to hope Ratledge is that. I mean, if you want a scenario where somebody can be a bit of a revelation, go ahead. But the idea of a rookie center waltzing in this league, ask anyone who's played football. Ask anyone who works in the NFL. The idea of a rookie coming in and playing Pro Bowl caliber at a center, that is unicorn stuff. Yes, Kenneth?
This makes the Hendon Hooker pick look so silly.
It makes a lot of the picks they make.
I mean,
look
yeah,
silly.
it does. But this one, I mean, that was a higher, draft capital you spent on him, and you could have gotten it.
Or imagine if, you know what, David, give me 10 seconds. Imagine if Manu was actually, you took a center in that spot. Kenny, he would be ready to go right now.
Okay, can we not?
No,
okay.
I said, give me 10 seconds.
It's 3:41, and he's done it. Yes.
I said, give me 10 seconds, but I'm with you. When you look at certain picks, you're just like,
okay, hold on.
We could have had Wyatt Langford.
David, I have to do this. That's a flag. You can't go back multiple years. We can't. I mean, I got to defend them somehow now.
I'm saying at this point, you would have somebody who would be ready instead of a project.
I understand. Okay, I tried. 248. David, I tried to craft a flag out of a live read.
I thought he made a paper airplane.
Didn't go well. All right. The weather has us getting ready to get out and do some things, road trips, whatever it is. Now is the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. You need a truck? They got them. 25 Silverado LT, $294 a month, $1,495 down. They have the 25 Blazer EV, all-wheel drive. You can lease it for $227 a month, $999 down. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast and easy. MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, we're going to get to the calls in a minute. If you're just joining, the news of the day, Frank Ragnau has retired. If you listen to this show, it's not shocking. I thought it was going to happen last year, honestly. And it's why I started crushing people during the offseason when they're like, all of this idea of, oh, you know, we got to give Ragnau another contract. I'm like, he's not going to have another contract. He will not be here. This dude his body has betrayed him. So he's retired. How big of a blow is it? And we've kind of graded it out with still a big favorite in the North, a small favorite, or a horse just left the stall. This thing is wide open. David, ticket text. Are they attacking Kenny?
Not at all. Not at all. They're not attacking him. But this one, I mean, people want to say doom and gloom. And okay, I think this one's doom and gloom. Here we go.
Read it.
Outside the Browns, Giants, and Steelers, I don't know if we're going to win a game now.
Okay,
turn off the lights, pack it up, season over.
I'm guessing that's sarcasm.
I don't think so. That's from Calvin and Warren. I don't think.
But that's nothing we're saying.
No.
But when I say I think you're a 10-win football team,
they have a lot of 50-50 games, and I guess this person sees them losing
all of them. Which is not going to happen.
But you got the Giants and the Browns and the Steelers.
Talk about 3 free squares.
Man, it sucks to have my team.
It's just funny realizing that you guys, it's kind of like Paul George, the whole Russell Wilson effect for your two teams.
It's poisoning everywhere he goes.
Yeah, but our team didn't get better when they lose them. My teams didn't get better.
Yeah, I didn't get a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander for trading.
No, you don't know yet, David, because he's gone.
I know.
He's gone, and hey, Team Mason, and you, I mean,
it would be great
if
for
you
us
can
to
make
meet
it in New York.
It would be great to meet in a Super Bowl, and we can have that Russell Wilson Super Bowl post-Super Bowl.
If that were to happen,
I hope Brock Purdy falls off a slip.
I would actually pay for your tickets for you and your families, your Super Bowl tickets. If the Giants and the Steelers played.
See, now I know it's really not going to happen.
Exactly. That's great, David.
Joe in Lake Orion says, I believe the Lions are still the favorite to win the division and go on a deep run. The reason is I expected Ragnau to be out 6 to 8 games anyway due to injury. They will get this figured out and move forward. Every team goes through adversity.
Correct. It's just when it happens to one of your 5 to 7 best players, you don't replace guys like that. That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, Frank Ragnau's retirement puts Detroit in a difficult position, but it does open up an opportunity. Holmes needs to use the added salary cap dollars and improve the defensive line, bring in Hendrickson.
They're not doing it. They're busier trying to explain their salary cap at boutique events than they are. Just no one cares. Do your job, because why, Kenny? Why, Kenny?
That's what the money is for.
It's a private event, not a boutique event.
I don't give a damn. I don't care.
We're not invited.
I'm not interested. The cap isn't real. No one else operates with a cap that looks remotely real. I'm not trying to hear you.
Another text that is in reality here. This one says, I'm a Bears fan here. We've been looking for a center since Kreutz left in 2010. Center is arguably top 3 hardest position to replace behind the quarterback and the edge rusher. It's going to be tough for Lions.
Yeah, early. No one's saying it's an irreparable problem long term, but no, I just acting like, well, you know, Glasgow could play it. I'm like, and? At what level?
Here's a text that says this: Ragnau retiring is the only reason Glasgow will be on the roster next year. Ratledge was the planned right guard of the future, so I'm not excited about Glasgow at center.
Yeah, or Sorsdahl, another guy repping at center who might be cut. Now all of a sudden, guy who might be cut might have a job. Does that give you the warm and fuzzies? Let's go to the people. Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, pal?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Hey, before I get to the Lions, I got to tell you, you guys are the best, man. Because driving home in this construction can be real frustrating. But listening to you guys, I just bust a gut laughing, and I just say you guys do a fabulous job of that.
Man. Tom, that's very nice of you, buddy. Seriously, thank you.
Seriously, though, but the Lions, you know, we got to be realistic here, you know. They're on thin ice, and if this ice starts to crack, I'm just wondering, I mean, what's Brad Holmes going to do? Is he going to have to make a trade? And if so, who is he going to offer? Is it draft picks? Is it cutting ties with key people, but he's got to do something to this offensive line. I'm just wondering, what you guys thought on that?
Well, first of all, Tommy, I don't think there's anyone available that you're bringing in here before the season starts.
I'm looking at the top center free agents, and it's not looking great at all.
Tommy, if you tell me by week 6 of the NFL season you're in the trade market, we've seen a evolution in the NFL where players actually get traded. 10 years ago, it never happened. Yeah, Tom, I'd like to think they'd be a buyer at the deadline, but no, I can't lie to you and you pound the desk and be like, they must make this move, and then Evan's going to make a flashy YouTube clip. No, Tom, I don't have a name. I don't. Well, I think their solutions are in-house.
Right now, the top available free agent is David Andrews, who played for New England. He's 33. And then after that, it's a bunch of guys who made about $2.5 million or less. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I see urgency here, and I'm wondering if our management sees that urgency.
No, I mean, look, they have a plan. Tom, for better or for worse, they're a lot like the Tigers in this regard. They have a plan, and they seem rather rigid to that plan. So it's helped them get success. Is it going to help get you to the mountaintop? Well, it's the ultimate who's going to be right, who's going to be wrong. Tom, if you're calling up and you're going, damn this construction, I'm frustrated, I want this team to make a trade, the only thing I would tell you is it would have to be adding something to the defensive side of the ball, because that's simply where more of the players are going to be available. You're not in the market for Tyreek Hill. You're not in the market for Chris Olave. You're not in the market for some of these other trade targets talked about, right? Mm-hmm. The only ones you would be, we don't even know how available they are.
Yeah, you don't need Jalen Ramsey.
No. The Hendrickson thing, until I read a report somebody offered a first-round pick and the Bengals balked, how available is he? I don't know. And I'm tired of it, honestly. I'd make one call. I'd offer the first-round pick, and I'd offer him $100 million over 3 years. Let's play. Oh, but what about our salary cap? It isn't real. You'll never convince me it's real. It's like ghosts. Also not real. Just, I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it.
Okay.
None of these other teams operate like it's real. You know what they are? The NFL salary cap is our government. What's the answer? Print money. They just print money. We're out of money. Just kidding. Printed more. Mm-hmm. That's what NFL teams do. It's not real.
And just when you thought it was done, here's crypto money.
We just printed more.
Right. It's really there, but it doesn't exist, but it's there.
Trust me. On the line.
Right.
Let's go to Donald, 97.1. Donald, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike. So my biggest concern is obviously Frank Ragnau. Losing Frank Ragnau is terrible. But my biggest concern is Ben Johnson. I haven't heard people talk. What is Dan Campbell? He's not some elite offensive schemer. I mean, he was a tight ends coach. So we've seen countless examples in this league where you have these sort of rah-rah head coaches lose an offensive coordinator like Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's basically been terrible since Bruce Arians left. We saw Dan Quinn with Kyle Shanahan. Once Kyle Shanahan left, the Falcons were terrible. So my concern is we have a head coach we don't have a Mike McDonald or a Sean Payton or a McVay, and losing Ben Johnson, I think that has a devastating effect because our head coach is what exactly?
I couldn't agree with you more. I don't understand this town and this fan base because Ben Johnson went from being the guy, Donald, people were willing to give up an organ to keep. And then when he leaves, they act like he's the town idiot, just running around wearing a tinfoil hat. Donald, they lost the best offensive coordinator in football, arguably. They lost a guy who was the most coveted head coach of the cycle. I'm with you. And look, I think Campbell's strength, to answer your question, you're right. I don't think he's an offensive guru. Now, I don't think he's bereft of it either. He brought Sean Payton's system here. But you're right. His skill is hire smart people, empower him to be smart. Empower Ben Johnson to do his job the way it needs to be done. Be aggressive. But I'm with you. The idea that the loss of Ben Johnson simply won't matter, I don't understand people's view on that, Donald. I don't.
Well, it's not just for me the losing Ben Johnson. It's the fact that we have a head coach that doesn't really have like a side. We don't even have like a Shane Steichen. Like we just have a motivational guy. And I Mike Tomlin's a motivational guy. Well, he's been motivating them to 9-8 for the last decade. So that's really my main concern with this team. Is I think Dan Campbell he goes for it on 4th and 1 a lot. Great. I don't think we have some elite scheme coming with him, and I don't know.
The idea is, here's the idea. You're not wrong in what you're saying, and I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, Donald. I'm not. But I think that the scheme it's rooted in that Sean Payton offense, and they have established it here. Now, the question is, can the next guy, in John Morton, can he maintain that level? You're right, is that no, I don't think he's going to take over play calling like he did for Anthony Lynn. You essentially had a dead man coaching. Now, he took over the play calling, and it wasn't a disaster. That doesn't mean I want him as the architect of my offense. But I don't hold it against him because the amount of coaches that actually call plays.
Bruh. Here's the argument that I got sick of having. You're giving Ben Johnson way too much credit. Dan Campbell actually called the plays. I was like, no, he didn't. He even admitted. Dan Campbell had the right to veto plays, come up with 4th down plays, but the day-to-day stuff was Ben Johnson, and I got argued, no, you're giving Ben Johnson way too much credit. It was all Dan Campbell. I was like, oh, okay, we're done.
Cutscene, people holding vigils, hoping he didn't leave the year prior. It's hopium. That's all. It's copium. It's both. I don't care. 248-539-9797. We'll get to a football today. I do want to mix in a couple other things. I don't know if Rico and I are going to have an argument about it, but there was some news out of college sports. We'll talk about that briefly. And then, we'll get more of the Lions calls as well. 97.1. All right. I know the news of the day, Frank Ragnau, obviously his retirement. It's crazy and it's damaging. We're going to get back to it, but right now we'll talk a little bit of other football. David, go ahead, buddy.
So I wanted to go through this list. This list came out last week. Didn't get a chance to get to it. Came out before Frank Ragnau's announcement today, but it is the most and least vulnerable NFL division champs. So I'm going to start with the least vulnerable, and then we'll go from there. So least vulnerable would be the Buffalo Bills. I think we all agree.
I was going to say the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay.
Well, he started with Buffalo.
Buffalo Bills would be the least.
Yeah, you're right.
Dolphins, Patriots,
you know what?
Jets.
You're correct.
Yeah, no one's going to beat them in that division.
No, and it's kind of a return to the norm. That's how it was throughout Brady's career. The AFC East stunk. It was like the dirtiest secret in football.
6 guaranteed victories, or at least 5. If somebody upsets you, you're 5-1.
And I do think the Patriots are going to be a lot better, but if the Bills don't win this division, it means Josh Allen got hurt.
Next on the list, number 7, Kansas City Chiefs. Now they have the Broncos, they have the Chargers that are up and coming. But do we really,
first of all, do we believe there's more to Bo Nix, or is there a little bit of a regression for year 2? Justin Herbert, hey, show me a big game he's won, and we'll have the conversation. And I think Harbaugh is an excellent NFL coach, as well as a cheating scumbag, but an excellent NFL coach. I think they'll be good. I actually think Kansas City is more vulnerable than being number 7.
I don't. I think Kansas City's right there, Mike. As far as Bo Nix, show me that he could win that big game. And by big game, that you can go into Kansas City or beat Kansas City at home. That's when I'll know, okay, you've arrived. I don't know if it'll be a regression.
Should have had him last year. Remember, they had the extra point block.
Yeah. The Chargers, Herbert has to, once again, show me you can beat just a team with winning records. Raiders, I don't know what Pete Carroll's going to do. He's not there for the long term, so that could be the surprise team, David. But yeah, I thought Kansas City would have been 1, but I get it. Okay, well, 7, however the order is. But yeah, they're 7. Okay.
Yeah, so the team that I would swap Kansas City out, I would swap them with the team that's number 6 here, which would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, I get it, what Atlanta looks like on paper with Penix and what their weapons, but I don't know if they're ready to overtake Tampa more than what the Chargers or Broncos would be to overtake Kansas City.
It's a good question. I mean, at least in that division, there's 2 other teams I care about. With the South, it truly is Tampa Bay and Atlanta. I don't respect New Orleans, and Carolina should be improved, but are any of us thinking 10 or 11
wins? You know what?
No.
I look at the Carolina improvement kind of the way I look at the Patriots. I don't, if you can get to 7 wins, pat yourself on the back. You had a good year. The Saints.
How patronizing.
The Saints. Honestly, if I'm good, do you guys really want to play this year, or we'll just say your whole team had COVID and you can sit this year out because you got no quarterback, you're over the cap. Like there's, I don't know how you sell a Saints fan anything about this football season, unless hey, we're going to retire Drew Brees' number. That's about it.
So there's a little more question marks with the next team because they're number 5 on the list. I don't quite see the question marks with that division, but the Houston Texans in the AFC South.
No,
I could overtake them.
Go ahead. You've got a big opinion on this.
No. Go ahead, because I'm thinking like,
the team to watch out
Indy?
for. No, Indy, possibly, but it's Jacksonville. It's always been Jacksonville. The pieces are there. Now look. New coach, an offensive guru, hear me, Liam Cohen, Baker Mayfield. It was real. If Liam Cohen does for Trevor Lawrence what he did for Mayfield, you have a problem. I'm not telling you it's happening, but I don't think a whole lot of Houston who spent their off season putting a bullet in every good offensive lineman.
No, I don't. I think Houston did that, but I look at the rest of the division and kind of how you talk about me with Penix. That's you with Lawrence.
I have given up. No. I have given up. I am only offering you why David said what he said and who it would be.
I think it would be Indy, and that's if Anthony Richardson could go back to being the person that they thought he would be. Jacksonville, no. Kind of like what I said about Carolina. Hey, if you win 7 games, way to go, champ.
So the next most vulnerable team in the division would be the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC West. This is a question for, do the 49ers turn it around?
Yeah.
No.
Because I don't see the Seattle Seahawks doing anything, and the Cardinals?
I think the Cardinals are the one you're sleeping on.
Okay.
And I understand it's popular. Slander the short guy. But
Okay,
our little short king, Kyler Murray, look, I think Cardinals are going to be good, and they've gone all in on defense this offseason, which is important. I will say yes, but I don't know if it's Rico's team. I think Rico's team's retooling. Right. I think they're going to be good in the future. They're going to be that good right now. I wouldn't be shocked if Arizona won that division.
See, I look at it, and just reading the reports, David, I would say it would be the Niners, only because they're saying McCaffrey actually, that magical, mythical surgery he had overseas looks like it worked, and he's back to being the person that he was.
Dead by week 6.
And if that's the case, then you know what? Mike's right. Yay, Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, listen, man. I told you, I'm off the bandwagon. I was offering you why he said what he said.
But I think the Rams should be, but I mean, I think they're like neck and neck between the two. Like both are around 10.5 wins. If this works out, if McCaffrey is back to what he is, then I think that they could overtake the Rams. If he's not, David, then no.
Cardinals.
So we're
you know what's funny? I just don't think that I don't think teams respect the Cardinals yet. It's like the Cardinals, they look at it as the homecoming game. Like, I know I'm not supposed to feel this way.
Well, Kyler Murray also looks like he's wearing his dad's football helmet to work.
You're right, but you're probably...
I understand it.
When you go play the Cardinals, you're more worried about, did I take all my golf clubs with me? Because we're going to get a little golf in, too, while we're down in Phoenix, right? Okay.
So we're in the top 3 here for most vulnerable, and I think you can kind of, depending on the person and their opinion, you can swap them out. There really can be a mixture here. They have, at number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's fair. What's wrong with it?
No, yeah, you're right, because the history that nobody repeats in the East, and the Commanders are up and coming. I'm assuming they're not talking about the Cowboys. Or
and
that other
Yes,
New York
they actually
football
are.
Giants.
I didn't want to say it.
They are.
Mean.
They are. They put them on here as a possibility, but it's really
Who,
the
the
Commanders.
Giants?
No.
A lot of losses.
The Cowboys. The
Possibly
Cowboys.
losses.
No,
It's truly the Commanders is what
it's
they
really
say.
the Commanders, and it's the Commanders and the history that nobody repeats in the East. So by default, it will be the Commanders' year.
Number 2.
Number 2 is the Baltimore Ravens. Now we know Cincinnati, they can recover. They can be right there. That's the only
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, sure.
No.
Mason Rudolph.
Is
Mason Rudolph?
Is this 2008 all over again?
I can't comment on the Steelers until I know who their quarterback is. I refuse to accept it's Mason Rudolph.
But I agree with it. It's, everything that could go wrong for Cincinnati went wrong last year. That was a team that I thought they were going to go back to the Super Bowl, and man, they just struggled. So, okay, I'll agree with that.
The most vulnerable team,
Lions.
The Detroit Lions. This is before the Ragnau news.
David, I find it to be inarguable. It is the most difficult, balanced division in football. You have 3 of the best offensive minds in the sport with LaFleur, with O'Connell, with Ben Johnson. You have quarterbacks at every stop. Now, I understand McCarthy's a wild card, but it's pedigree. It's a first-round pick.
And it's everything that surrounds McCarthy, that if he could just go out there and be average.
What about the meditation? The whole point is you just lost your all-pro center. You were already on the ropes before. Yes.
Your defensive line was probably not as good as you wanted it to be.
Why are you mad that you have Aiden, bruh?
Okay.
Sign Brad.
Your secondary was your corners.
We're going to be better. It can't be worse. That's why it's going to be better.
If that is your slogan, you may want to hire a PR company.
They're actually painting that on Spartan Stadium right now. It can't be worse. Buy your season tickets now.
Okay, we made it this far
That
in the show.
is your...
That's personal growth, man. By the way, Wyatt Langford went deep this weekend.
That's your football today.
All right, Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, Northville's got you covered. Call them today or stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or you can go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, sports fans, listen up as your internet performance
Booming.
on a losing streak, dropping connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays. Not with Xfinity Internet. We are the champions of Wi-Fi with best-in-class equipment. Whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading your latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of the internet and mobile together, so you got the victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. Booming. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming.
Whoa! And this isn't about booming internet, is it?
No, this is not about booming internet. This is about the Tigers.
Ragnau's unretired.
No,
we are so back. No.
That is not it.
Face of franchise?
No. Parker Meadows has been activated off the injured list and will return, hopefully, to the lineup tonight.
Excellent.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
We'll see about the lineup soon, but he's back off the injured reserve.
You know what? It's ahead of time.
It's booming.
It is booming. I was thinking like All-Star break that he would be back. So he's ahead of schedule.
Now we got to see how he performs. We got to see how this holds up. Look, immediately.
What do we do with Javi?
I don't care.
Justin Henry Malloy was sent down. Javi will still play.
I'm kidding.
Ultimately,
Jokes.
Here's the thing. You're almost 20 games over 500. There is really no better, right? Like I'm not going to do this. Oh, well, Parker's back, so now they'll be 59-30. It's all about getting your playoff-ready roster in place, getting your regulars. Important to have him come back. They do need an Alex Cobb. They do need their people healthy. Matt Vierling matters as a utility guy.
Say it right.
Face of franchise.
Thank you.
But Parker Meadows is very important because he is one of, if not the, best defensive outfielder in baseball, and he's your leadoff hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Try and carry at leadoff. I understood it conceptually, but it's not a fit. I think Kerry Carpenter much more comfortable, a little bit down in the order.
3.
Yeah, just not leading off.
Yeah.
And Parker Meadows is your leadoff guy. If he's the version of himself that he was in August and September, it's a huge benefit. Right. Defensively, absolutely. But it doesn't take away their biggest need. They still need a right-handed bat, a high-level anchor of a lineup right-handed bat. And for all the people, 39-21, I don't need nothing. Okay, great. You scored 1 run your last 23 innings. You need a right-handed bat. You get a right-handed bat, we can talk WS. But I'm not saying those words until you go out and make that type of move. World bleep. World bleep.
World's Fair.
Right. World Expo.
World Supreme.
No, but I think it's fantastic news. Now let's see how he holds up, because that's a very weird injury. David, what do you have on Ticket Text, buddy?
Let me start with the obvious. I want Ragnau. However, I noticed last year a few times where he didn't look the greatest. PFF had him at 36 out of 54. Once again, I want him, but the Eagles just lost Kelsey, and they won the Super Bowl still. So the world isn't ending, I don't think.
Told you that we were going to get that text message. I knew that was coming.
Okay.
Eagles didn't miss a beat. Lions won't miss a beat either.
The transitive property. Okay.
Hey,
my neighbor fixed his marriage, so I guess you're going to as well, right? Like, it doesn't work that way, but fine. Do whatever you want.
The Lions already weren't my clear-cut favorite to win the division, and now I don't think they will win it. This team missed their Super Bowl window.
Now, see, that's too far to the other side. This is like a pendulum with these people.
This is obviously a huge blow for the Lions' offensive line, but how is this the organization's fault? It's not like they were tons of sinners in the draft.
Yeah, but you can't totally let them off the hook in this regard. They still, the last 2 years where Ragnau flirted with retirement, they're still busy taking luxury picks in the 3rd round for guys who have either yet to hit the field or can't hit the field. And they didn't spend their money totally. And now they're left without Frank Ragnau, without a heir apparent at center, because you can try Ratledge at center. You can try Glasgow there, but that's not a pure center. And it's also very difficult for young players to play that position. Very.
And God forbid anybody gets injured, because if you hit that bug, then you're in a real problem.
Correct.
This is absolutely an organizational problem. I don't know how that texter said it wasn't, because what Mike said, you chose to kind of take developmental players and, well, we're going to work on this, rather than taking guys who, even if it was depth, guess what? They've been in this system for a couple of years, and now it's their time to step up and be the starter. So I'm not just looking at this year.
No, it's 2 years.
Right. For the last couple of years, like, you could have planned on this, because it's not like this man hasn't been the walking wounded for years.
Didn't he publicly, I don't know if I'm just going into like Golden Girls syndrome, but didn't he say he pondered retirement after the Rams game?
Yes, he did.
Okay. We knew that after the Rams game. They didn't do anything that offseason. They came back this year. They didn't do it again. We talked multiple times. Anyone I draft up high had to have played center in college at some point. There were ways to do it. I don't think no one is screaming about it, but to say, hey, here's a collection of third-round picks in the window of Ragnau talking retirement, and these guys are backup QB, a guy with no profile picture who needs to learn how to play, a defensive tackle who doesn't play, and now a wide receiver who's 3 third-round picks in one. I think it's okay for people to say, oh, wow, Ragnau retired? Look at all those picks.
Yeah.
You could have had somebody. What's wrong with that?
Right. To let the organization off the hook because he retired. Like, he kept telling you this was coming. Look, once a player starts saying, I was thinking of retirement, Mike, I treat it as if they're going to quit tomorrow. I have to prepare right now.
Is it plausible? And I don't know this is the answer, and I'm sure it'll become a popular camp narrative because this team walks on water. Oh, the Lions viewed Rutledge as a center. They never viewed him as a guard. Oh, okay.
If you listen carefully.
I guess Kirby Smart's just a mullet-wearing hillbilly who never bothered to play the kid at center, right?
If you're listening carefully, those are being probably typed right now.
I'm sure. You ignorant sluts. You don't know. I'm like, whoa, excuse me. Guy never played center.
Right.
Yeah, I wish it was easy to just replace an all-pro center because the Steelers are still looking for one. When Marquise Pouncey retired, we just drafted one last year in hopes to find one still. It's been years since he retired. So it isn't that easy.
No.
I wish it was.
No, it's not.
They grew on trees.
We'll go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, just real quick because I know you're up against it.
You're fine. You have plenty of time.
Next to quarterback, this late in the game, I think a starting caliber center is near impossible to replace. Right? I mean, it just doesn't happen. If you can go get another running back and go get a wide receiver, right? You can't go get a center. And here's the biggest question I have, and I don't know the answer. Who was responsible for the majority of line calls last year? Was it Goff or was it Ragnau? Because if it was Ragnau, not that Jared Goff can't do it, that creates a whole nother problem. And with 3/5 of your offensive line now, either first year, very young, or out of place because Glasgow's better at guard than he is center, that takes away potentially one of your biggest threats to me, which is David Montgomery, because your ability to grind down the games, run up the middle late in the games could potentially be taken away.
Yeah, and part of it is this team's identity. I mean, Jim, this is what they are built upon, and no player embodied what they're about more than Ragnau. Look at the injuries that guy played through, the toughness, and the position he plays. I'm with you, Jim. In a year, you're losing a coordinator. Now I got to ask a rookie or an NFL journeyman to take over the position on the fly? No, I mean, what am I going to do? Lie to my audience and say it's no big deal? No.
I told your screener they're still the favorite in the North. There's hands down. They've earned that right. In my opinion, they've earned that right. Okay? But between the two coordinators and this, the margin has now gotten razor thin, especially those first 3 games where they're going against very good defenses.
Yep. No, I think you're spot on. And part of that, too, Jim, you're not playing in a division that's got one other team. I think all 3 of the other teams, I know now people will laugh. You can't say anything nice about anyone in this division. I wouldn't be shocked with anyone winning the North. If you told me we're sitting here a year from now and the Bears won it, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Vikings? No. Look, they've insulated J.J. McCarthy in a very Goffian manner. Well insulated. That's a Super Bowl roster. If McCarthy can do anything other than meditate or have that stupid smile on his face, they're going to be good. And the Packers are the Packers. Oh, yeah, well, we beat them last year. Yeah, their quarterback blew out his nuts and then couldn't feel his elbow. Congratulations.
Fair. No, any of those teams win, nobody says anything. But, yes, I know. We hate the Packers, and the Bears are going to be overrated. And
look, I can dislike plenty of people. It doesn't preclude me from picking Michigan to beat Ohio State. I try to live in reality.
You've made a lot of money off of that.
I hate their guts, but, like, it just...
I think you're a closet fan.
Go blue.
Very closet.
Yay.
Very blue.
A lot of blue.
A lot of blue.
Possibly the most blue. All right.
A little bit of maize.
America's favorite place to watch football. Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen at Circa, right in the heart of downtown Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so obviously Ragnau news of the day. We're going to get back into it. We have done, damn near 2.5 hours of it. I wanted to just do one segment on this. Obviously, we make a little bit of a bit of it, but my discontent with my university, and frankly, Rico's growing discontent, but the athletic director's role has been something on this show that I was irate about because I just wasn't an Alan Haller fan. Long story short, MSU has hired a new AD, so we can do one segment in 4 hours on it because ultimately I think the fate of Michigan State's revenue athletics it hangs in the balance. The sport is moving like a bullet train through Asia. They go like 400 miles an hour there, okay? We have Amtrak. It goes like 30. It's just moving at a pace that if you don't move with it, you are several time zones away. And I think that's where State is either at now or quickly headed.
Mm-hmm.
They have poached Georgia Tech's AD, Jay Batt. Literally goes by the letter J. Not Jason or Jeremy or J short. It's J period.
Yeah.
Will you go by R Beard?
Are you stony now? He said the same thing it crossed off.
Okay.
Well,
Here's my
hard enough
point.
time getting my whole name on this show.
He set fundraising records at Georgia Tech. Why is it relevant? Because money's all that matters now. Nothing else matters. And look, I want your opinion on it. I'll give you my opinion. I don't know if you're going to like it because I think the hire is only as good as what he does next. But I also start to wonder, I'm going to say this, Rico, and I'm not being smarmy, but I think Michigan State fans are going to kill me for saying it.
What can you say that they already don't want your head?
I think it might call into question Jonathan Smith, and I'll explain, but I want because I know once I get going, it's going to be a problem. Go ahead. What is your feelings on the new AD?
I guess my feelings on the new AD is just after placing some phone calls and hearing what people have to say about him, it's what Michigan State needed if they wanted to stay relevant in the world of sports, specifically college football. This is a guy that's going to go out there and help you fundraise, help get Michigan State back to being a have and not a have-not, not being that poverty program, not being able to pay players and even recruit players because you're going to just pull out your pockets and show your inside pocket and be like, well, we don't have enough money. This is a guy that's trying to get them back. You look at his track record of just what he did at Georgia Tech, not Georgia, but Georgia Tech, and he got Georgia Tech to become relevant in football again.
Yeah.
He's endorsed by Nick Saban, which I think a lot of people, Nick Saban's backing you. That's a pretty good endorsement.
Well, he backed Mel Tucker, so there is that.
Man, not
I'm
everybody.
sorry.
Everybody bats 1,000.
I know.
Okay. Wyatt Langford. So, but no, I look at this and yeah, I think that I'm waiting to hear what he has to say on Wednesday. Is he going to hit the ground running? Is he going to come in and say, guys, this is unacceptable. We need football to be up there where it used to be. If that's the case, then I think it's a great hire because he's got nothing to do with the university. So it's not like you're bringing in retread guy who's going to do things the way everybody else did. It looks like he's a forward thinking or something that you haven't had since Mark Hollis. So I'm hoping for the best.
Let me take it a step further. Can I offer you my 3-point plan to success? Can I do that?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'll take this. Here we go. You're all right. Here's Jay Batt. This is the first 30 days on the job. Number 1. Walk in the door like Ari Gold with a paintball gun and fire every hillbilly bird brain that works in that department. Business minds and killers only. I don't want any more buffet attendants. I don't want any more mall cops. I don't want any more loyal Spartans. F them all. If you're not a business mind, an executive, or a killer, that's one.
That's what I said, but you just said it a different way.
That's right. Number 2. Push the rev limiter. I want to be just like Kenny's school. I want a dissolution and
poor driving records.
I wouldn't care at this point. Dissolve as many of the non-revenue sports as you can. As you can. I don't know what I know. In the SEC, they carry about 10 less than we do.
Can we meet halfway? Because
Sure.
legally you may not be able to do that, but let's take a page out of David's school and maybe
cheat.
Yes.
Oh.
And we're going to focus on football, men's basketball, all the rest. Hey, if you win, that's great.
You get the crumbs.
Yeah.
Basketball and football
They eat first.
filet.
Right.
You guys eat steakums.
Right. They get the big
See ya.
piece of chicken. You guys get whatever they leave.
Number 3. Make an announcement in short order of a $500 million fundraising drive to fix that dump of a stadium. Immediately engage your alums. There are more than 4 billionaires. There are people with lots of money who went to Michigan State in one of the largest alumni bases on planet Earth. Engage them. Big boy NIL. Which brings me to the last part that you can kill the music for because it's a serious question. Yes.
But see that one? Your demands, like we said the same thing. You just said yours was more comical. But the last one, I think that's why they brought him in, Mike, is that fundraising element. We're behind on so many different things that trust me when I say people are saying this, parents are saying this, and Michigan State is not competing with top programs. You're competing with MAC level schools because you could outdo the Western Michigans of the world, but you're not even outdoing the middle of the pack schools.
Which brings me to Jonathan Smith, and I'm going to just shoot you straight. The guy who hired him ain't here. And both things can be true. I said it the day this guy was hired. I like Jonathan Smith as a coach, and I have a lot of respect for what he did in Corvallis. I also have deep concerns about the fit here at Michigan State. Nothing's changed. Nothing. You wouldn't even know we have a football coach. Now, thankfully, I'm happy his hotel room behavior is better than our previous one. The point is, he's a ghost. He's nowhere. Do we have a coach? What does he look like? What does he sound like? Wouldn't know. This guy is walking through the door, and the NIL you produce is only as good as the coach's willingness or capability of using it.
Mm-hmm.
I am telling you, Rico, you and I felt like if they didn't have a big year this year and at least, 8-9 wins, this guy's in trouble. I'll tell you right now, if I'm Jay Batt, I'm sitting this guy down. I'm going, look, you want to play dark man? You don't want to be anywhere? Oh, you want to go to your kids' soccer games? Mm-hmm. You do whatever you like. But I'm going to hand you millions. Yeah. And we better be recruiting in the top 30 in America here, the top 25.
Bro, I'm with you. Like at the whole ceremony on Wednesday, when Jonathan Smith comes up and gives him a hug, I'm whispering in his ear, don't go anywhere after this is over. You stay right here. And that's what I'm saying. Hey, what are we trying to do here? Why don't we have any NFL players? Well, we can't afford them. Wrong answer.
Yeah, not going to happen.
Try it again. Why don't we have any NFL players? Because I didn't recruit them. Bingo!
I like him. I can like the coach, question the fit. I'm nervous. We'll see. But this AD, here's the deal. You better bring in some serious cash. You better get this NIL program organized because right now, State actually offered Kenny Cott a scholarship. One problem, he's 30 and wholly unathletic. That's where our recruiting's at right now. A collection of Cotts.
Here's the problem that I have with that, Mike. They offer Kenny Cott because Kenny Cott's dad didn't play at Michigan State.
Oh, boy.
They don't even go after legacy recruits. They can't get them. That's a problem. That's very problematic.
I've heard.
Wasn't great conversations over the weekend in Sound Mind, Sound Body. Great camp, but.
Tell me more. No, you don't get to do that.
I was trying to see the time so
Man,
I can give
the
you
time. Give
David's
me some. Spill the tea.
Oh, I don't care about no time.
To hell with him. He's about to slander Michigan State. I'm here for it. Go ahead.
I'm not going to give the names of the people.
Rhyme the name.
But there were a contingency of former MSU players all standing around giving the stories of recruitments of their sons. Let's just put it like this. Not good. Not good at all.
What time frame did these people go to State? Let me make some guesses.
You're probably looking at 90s, early 2000s. So, yeah, around that. Yeah, so their kids are out of age to start going to college.
Gus Ornstein was at the camp, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's like
Amish Patel was there.
And it's once again, it's just like swinging. Like if you can't get the legacy kids,
yeah, we're after.
Then what are you doing? Like at this point, all you have to do is just say, "Here's your official offer. You can wear your dad's number. You can whatever you want." And just once again, you're going another legacy kid off to Rutgers. You're off here. You're off there. Nobody cares. It's like, what are we doing? When I got one parent saying, "Yeah, you know what? Not even going to send my kid there." Oh, jeez. Like really? Yeah, not right now.
They sound like me.
I thought I was talking to you. I was just like, but your kids are like really good. Like, I know. and I'm not thinking about sending him there.
Fantastic. All right, so look, this guy's got he's got to hit the ground running. They don't have time. They got to figure it out. I'm telling you right now, when the guy who hired you, he ain't here no more. You better be real careful. And whatever financial constraints, make no mistake about it. When you pay an AD almost $2 million a year on base, that's without the bonus plan, and he plans on bringing hundreds of millions of dollars into your program, because again, Guskovitz, the new president, he knows this is a business. You're not a security guard at Radio Shack.
You know how you get the hundreds of millions of dollars, Mike? You got a good football team, plain and simple. Nobody cares about the women's soccer or the hockey team.
Which means Jonathan Smith, I don't think the leash is going to be as long as some people think.
No, I don't think that we got to give him time to grow, and look what D'Antonio did. That was 10 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. You know what? In a different day and a different age, Alan Haller and Jonathan Smith would have been perfect hires. Perfect for Michigan State, because you had time, and it was folksy. And you could develop people.
Right,
that ain't where we're at.
There was
now.
no transfer portal. You recruited a guy. He was yours for the next 3, 4 years, 5 years. You could turn him into something.
And before some of you hyenas take this like somehow Rico and I need wet wipes and excitement. No, I don't know if this will work. I just know it was headed nowhere with the last guy.
The fact that the university kept it quiet, didn't just go out and get somebody that was connected to they actually did. Looks like they did their homework. They got a guy that Maryland went after hard with Under Armour money, and he turned Maryland down. So apparently he sees something in MSU that he said, yes,
yeah, because
I'll take that
unlike
job.
Maryland, we're a top 20 revenue school. And we're one of the biggest living alumni bases and top 20 in attendance. And you have a big-time basketball program. Yeah, this is the problem I have with Michigan State. They act like little bitches instead of the gigantic silverback that they are.
But Maryland had, they got the backing of Under Armour.
Out of hell with Under Armour. 248-539-97. Their football helmets are ugly. They lose.
Okay, pizza.
Yes. FanDuel, prop bets. Anything, whether it is the NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, Kenny is all about the Bobrovsky props.
Michigan State over-under win totals.
Probably under. Hey, listen, your first $5 bet hits, you get $200 in bonus bets. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. A lot of football on the brain today, rightfully so, with the breaking news of Frank Ragnau retiring, but there is news in other towns, other places. Let's get to some of that. It's time for Football Today.
Gentlemen, June 1st is pretty big in the NFL. It's where a lot of guys end up getting cut. The summer trades and everything happens. So I got a few odds and ends, but let's start off with a little bit of a game. The game is called Cut, Trade, or Stay. Does this person get cut from their team, traded from their team, or they end up staying on their team? I have a few list of players. Let's have some fun.
All right, let's hear.
Let's start off in Atlanta. Kirk Cousins. Does Kirk Cousins get cut, traded, or will he be a Falcon?
I just don't know what you're willing to give up in a trade. I mean, a 7th-round pick and Atlanta still has to pick up half the salary. Doesn't it just feel like a player they have to cut? You can't have that kind of noise in training camp. I'll say cut.
But it's the lack of noise because he's just not there. He's not doing the Trey Hendrickson where he's like
he can't.
To
he
the
doesn't
media,
have any leverage.
He's like, you know what? Keep paying me my money.
Right, but why would you want him around? He's not going to participate. He's not going to be at camp. You got to get rid of him. Look, it's a question: trade, cut, or stay. I'm saying cut.
Okay,
David, say something else. So
I
you
was
don't get
leaning.
outed.
No, I was leaning stay. Because they gave him the
What?
money. They gave him the money, and many times you want to get something for what you already paid for. But Mike's right. There's a distraction there. So they probably do end up cutting him.
Now, if he was going to be a good teammate, he's going to be around. Maybe I just say stay. I'll be shocked if they get something for him. What the hell would you give up for him? Let's say you're the Steelers. Let's say they're done with this Aaron Rodgers thing. Like, David, at what point would you be okay with, like, would you be all right your team give up a 6th-round pick for Kirk Cousins?
2028, sure, but no.
David, I think you would be okay if they gave up a 6th-round pick next year. Let's be real.
No, I actually
Based
wouldn't.
off the quarterbacks that you have right now, he's still better. So, okay. You're in denial, David. Let's wait for Aaron Rodgers. Next one, Tyreek Hill.
Oh, dear God.
Trade. I think they have to get rid of him. He's a distraction. He is someone, and I've apologized, and he's done this publicly. You cannot continue to think you're going to have a winning program with that guy right now as the guy that he is.
But
Not a great
who's
example.
lining up to get him? I mean, respectfully, everything you're saying's right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing what Rico did to me. I'm not haranguing you.
But you're trying to figure out who would want to make that.
I'm just trying to ask the question.
Haranguing?
Yes, triple word score. But what do you even give up for a receiver who was not nearly as fast last year, makes $30 million a year, and is a head case?
I hear you.
I don't know what to say to that.
I hear you, because if I'm Tennessee, why would I do that with a young quarterback?
Unless the Dolphins are going to eat some of this salary.
They would have. I mean,
they
most certainly would have.
And then if all of a sudden they're eating, let's just say $20 million of it, and he's $10 million, maybe I'll take a chance on him. If you're a team that, like you're Buffalo, I just need a receiver. I need somebody to be a difference maker. Okay, this one's for you, Mike. I'm going to say this with a straight face.
All right, go ahead.
But I can't look at you.
Go ahead.
I can't even
I'm
look
closing
at
my eyes.
Will Levis.
That's funny. I think that's a cut, especially after what he said publicly about kind of knowing what's going on. And I don't know. It just didn't feel there's still an element of entitlement with him. Plus, he's a weirdo and puts mayo in his coffee. I'll say cut.
Here's the thing.
I laughed when I was writing this down.
You
by the
don't
way.
always need someone behind your young quarterback to be that veteran, to be that guy that's going to teach. You don't always need that, but you don't need distractions. You don't need a guy that's going to, I can still do this. I'm sorry, dude. You've been replaced. So just cut him.
Okay. Jair Alexander.
I throw my hands in the air with this guy. He's never healthy. And he's a pain in the ass. But when he is healthy, he's elite. I thought he was going to get dealt at the draft. I figured mid-round draft pick, change of scene. He's just going to be there. He's just keep on keeping on. I don't know.
Cut, trade, or draft. I mean, stay.
Stay.
Okay, stay. All right.
David?
I'm going to lean cut. I think they want him.
You really feel strongly about that.
I do think they want him, but he doesn't play anymore.
See, I think they will try their best to trade, but they won't get anybody out there, and he'll end up just being a Packer by default because nobody else wanted him.
Like, David, what's the benefit of cutting him now?
It isn't, but you're not getting anything for him in a trade.
But if you cut him, you get nothing. So even if you
may
got
be on the roster and you get nothing.
No, but I'm saying even if you got a 6th or 7th round pick, cross your fingers, hope to God you drafted some steal. That's all I'm saying. Jalen Ramsey. David's microphone is off, and I hear him laughing through the glass.
I hate these questions.
I put a lot of time in this.
He was actually the Dolphins' best pass rusher last year. One problem: he's a corner. Makes an absolute ton of money. What is the post June 1st cut? I'm not ambushing you. I'm asking. Is there like big savings there? I just feel like Miami's a train wreck.
I don't know if it's big savings, but I do know it's savings. I have to look and see.
He'll stay. They already lost Javon Holland to the Giants. I don't know. You've already got him trading Tyreek. What are they even doing in Miami?
That's a great question, Mike. I don't know, but
he'll stay.
Wow, they would have $30 million in dead cap if they cut him.
He's staying because I don't think anybody's
and
trading
18
him.
next year
He'll
in dead
stay.
cap.
All right, gentlemen. Because it's a weird situation, Bills and James Cook.
Stay. They'll get a deal done. Even though we don't pay running backs. They're in their Super Bowl window. They have to keep him. He's turned into a superstar. You got to do stupid stuff to try to win the Lombardi. They're going to keep him.
Yeah, I think they'll look at Josh Allen or Josh Allen look at them and say, do it.
Josh Allen is back from his honeymoon and wants James Cook.
He will get it done for James Cook.
Okay. And finally, I do want to ask you this question because this happened last week, but we really didn't get a chance to talk about it. But the trade that happened between the Eagles and the Niners for Bryce Huff.
Yeah,
looks
I liked
like
it.
The Niners will give up either a 3rd or 4th round selection to the Eagles. Did one team win over the other in this trade? Or was it a win-win?
I think it works both ways. Huff just didn't work in Philly. He had a blow-up season with the Jets. He was a PFF darling. It just didn't work there. Change of scenery. You guys are desperate for pass rushers. You add him to a scheme that works. Yeah, you give it a rip. Again, it's two teams going for it in different ways. Huff, it's buyer's remorse. It doesn't fit their scheme. Fangio came in, it didn't work. I'm good with it.
I didn't know if this was like Howie Roseman does it again or
no. I thought it was fine both ways. To be honest with you,
it's a win-win, and Salah knows him.
Plus,
he knows him in his system.
How did San Francisco afford it? Salary cap. It's not real,
bro. Yeah, they're about $40 million under the cap now.
You get my point.
And they're still wheeling and dealing.
There you go. Okay. Get cocky. There you go. Do that for everybody.
That's your NFL post-June 1st Blitz 97.
All right, we're talking in a commercial break about something totally different. Not going to go there. I will just tell you a lot of Spartan fans are idiots. And that's it. We're moving on. News of the day, Frank Ragnau. He retired. So don't swerve off the road. If you've listened to this show, I mean, I've talked about it for over a year. I thought he was going to retire last year. And it's why I got so angry at people when they talked about, well, we got to extend him. We can't spend money on stupid pass rushers. Yeah, he ain't going to be here. So this doesn't shock me. It's just how long it took for it to happen. I'm a little surprised today, a little bit, but he's gone. And I think it's a devastating blow to a football team that's already going to be without Aleem McNeil for most of the year, or half the year if you want to be positive. And they lost both coordinators, and not for lateral moves. I mean, Ben Johnson was the number one guy in the cycle, and Aaron Glenn wasn't chopped liver, wanted by multiple teams. Mike, here's the question. With the loss of Frank Ragnau, do you still believe you're a prohibitive favorite in the North, a slight favorite, or are you not the favorite at all? And remember, before Ragnau retired, Rico and I did a show a couple weeks back. The win totals came out in Vegas, and you were at 10.5. Almost like they knew something. Because I'll tell you right here, right now, today, sitting here, feels like a 10-11 win team. And I don't know that wins the division. So I want to know where you guys are at. But the one thing we're not going to do is downplay it. I don't think that's appropriate. If you're on the Maury Povich show and he says you are not the father, no, you don't need to downplay it and say, well, at least the kid's healthy. No, you're not the dad. It's a bad day. You don't just roll out and grab yourself a sub sandwich and watch Netflix that night. That's a bad day. Today's a bad day. So I'd like to know where you're at. Look, I think the division's wide open. Part of that is you. Part of that is I think it's the best division in football. But Rico, your take, Ragnau retires. I could read the statement, but just go ahead. Take it away.
No,
he's choked up about Frank Ragnau.
Yeah, with Ragnau retiring, it tells me that this team, it was the wrong time. And you didn't get enough time. If it was before the draft, you had enough time to go out there and maybe you retool your draft strategy. Okay, we need to go and actively get a center, or we got to make a trade. We have to do something to replace him. Him leaving right now kind of leaves you at a loss where either you roll with the people that you have and hope for the best, or you got to make a trade, or you got to wait for some center to get cut who's on his last legs, and you hope that you can squeeze a little bit of juice out of this guy to get you over into next season. The problem is your window's closing. It's not closed, but it's closing, and every year is valuable. Every year means something because you can't sit here and just throw away a year off of hope and wishing that you did something differently.
They can still win this division. No one is saying that that's not
I don't think
possible.
that this right, but I don't feel like this is a clear cut. Oh, this is your division and everybody else is fighting for second place.
Totally agree. And in the David, what is I don't want to ruin it, but the Football Today bottom of the hour is about the most vulnerable division winners. Where does that article emanate from?
Oh, that is NFL.com.
The Lions are going to be number one on that list, and that's before the Ragnau news. No one's burying the Lions. I'm not telling you they can't win the division. I'm not telling you they're not going to make the playoffs. It's a conversation about, are they still the favorite? Or has the margin been shrunk to where, you know what, this just got a lot more difficult? Of course I side with choice B. Frank Ragnau's an all-pro, and whether I slide Glasgow over or Tate Ratledge, Kenny's cousin from Georgia, he's been repping at center a little bit with the ones. Look, it's a brutally difficult position, and when you lose one of the best centers in the sport, no, I don't think that all of a sudden you just keep on keeping on. No. And then you put a new coordinator on top of that. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at. Love to know where you guys are at. And I don't think it's a death sentence, but I think look, this is already a year where I thought they were coming back down to earth because I don't think last year was real. 15-2 requires a lot, including some luck. And as bad as the injuries got towards the end of the year, your schedule played out where it ended up being pretty easy. Ginger idiot with the division on the line. San Francisco's season is over. Dallas blows. Okay, we got trashed by the Bills, but there weren't a lot of good teams in there. You played the Packers, their quarterback was hurt both times. The Bears were busy with their coach and freeze frame, not realizing there was time on the clock. He gets fired. You take a team who's already packed for Cabo. That's not your fault, but it's reality. So it really probably was a 12-win year. Well, now you enter this season, and I say 10 or 11 wins, I get vilified. Well, where are you at now? Because with Ragnau leaving, I think 10 or 11 is appropriate. There's no team in football I'll pick to win 12 games. It's too hard. It's too difficult.
Maybe Buffalo.
Okay.
Only because of the division they're in.
But you understand my point
Right.
is, okay, there might be one or two. I just don't think you're one of those two.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
They can still win the division, but I think their margin for error is razor thin. And I absolutely think this hurts the offense.
Oh, yeah, this is a dogfight. This is one of those where any of the 4 teams win the division, I'm not going to be shocked and be like, wow, didn't see that coming.
No.
You have a 1 in 4 chance, but you went from being clear cut to today, you're with everybody else.
It feels wide open, right?
Yeah. And when I look, I think, you know what? The Bears' offensive line's better than yours. I think the Packers, they're better than yours right now.
I wonder what it will do to the overall unit. I mean, you are going to rely on Ratledge in one way or another as a rookie. You're going to rely on Mahogany full-time, not spot duty. He was excellent when he played. But no matter who plays center, I just think it's a tremendous downgrade. So 248-539-9797. David, your thoughts on it? Are they still the prohibitive favorite, small favorite, or not the favorite at all?
They're a small favorite still in my mind. I'm not yet ready to say that they're not a favorite, but it's very close. It is very close. The Vikings are right there, but it's the Packers who I worry about the most because they seem to have the better quarterback right now. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy will look like, but it's tough. And it's not going to be a clear cut, they're just going to win 14 games anymore. It's division's ours. We're going to go 6-0, 5-1 in the division. It's going to be tough. And before this news, I believe that the division was going to be a maybe 3-3 type thing for them. We'll see, but it's very, very close now. Very close.
Look, how about this? Think of it this way. What if the Philadelphia Eagles, just hear me when I say this, guys. What if the Philadelphia Eagles lost Cam Jurgens today for the season and Jalen Carter wasn't going to play until November? Would you still view them as overwhelming favorites in the East? Because that's what you're down. You're down Aleem and you're down Ragnau.
Here's what I need you to do.
Is that bad?
Stop making sense.
Oh, okay.
Because when you put it that way, that really brings it back home.
Yeah, it's no different than Kansas City losing Creed Humphrey and Chris Jones. Jones out for the first 8 weeks of the season, and Creed Humphrey's dead. Mm-hmm. Okay. You still feel great about the Chiefs?
Because I promise you, every Lions fans would say, if that Philadelphia Eagles scenario,
they're dead.
Oh, gosh. They may not win the division.
Oh, then factor in both
and
coordinators.
And they may not even go to the playoffs.
Okay, so I don't think I'm being unreasonable saying this is critical, and I just think the division's going to be a street fight, and that's okay. You still have a really good football team, but I'm sorry, man. I'm just not going to downplay it. I think it's devastating. David, what are the early returns on the ticket texts?
The Chiefs center was injured in the Super Bowl, and the Eagles had a super good defensive line, which destroyed them. We need both badly. That is John at work. This is devastating news. I'm still shocked. Wish Ragnau all the best. This one is going to stay for a while. With the news, though, of the extra cap space, I immediately thought of Zadarius Smith maybe returning. We got to get help on that side.
Yeah, but again, Kenny, I'm going to do the DeVito. I mean, this Zadarius Smith like he's the answer. Hey, no, stop. Just cut it out. Right, that's my response. Hey,
chicken cutlets.
Right, I mean, this idea now, it's an even trade. Ragnau's dead, so we can have Zadarius back, and we'll call it even. No.
didn't really have a huge impact when he was here at the end of last season.
He's fine enough. But again, salary cap's not real. The salary cap is the national debt. It's just not real.
But no, this guy's. Oh, let me think about it. When Kansas City had 2 bad offensive lines in the Super Bowl, they got embarrassed. Okay, the Bucks. Remember that one? Yeah.
Don't come with the facts, man. What you doing?
No, but it's David, and your schedule starting off outside of Cleveland Browns. You're playing some tough teams with edge rushers, and they're going to bring pressure up the middle. And guess what? You don't have. You may either have a rookie playing center, or you're going with Graham Glasgow, who, his better days are behind him.
And again, I mean, could they roll out, sign someone on the scrap heap? It's possible. And Brad Holmes, clearly, him in the pro scouting department, they do a very nice job. I don't know, is 34-year-old David Andrews the move? I don't even know if David Andrews is alive. And who else is there? It's just Pro Bowl, All-Pro. I mean, there's a difference between a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro. Frank Ragnau is a multiple-time All-Pro center. And I compare this to when the Cowboys lost Travis Frederick. It was stunning. It was quick. All of a sudden, Travis Frederick had like a blood disease or something, and he was gone. And they didn't recover from it. And they've never been the same. You lose the anchor at that O-line. I'm not building it out that it's your left tackle. But what Ragnau does, the checks, the trust, the continuity, the ability to slot a rookie next to him, right, and know he will be able to help that player, that's all gone.
Yeah, Frederick had an autoimmune disease. So, yeah, and he just had to up and retire. And guys, I can't do this.
248-539-9797. We'll get Kenny's reaction momentarily and your phone calls. 97.1. You've been injured in an auto accident, and now you're drowning in medical bills or dealing with insurance companies who couldn't care less about you. Injury attorney David Feminino needs to be your first call, period. Get David, get paid. It's not just a catchy phrase. It's a promise. So if someone you know has been injured, don't just sit there and hope things get better. Call David at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Right to the people. Raymond is going to lead off the 5 o'clock hour. Raymond, what's going on? How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just living dreams. Sunny day. You can't beat it here in the Motor City.
It's above 50 degrees. I don't know what to do.
And sunny.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, the news today, I mean, nobody's going to just, think that this is just a nothing burger. This was absolutely devastating, for the Lions. However, I'm not going to also write off this team saying that, they're not going to win the division. I thought actually before the retirement, I actually didn't think the Lions were going to win the division this year anyway. I thought that was going to be Green Bay. This only kind of solidifies it, at least to me.
Yeah.
But I'm also not going to go out there saying that they can't win 13, 14 games if they get all the, pieces right. Obviously, McNeil's out. That's terrible. Obviously, Frank Ragnau is now retired. That's going to be a detriment. But the Lions absolutely believe in their coaches to be able to develop, the young players. What if Owens Enrique takes another step? What if, the guy that we got in the second round ends up being halfway serviceable? The team's not going to be as terrible as we might think that they could be. If
Well, first of all, no one said terrible. I want to be clear.
Right.
Raymond, when I say they're a 10 or 11 win team, that's anything but terrible. I'm just saying I think their margin for error got a lot smaller. And I'm with you. I'm not going to whistle by the graveyard on it.
Yeah, Raymond, I'm saying that they went from, to me, being the clear-cut, yes, Lions will win the North, to now I can't say that. I can make an argument that they took a step back today and the other teams may be able to overcome all of the other, firepower that they have on offense. Because if you can't protect the quarterback, then the running game's not that great as it was in previous seasons.
Yeah, and real quickly, I don't even think that, the Lions are not going to make the playoffs. I still think they're going to make.
Uh-oh. You there? You there? Ray, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, you cut out completely. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm in a position right now from, going from before, the season started here to thinking, hey, the Lions have a shot to make it back to the Super Bowl, to where I'm just going to be happy to make the playoffs and potentially win a playoff game until I see more. Yeah. Maybe later on in the season we can revisit this. But
listen, now, Raymond, here's how we totally agree. If you told me right now 10-7 and they get a wild card, I'd sign the piece of paper right now.
Absolutely.
Just get in with a chip and a chair. You're in the poker tournament. I would sign it today. But I'm different. And I have no idea what John and Jim are going to say tomorrow morning. I don't know. Maybe they're still on the 14-win express. I don't know. For me, I'd sign the paper today. Get them in the playoffs, get hot at the right time, and let's go. Because I can't make a guarantee. I think you play in the most brutal division in the league. And your schedule is the second most difficult. And it's the most difficult on paper, right? We got done talking about last year. On paper, it looked like one thing, and it ended up another. But on paper, it's the most difficult road schedule in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
By winning percentage.
Yeah, now just look at what the other teams have done, and you really haven't added the way that they have this offseason.
Let's go to Dennis, 97.1. Denny, what's going on, man?
Gentlemen, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
We went 15-2 last year, and the season still rode on the last game of the year. So, things happen. For me, I try to compare the team this year to the other teams in the division. Is Green Bay their challenge, really? Because Chicago's got a new head coach. I know we got new coordinators, but they have a new head coach, and Minnesota's got a rookie QB. So is Green Bay our competition? Is that what we're talking about here?
I don't know. Dennis, listen, I have said this a bunch. I think McCarthy is the wild card of the entire league. If McCarthy's good, not great, Minnesota has a Super Bowl roster because they're doing what Rico's team does. They have a rookie scale deal. They spent an unbelievable amount of money on the roster. Green Bay, yeah, they could be. And the Bears, Dennis, it boils down to this. If you believe Ben Johnson's a genius, they retooled that entire O-line, and it's year 2 for Caleb Williams, who didn't have a bad rookie year.
And they went out and got Caleb some more toys. But, Dennis, I would say yes. I think if I had to pick that team that would be the biggest rival to the Lions, it would be Green Bay. You get Love healthy. Because remember, he got hurt in the very first game down in, I think it was in Brazil last year, and never really recovered after that.
Yeah, so 12 wins probably wins this division.
Yes, I would
I'd
say
say
12 wins. Yeah.
I'd say so. That sounds right.
All right, I'm enjoying the discussion, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Keep it up. Thanks a lot.
appreciate you, Dennis. No problem. And again, hey, man, if they hit the ground running, you're out of those first 6 weeks. You got some of the young guys playing really well. You recalibrate. You look at the data and you go, hey, but here and now, no, I can't do that today. Go ahead, Kenny. What's up?
Me and David were just talking about it back here. We were looking at the schedule leading into the bye week. Aside from the Browns, those are all very losable games. They're winnable, but they're also very losable. I said to him, if you could sign me up for 4-3 leading into the bye, I would sign that paper right now.
I take it today. What, are you
right
kidding me?
now. And that's going to sound crazy to Lions fans going, oh, you're a game above 500? You're signing up for that? Yes.
No, because the back end of your schedule, at least right now, looks a lot more winnable.
A lot of wins.
Right. It's like, Kenny, to me, if you can at least come out of the first 7 games, and this is going to sound bad, with only 3 or 4 losses, you're okay. Season's not over. I know a lot of people in panic.
Tread water. That's the strategy. Tread water.
Yes.
4-3, sign me up right now.
Yeah. I total agreement. Hey, here's the other one. And you better hold your breath when training camp opens. You're down 2 all-pro players right now. That's how I view this. It's the example I used with the Philadelphia Eagles or the Kansas City Chiefs. You're
that
down.
Philadelphia Eagles argument was that one struck home.
So you're down 2 all-pro guys, right? You better hold your breath. The margin in this league is not that great. I mean, we saw Carolina go into Philly. They should have beat him if Xavier Legette would have caught a touchdown pass. With teams, that team's terrible. Really? Why is the spread 5 points? This ain't college. Mm-hmm. This isn't Utah State playing at Georgia catching 50.
You rarely will get the double digit.
Get to training camp and just hold your breath because you can't afford to lose any more of your.
You're right. You don't need an offensive lineman getting, somebody rolled up on his leg.
All the time. Look around the league. We're going to read about it. You just better pray to God it doesn't happen here. Oh, my God. NBA Finals odds up on the screen. OKC's minus 700. Yeesh.
So you're saying that the Indiana Pacers have a chance?
I guess. 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the football today, which features vulnerable, if I could speak English, divisional winners. Lions are prominent. And that's before the Ragnau news. Yes, David.
Yeah, on the note that you all were just talking about going into training camp, someone is asking, what are the chances Taylor Decker does the same as Ragnau?
This year,
Just
no.
ups and retires?
But I don't consider him. Listen, I've said this multiple times. 2 guys that I didn't consider a member of next year's team were Ragnau and Decker.
You did.
I think you just get to a point. And Decker's contract is probably going to have to get redone. And do you want to pay him deep into his 30s?
No, but you need Decker for this season.
Yes.
So if Decker walked away, as Woj was, now it's panicking Lions.
They've got Manu. You shut up. And again, Manu may end up being nice.
You know what?
Maybe he's your Jordan Mailata. I have no idea.
David wall-eyed me, so.
Okay, then.
I did.
He wall-eyed me when it came to Manu.
Someone says, we will miss Ragnau, but the Lions will still win 14 games. They'll start the first 10 games 6-4.
That's from Jim Costa gripping his chandelier.
You know what?
If they win 14 games back-to-back, go 15-14, put a statue of Dan Campbell on top of the stadium.
If they win 14 games again this year, you have to win the Super Bowl to make this count. Plain and simple. I don't see this happening.
Okay. I know. Listen, but see, you and I are different. I'm at a point where no matter what the record is, if they don't get to, I can't say win it. You have to get to the Super Bowl to have a chance to win it. Fun fact.
David, read that again.
Okay, give me 1 second. We will miss Ragnau, but the Lions will still win 14 games and start the first 10 games at 6-4.
Okay. That math doesn't add up.
I think you know what? I quit. All right.
How do you get to okay? Okay.
Southern New Hampshire. Get a degree fast. Here.
You know what?
He took a math class.
I was just like, wait, how do you 14-4?
You just let it roll.
Okay.
We'll get to football today next, 97.1.
You know what? Based off of that, Judgment Free, Planet Fitness, home of the Judgment Free Zone. Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. And you can feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment, from a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat, supine benches, includes free weights, cable towers, strength machines, treadmills, Stairmaster. You get what I'm trying to say. Planet Fitness has whatever you need to get your fitness journey on the way. The only thing that's missing, it's you. You need to join. And you need to join right now. And as a matter of fact, if you join now between now and June 13th, you get all the perks of the Planet Fitness Black Card. With the Black Card, you get the hydro massage. You can bring a free guest anytime you want, somebody who can help you train and keep motivated. It's $24.99 a month, but right now you walk into your Planet Fitness and you can get started on your Black Card membership with just $1. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now to get started, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app to get started. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. I know the news of the day, Frank Ragnau, obviously his retirement, it's crazy and it's damaging. We're going to get back to it, but right now we'll talk a little bit of other football. David, go ahead, buddy.
So I wanted to go through this list. This list came out last week. Didn't get a chance to get to it. Came out before Frank Ragnau's announcement today, but it is the most and least vulnerable NFL division champs. So I'm going to start with the least vulnerable, and then we'll go from there. So least vulnerable would be the Buffalo Bills. I think we all agree.
I was going to say the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay. Well, he started with Buffalo.
Buffalo Bills would be the least.
Yeah, you're right.
Dolphins, Patriots, Jets.
You're correct.
Yeah, no one's going to beat them in that division.
No, and it's kind of a return to the norm. That's how it was throughout Brady's career. The AFC East stunk. It was like the dirtiest secret in football.
6 guaranteed victories, or at least 5 if somebody upsets you. You're 5-1.
And I do think the Patriots are going to be a lot better, but if the Bills don't win this division, it means Josh Allen got hurt.
Next on the list, number 7, Kansas City Chiefs. Now they have the Broncos, they have the Chargers that are up and coming.
But do we really, first of all, do we believe there's more to Bo Nix, or is there a little bit of a regression for year 2? Justin Herbert, hey, show me a big game he's won, and we'll have the conversation. And I think Harbaugh is an excellent NFL coach, as well as a cheating scumbag, but an excellent NFL coach. I think they'll be good. I actually think Kansas City is more vulnerable than being number 7.
I don't. I think Kansas City's right there, Mike. As far as Bo Nix, showed me that he could win that big game. And by big game, that you can go into Kansas City or beat Kansas City at home. That's when I'll know, okay, you've arrived. I don't know if it'll be a regression.
Should have had him last year. Remember, they had the extra point block.
Yeah. The Chargers, Herbert has to, once again, show me you can beat just a team with winning records. Raiders, I don't know what Pete Carroll's going to do. He's not there for the long term, so that could be the surprise team, David. But yeah, I thought Kansas City would have been 1, but I get it. Okay, well, 7, however the order is. But yeah, they're 7. Okay.
Yeah, so the team that I would swap Kansas City out, I would swap them with the team that's number 6 here, which would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, I get it, what Atlanta looks like on paper with Penix and what their weapons, but I don't know if they're ready to overtake Tampa more than what the Chargers or Broncos would be to overtake Kansas City.
It's a good question. I mean, at least in that division, there's 2 other teams I care about. With the South, it truly is Tampa Bay and Atlanta. I don't respect New Orleans, and Carolina should be improved, but are any of us thinking 10 or 11 wins?
You know what?
No.
I look at the Carolina improvement kind of the way I look at the Patriots. I don't, if you can get to 7 wins, pat yourself on the back. You had a good year. The Saints.
How patronizing.
The Saints. Honestly, if I'm good, do you guys really want to play this year, or we'll just say your whole team had COVID and you can sit this year out because you got no quarterback, you're over the cap. Like there's, I don't know how you sell a Saints fan anything about this football season, unless hey, we're going to retire Drew Brees' number. That's about it.
So there's a little more question marks with the next team because they're number 5 on the list. I don't quite see the question marks with that division, but the Houston Texans in the AFC South.
No, I
could overtake them.
Go ahead. You've got a big opinion on this.
No. Go ahead, because I'm thinking like,
the team to watch out
Indy?
for. No,
Tennessee?
Indy, possibly, but it's Jacksonville. It's always been Jacksonville. The pieces are there. Now look, new coach, an offensive guru. Hear me, Liam Cohen. Baker Mayfield. It was real. If Liam Cohen does for Trevor Lawrence what he did for Mayfield, you have a problem. I'm not telling you it's happening, but I don't think a whole lot of Houston who spent their off season putting a bullet in every good offensive lineman.
Oh, no, I don't. I think Houston did that, but I look at the rest of the division and kind of how you talk about me with Penix. That's you with Lawrence.
I have given up. No. I have given up. I am only offering you why David said what he said and who it would be.
I think it would be Indy, and that's if Anthony Richardson could go back to being the person that they thought he would be. Jacksonville, no. Kind of like what I said about Carolina. Hey, if you win 7 games, way to go, champ.
So the next most vulnerable team in the division would be the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC West. This is a question for, do the 49ers turn it around?
Yeah.
No.
Because I don't see the Seattle Seahawks doing anything. And the Cardinals?
I think the Cardinals are the one you're sleeping on.
Okay.
And I understand it's popular. Slander the short guy. But
okay,
our little short king, Kyler Murray, look, I think Cardinals are going to be good, and they've gone all in on defense this offseason, which is important. I will say yes, but I don't know if it's Rico's team. I think Rico's team's retooling. I think they're going to be good in the future. They're going to be that good right now. I wouldn't be shocked if Arizona won that division.
See, I look at it, and just reading the reports, David, I would say it would be the Niners, only because they're saying McCaffrey actually, that magical, mythical surgery he had overseas looks like it worked, and he's back to being the person that he was.
Dead by week 6.
And if that's the case, then you know what? Mike's right. Yay, Trevor Lawrence.
Hey, listen, man. I told you, I'm off the bandwagon. I was offering you why he said what he said.
But I think the Rams should be, but I mean, I think they're like neck and neck between the two. Like both are around 10.5 wins. If this works out, if McCaffrey is back to what he is, then I think that they could overtake the Rams. If he's not, David, then no.
Cardinals.
So we're
you know what's funny? I just don't think that I don't think teams respect the Cardinals yet. It's like the Cardinals they look at as the homecoming game. Like I know I'm not supposed to feel this way.
Well, Kyler
but
Murray also looks like he's wearing his dad's football helmet to work.
You're right, but you're probably.
I understand it.
When you go play the Cardinals, you're more worried about, did I take all my golf clubs with me? Because we're going to get a little golf in, too, while we're down in Phoenix, right? Okay.
So we're in the top 3 here for most vulnerable, and I think you can kind of, depending on the person and their opinion, you can swap them out. There really can be a mixture here. They have, at number 3, the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's fair. What's wrong with it?
No, yeah, you're right, because the history that nobody repeats in the East, and the Commanders are up and coming. I'm assuming they're not talking about the Cowboys. Or
And
that other
Yes,
York
they actually
football
are.
giants.
I didn't want to say it.
They are.
Mean.
They are. They put them on here as a possibility, but it's really
Who,
the
the
Commanders.
Giants?
No.
A lot of losses.
The Cowboys.
Possibly
The
most
Cowboys.
losses.
No,
It's truly the Commanders is what
it's
they
really
say.
the Commanders, and it's the Commanders and the history that nobody repeats in the East. So by default, it will be the Commanders' year.
Number 2.
Number 2 is the Baltimore Ravens. Now we know Cincinnati, they can recover. They can be right there. That's the only.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, sure.
No.
Mason Rudolph.
Is
Mason Rudolph the
Is this
quarterback?
2008 all over again?
I can't comment on the Steelers until I know who their quarterback is. I refuse to accept it's Mason Rudolph.
But I agree with it. It's, everything that could go wrong for Cincinnati went wrong last year. That was a team that I thought they were going to go back to the Super Bowl, and, man, they just struggled. So, okay, I'll agree with that.
The most vulnerable team.
Lions.
The Detroit Lions. This is before the Ragnau news.
David, I find it to be inarguable. It is the most difficult, balanced division in football. You have 3 of the best offensive minds in the sport with LaFleur, with O'Connell, with Ben Johnson. You have quarterbacks at every stop. Now, I understand McCarthy's a wild card, but it's pedigree. It's a first-round pick.
And it's everything that surrounds McCarthy, that if he could just go out there and be average.
What about the meditation? The whole point is you just lost your all-pro center. You were already on the ropes before. Yes.
Your defensive line was probably not as good as you wanted it to be.
Why are you mad that you have Aiden, bruh?
Okay.
Sign Brad.
Your secondary was your corners.
We're going to be better. It can't be worse. That's why it's going to be better.
If that is your slogan, you may want to hire a PR company.
They're actually painting that on Spartan Stadium right now. It can't be worse. Buy your season tickets now.
Okay, we made it this far
That
in the show.
is your.
That's personal growth, man. By the way, Wyatt Langford went deep this weekend.
That's your football today.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And they're not some tax organization with random phone screeners. These are real attorneys. Jerry used to work for the IRS, and they will advocate for you. They'll fight for you. They will go on the offensive. And most importantly, you don't need to talk to the IRS. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040. And you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right. David, a few ticket techs. Wojo's actually arrived a full 11 minutes before broadcast.
Yeah.
Very
And
well
we got Brian Windhorse in the house.
You know, that's you just Paul, you don't have to take his crap. You don't
see it.
You don't.
Blame Kenny for that.
David, go ahead.
I want to do this for this person because he says, what happened to our center? I just got in the car. They were working all day. So give them
Frank
the
Ragnau
information.
retired. That's what happened. He ain't going to play football now.
Effective immediately.
No doubt this team is worse without Ragnau, and I'm less confident we win the division now, but I expect Glasgow to start the season at center. Ratledge will take over at some point. Just glad Brad invested in the O-line in the draft this year.
Yes.
The Lions are still the most talented team in the NFL with outstanding coaching and culture. I think the Lions team will be better than last year.
Hold on, wait. Rewind the tape.
Yeah.
Did you just say, you said the NFC North?
No.
The NFL.
Because, you know what? Man, I remember we were downtown. We were freezing that Super Bowl celebration down Woodward. I was so cold. I remember that day. My goodness. I was like, I left the hand warmers in my truck. Are you serious?
And then they'll be better than last year.
Okay, I think Jaden Daniels wants a word with you.
Jalen Hurts as well. Yes, we are the favorite. We were the favorite.
Josh
last
Allen. Give us serious. You know what? I'm sorry, David. I should not have interrupted you. That was rude. Please read that again.
Yes, we are the favorites. We were the favorites last year without a defense. We will be just fine, slightly worse, but still dominant.
That's actually Doug Karsh at home.
Oh, I thought it was from the catio.
I mean, he's on one on X today. I will tell you, he is on one.
Hold on. Cookies. Fill us in.
Let me pull some of them back up.
I don't have such things. This is exciting.
Oh, my.
What is he doing at home? Go ahead. We're catching up. Apparently, David is saying Cookies is on one today.
May of 2024, Ragnau was frustrated with the rumors that he retired and said it wasn't something he's been considering. Friday, we hear he's unhappy with his contract, and days later, he retired. The timing is brutal to find out about the draft, after the draft, and free agency. Then he continues on another tweet. For as much as we've been talking questions on the defense's Ragnau retirement makes inside offensive line the biggest concern to me. It's the engine. Frank was elite. He paved the way for the run game. So he's not.
I need the blitzes and gave them the much grit and leadership. Can't expect rookies to replace.
Hey, here's Heather with the news.
Whoa,
G.
What's he insinuating?
I have no idea.
First of all, the contract thing I think is a non-issue.
This has been retirement's been a consideration for a year.
And the Lions
right. I think maybe he was hoping that he would do like the Tigers did with Cobb and be like, I'm thinking about retiring. Here's 10
here's 17 mil for no reason.
Well, he has mused about it out loud numerous times. And the Lions did draft 2 interior offensive linemen. It's not like they were completely clueless about this. I don't know if they knew about the timing, but they knew it was possible.
You just got to deal in reality. You lost an all-pro center, and you're not better today.
Of course not. No, you're right.
Well, good luck with about half the fans.
But now, hold on. People think it's not a big deal.
Brother, I'm just trying to prep you for what you're going to endure.
I thought you trained people better than this, Michael.
We've done a decent job.
Okay.
I'll tell you, Doug was basically like, no big deal. Be respectful. Hard hat.
There are some that, hey, we'll keep this thing going. We just had somebody say
I said
they're still the favorite in the NFL.
We have come to a conclusion. The division is pretty open now. You certainly could win it. I don't think you're a prohibitive favorite.
Right.
10-7.
Well, I said 11-6 all along. I'm not about to change it, but let me ask you this: Are the fans are they mad at Ragnau?
No.
Okay.
No. You couldn't possibly.
Well, seems to be the insinuation. The little cookies tweet there. All of a sudden contract talk.
That guy has battled through injuries that would send most humans to the hospital.
I think Wojo. I think some people are a little upset of the timing. Why didn't you say this before the draft? Why didn't you retire and then they could have either traded or drafted a center. Center would have become a top priority had you done this back in February.
I think there's an obvious reason why. Because he wasn't sure.